Welcome, one and all, to SkepTalk. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, and I am joined today by my dear friend, Erika, the Gutsick Gibbon. How you doing?
Dude, I'm doing all right. I'm happy to be here. Glad to be here. I got a full thing of water. I'm blocked off the next, I don't know, you want to go for like 12 today? What do you think?
I'm down. I'm down. So like, first of all, yeah, exactly. We've got Arden hosting or producing tonight. So like, she is our prisoner. We will make her stay here for as long as we have to. YouTube a little while back gave me this adorable little mini fridge, and I've got that shit loaded with teas and energy drinks and shit. And that's gonna keep me going for the whole evening. I am set to go. I've got snacks coming in later on. Amber's in the next room, making sure that I'm like prepared.
Yeah, right,
It's going to be a great day because you and I, we don't get to do this very often because we just don't have the capacity on this channel to handle our energy.
That's what I was going to say is I don't think it's on us. I think that when people see that we're on the schedule, it's like people are drawing straws to not have to host for us because it's such a nightmare.
Right.
We go, what can I say? We got we're the endurance and stamina build here at the line. That's our character buff.
We bring the long-term weirdness. We're not here for just the flash, the shock and awe. We're here for the whole fireworks display.
No.
Today is August the 4th in the year of our Dark Lord 2025 at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, which is the best standard time. And that means it's time for SkepTalk. As always, just a quick a word of advice, word of wording. I don't know. For everybody who doesn't know what this show is, this is a show for experts or intellectuals or academics, and also somehow me in any particular field, to host calls from people who disagree with us on things. Mainly, as always, on this channel, we do talk about God and religion and atheism quite a bit. But we also, talk about specific areas of science. Erika and I just happen to both be biologists. And we happen to both make a career teaching about evolution. And there's a lot of creationists out there. When we talk about gods and we talk about religions and we talk about angels and demons and all these things, very often the topic of evolution comes up. So if you out there are a creationist, if you believe that evolution is wrong, if you believe that macroevolution is wrong, but microevolution is true or something, if you believe that the earth was created in 6 literal days, if you believe that humans are not animals or that we are not apes or any of these things, if you think that we don't share DNA with XYZ animal or plant or whatever, if whatever the usual talking points we deal with, or maybe, hopefully, something we've never heard before. If you have a totally new argument that would just throw us off, that would be excellent. The absolute worst case scenario for Erika and I is we learn something new. And the absolute best case scenario for everybody watching is that they all learn something new. So please give us your call. The number on the bottom of the screen is 720-619-2288. Or if you don't want to use your phone, you can call over them internets using the web link in the description. Also, I want to go ahead and say that all science deniers are welcome. And I use that antagonistic term deliberately here because if you're calling in as a flat earther, as an anti-vaxxer, as a transphobe, as a climate change denier, as somebody else who is telling us that the mainstream establishment of science is wrong and that the best science we have is missing some major detail, as scientists, I promise you, Erika and I want to hear it. So call that number on the bottom of the screen if you have a problem with science, or if you want to tell us what God you believe in and why we should believe in it too. We're always down for that. Number at the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description. I'm really hoping for a couple of calls. I have a couple of people on TikTok and Instagram that said they would call me today. We'll see if they actually do.
They won't. They never do. I hate to, I feel a little antagonistic. I've felt a little hyper all afternoon leading up to this. I'm excited for this show tonight. But like, I've had the exact same experience that you have, Forrest, where it's like, we do this show. We do this show, both of us, at least once a month. And there are so many people in the comments sections of videos here on YouTube or on Instagram or on TikTok or, wherever, on Shorts, of people who are so confident that they can roll up and demolish the consensus, or at the very least pose an interesting problem to it. And then Forrest and I will be like, what a wonderful coincidence. I have the perfect venue for you to pose this and we can have this conversation. And then it's like all of these people scattered to the wind. So I'm hoping we're going to see some of the folks who are very eager to like rage out in the comment section of various venues. I want to see them show up tonight, and I want to extend a friendly invitation to some of my favorite people out there. I want a cryptozoology person to call into SkepTalk once.
That'd be fun.
Please. I think that would be such a fun call us if you've seen a cryptid. Call us about UFOs. Call us about your weird paranormal experience. Those are enjoyable and fun as well. So in addition to sitting here and talking your ear off about why evolution is the foundation of all of biology, we can have these other cool conversations that add a little levity and a little bit of fun. And like, I'm never going to bully a cryptozoologist because I think those guys are super fun and they rock. I will disagree with you until approximately 1:45 a.m. this evening, or this morning, I guess I should say. But call in because I want to be convinced. That's something I really want to be convinced on. I want to become a Bigfoot believer. Come explain why.
Well, I think that's a good idea. We'll say I'm going to shoot for around 1:30 to 2 a.m. as the absolute cutoff to start reading super chats, at least. You know what I mean? Like, get us into the next phase, something like that. That way we have a goal.
Forrest, we've been doing this long enough that I feel comfortable in casting some aspersions on our viewers here. Here's what I don't want to see tonight. I don't want to see the 600 people that I always see who start the show and then they come by 8 hours later and they're like, what? Forrest and Erika are still live? How could this be?
What did you expect, bitch?
This is unprecedented. I can't believe it. How could this happen again? And it's like, you know what you're here for. You know what you're expecting. We're going to be going for, I mean, I would put poor Arden. Arden's like, please, God, no. I'd put a 6-hour minimum. That's the lower end of this.
The last time we hosted together, it was 8. It was 7.5 or 8.
We had I think the last time we were together, we went shorter because Amargan literally had to be up in like 2 hours. And if memory serves. But the time before that, I know. He didn't pencil. He didn't like totally block off his schedule for this show. The audacity, right?
Asshole.
But we'll see where we end up. So don't be surprised, though. That's what I'm saying. Don't do the shocked Pikachu face in our chat when we're still going in 6 to 10 hours. 6 to 10
6 to 10 hours. I do want to say that the lines are already full. So I'm going to jump in pretty quickly here so we can clear them up. If you are trying to call in and you're getting a busy signal, keep trying. And especially as soon as you hear us hang up the phone, call in some more. Okay? Because we want to try to get as many people as we possibly can. So let's start. How do you feel about, do you have the call screen open?
I do.
I'm looking at 9/3 as a grid place to start because, like, what the hell does that mean?
I was just trying to puzzle that out myself. Yes, let's get some clarity on that. I think that would be good.
Let's talk to him. We got Tom, pronouns he, him, calling in from wallaby arches. Are they, like, made of wallabies, or are we just talking about their feet? Are we talking about wallaby feet? Are we? Tom wants to say that petroleum is not exclusively derived from the remains of organic materials. Tom, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Wow. Well, I'm doing very well, and I'm surprised you're the first caller. How are you doing?
Yeah. Never had a bad day, man.
Oh, well, if we get on the agnosticism stuff, then I might have to bring up the Book of Job, and you won't be any help since he had a really bad day. But,
yeah.
All right.
One more reason not to believe in that mess.
I saw the two of you were on a podcast, and it was listed as like 5 months ago, but it might have been longer. I'm not sure. You were talking to an ID proponent named Andrew from Virginia, I think it was. And toward the end, things got a little heated, and you folks were talking about the evidence from petroleum and that it is necessarily of biological origin. I happen to be one of these crackpots that's a component of it, but not necessarily the only component or even necessarily the major component. So perhaps you can clear up some of the discrepancies that I keep finding I did while watching some of this. I don't know, you want to pick a particular topic of that, or would you like me to do so?
So just to be clear, you're saying that petroleum is either not necessarily made of organic material or is not made of organic material, period. I'm having a hard time understanding which one you're going for here.
Oh, there's definitely biological material in petroleum. The biological markers demonstrate that pretty conclusively. But the bulk of it may actually be from much deeper down due to the very high pressure stabilizing reduced hydrocarbons against the temperature and against breakdown into simple methane and graphite. And,
okay. Last question from me before we jump right in, and maybe Erika has one, but last question from me at least is, do you have any formal training in either chemistry or geology or anything related to petroleum?
As it happens, this is the topic of my dissertation, so no.
You said it was not. I'm sorry, I was a little hard to hear you. You said it was the topic of your dissertation?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you say dissertation, you mean you have a PhD in specifically addressing this topic? Tom, you're breaking up weirdly. You sound like a robot right now. Can you please repeat what you just said?
I am trained as a chemical engineer, specifically experimental thermodynamics. I squeeze
experimental chemical engineer.
Basically. Yeah, I squeeze propane to ridiculous pressures and temperatures to see what came out, to demonstrate that it wouldn't necessarily be just methane and graphite as the end result. Now, I couldn't prove that wasn't the end result, but along the way, we came up with things that looked an awful lot like a continuum. So
I'm going to ask again because I don't think I got an answer. When you said dissertation, was that for a master's or for a PhD or for something different?
PhD.
Okay, so you have a PhD that is in what?
Chemical engineering. Experimental thermodynamics.
You have a PhD in chemical engineering with a focus on experimental thermodynamics. You have done a dissertation specifically on petroleum and its production, and you have scientific reason to believe that at least a great deal of petroleum is not of biological origin.
That's a good way to put it, although the petroleum aspect was kind of what drove the research. But I really was just looking at the chemical equilibria and kinetics of the hydrocarbon mixtures at these advanced temperatures and pressures. But I'm willing to talk about some of the components of petroleum that I think are fairly conclusive or fairly convincing that it is not necessarily...
Because you have an education in this, I'm going to be careful to try to isolate the words biologic and organic because it would be very easy to get things confused in that context. So just to be clear, you are claiming, of course, obviously petroleum is organic, but it is not biologic.
Yes, because of the nature of the word organic has been used simply to mean hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen, and nitrogen.
Right. So that's why I'm being very careful. It is still carbon based. So when we say, hey, this is full of hydrocarbons, I'm just trying to get ahead of the confusion for the audience. If we're talking about this is full of hydrocarbons, and I say, okay, so it's definitely an organic compound, I am not necessarily saying it is necessarily biologically derived. We're talking about organic, meaning it is carbon based. So, because that is literally, for everybody who doesn't know about it, everybody who doesn't have a background in this, that's what the fucking word organic means. We're talking about chemistry. Organic means carbon. Okay, so Erika, do you have any follow-up questions that you want to start with, just to make sure we're all on the same page?
No follow-up questions, but I'm doing a sort of surface level dive into the literature on this in the background, and I already have some thoughts, but no questions to start off with.
Cool. I was about to start doing that after I got done with my questions too, so that's great.
Yeah,
I can give you some names to...
Actually, I want to ask you. I want to ask you a question really fast, and just to make sure that I'm following this rabbit trail down the right place, Tom. Because what I immediately did is, like, based off of just the topic of your call, because my understanding of petroleum, of oil, I guess, in general, is this idea that it's like, okay, according to the literature, it seems like the consensus is that most petroleum that we have is of biotic origin, in the sense that it comes from, like, it's like a fossil fuel, right, if you will, from like zooplankton and things of that nature, algae, whatever, over very long periods of time. However, it doesn't. Yeah, petroleum. It seems to not be controversial to say that there is such a thing as abiotic petroleum, like abiogenic petroleum, I guess is the correct term as I'm looking at it here. But that abiogenic sources of oil have never been found in commercially profitable amounts, at least according to the quippy summary of it, just from like getting my outline here on Wikipedia. According to the starter article on Wikipedia, this is an alternative method. And I guess this is for the audience as much as it is for our conversation, just to make sure everybody's on the same page. And Wikipedia describes it as an alternative, as an alternative method for petroleum formation that was initially proposed in the 1850s by Russian scientists. But since then, and this is the line from Wikipedia here, and I'll give you the citation that they give, it's been contradicted by geological and geochemical evidence. They cite, what's the last name here? And then I'll read the line from the conclusions portion of the review. From Resource Geology, volume 58, it's Glasby, just a solo author in 2006, Abiogenic Origin of Hydrocarbons, a historical review. And at the very end, in the summary section of this article, they describe the search for abiogenic sources of hydrocarbons as effectively failures. These failures of the Russian-Ukrainian theory in areas where it has claimed its greatest success, essentially being its role as a viable theory on which to base exploration programs, so the exploration of fossil fuels, I'm assuming there, for commercial hydrocarbon deposits to an end. As a matter of fact, this theory is now largely forgotten even by the former Soviet Union and virtually is unknown in the West. And so to me, it seems like this is an idea, and maybe I'm mischaracterizing you here, but this seems like an idea that does hold a viable scientific basis to it, but the idea that it is anything other than a rare means by which to get petroleum, in the same way that you can get limestone, for example, by strictly biogenic means. You can get abiogenic limestone in caves, like through travertine and things like that. It's just an unusual way to get petroleum, and thus I don't know why we would propose, as I'm sort of getting the vibe from you here, that this is like the dominant means by which we perhaps get it. Is that a fair basic outline of the situation so far?
I'm going to say yes, with some caveats. That since it is proposed to be coming from fairly deep down, we're talking mantle depths, that we're never going to, I shouldn't say never, it is unlikely we will ever be able to drill to those depths to recover it. However, that it might infiltrate porous rocks, which are which are generally sedimentary in nature as opposed to igneous. You're going to find it in many of the same places. There are, however, some abiogenic markers, in particular diamondoids. I'll explain that if you like.
Yes, please do. Abiogenic markers. How, because that was going to be my next question, is how do you actually differentiate between biogenic and abiogenic petroleum? Like, from your perspective as somebody who's written a dissertation on the topic, explain it to a layman like me.
Okay, well, this dissertation came out before the nanodiamonds. There's something called nanodiamonds or diamondoids. Adamantanes are the proper chemical term for it. Are virtually ubiquitous in petroleum. It's been known since the early 90s.
Diamondoids?
Carbon,
you said diamondoids?
Diamondoids, nanodiamonds, adamantanes. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the Marvel comics. Adamantane.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Not adamantine, right. I need to take a step back and talk a little bit about the nature of carbon.
It looks like a shit ton of chair structures all piled on top of each other. That's crazy.
Yes. But most importantly, they are purely carbon-to-carbon bonds, and they are sp3 coordination, if you understand what that means.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. I'm
So
reaching
okay,
back
good.
into my chem and my physics, but yes.
Okay. Well, each carbon is connected to another carbon, which is what diamonds are.
Right, and it gives it that nice lattice structure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, lattice implies repeatable structure. I guess it does, yeah, but that'll work. It's a very complex lattice, though.
Okay.
Right.
Crystallography is going to be a pain in the neck for that. Diamond is a very good window. Let's talk a little bit about the nature of carbon. Carbon is unique on the periodic table in that, in its pure form, at least at surface condition, it prefers to stay in 2 dimensions rather than branch out into 3. And this is, well, imperfectly disfavored, but it does it for a very particular reason. It forms aromatic structures and stays in graphene sheets, forms aromatic rings. The reason being that the p orbital of carbon is very small. This gives rise to a substantial zero-point energy. Can you explain that one?
I would like to hear an explanation of that, yes.
Okay. Zero-point energy, it's classically described as why it is that electrons don't spiral down the nucleus at absolute zero. But zero-point energy arises anytime motion is restricted. One way to look at this is that if you restrict the motion of an electron, for example, then the uncertainty in its position is non-zero, okay, or rather non-infinite, and therefore the momentum and energy going along with that is the energy time construction of the uncertainty principle means that the energy cannot be zero. It has to rise as you restrict the motion more and more. So the point is that when you restrict motion, zero-point energy arises, and that becomes prohibitive for things, for confining electrons to single bonds. The aromatic rings allow them to zip around the corral there and alleviate a bit of that energy. Now, this holds true at surface pressures quite well. However, the specific gravity, density for the audience, of graphite is about 2.4. That of diamond is 3. So if you squeeze the living snot out of the stuff, you can overcome that zero-point energy restriction and actually begin to form this sp3 coordination and this diamond-like coordination. To get to those sort of ridiculous pressures that we see form these adamantanes, you have to go down to at least near mantle depth. So the near ubiquity of these diamondoids in petroleum suggests that almost all of it has seen very, very, very deep things, far deeper than any biological deposit. That would be one particular point that one might make to say this is virtually an abiogenic marker. Yeah,
so can I? Yeah. So Tom, I get what you're saying. I mean, I think you can sum it up, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think your argument can be summed up by diamondoids are associated with abiotic petroleum. We find diamondoids in most petroleum, therefore most petroleum is probably abiotic in origin. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, we can't really say what the fraction is biogenic versus abiogenic, but
right.
The fact that the markers there says that particular batch of petroleum has seen some very deep some very deep pressures.
Okay.
One thing that helps this is
that was my next question, though, Tom, is because my understanding is that, and my sort of cursory search going on in the background seems to confirm this so far, and I'll continue searching once I throw this to Forrest, but most petroleum does have biogenic markers as well. So I think the next question we have to ask is, which came first, right? Is petroleum forming biogenically and then is acquiring these abiogenic markers because of its position in the crust of the earth or close to the mantle of the earth? Or is it sort of the opposite? Or is it acquiring these biogenic signatures when in reality it was abiogenic in origin? And my, at least at present, my search seems to be spitting back that most people, the consensus seems to be that this is in fact biogenic, and that the way that they sort of come to that conclusion is that ratio that you're talking about that often knocks it in favor of a biogenic formation, not abiogenic, of a space biogenic formation. So can you maybe explain to me from your perspective why these diamondoids preclude a biogenic origin for this petroleum, or some kind of way to differentiate it to actually push us down the abiogenic direction as opposed to biogenic acquiring some kind of abiogenic signature? Does that make sense?
It does, and I appreciate the way you worded that.
Okay.
One thing I want to toss in is that the isotopic defect is the ratio between carbon-13 to carbon-12.
Yeah.
And that of the diamondoids match that of the petroleum, which pretty clearly state that the diamondoids have a common origin to the petroleum in which they are found. So this does not mean that the petroleum could not have been formed from a biological reservoir, traveled way, way deep down, and then came back up. That's a possibility.
That was my understanding of what at least some people have posited for this, because a lot of our fossil fuels are exposed to immense amount of heat and pressure just for their formation. Something like coal comes to mind, and I'm certainly not a geologist, but I'm adjacent enough to it to know that heat and pressure is the name of the game with a lot of this stuff. So I think if you're going to make a claim like most petroleum is abiogenic in origin, you have to be able to set up a model that will differentiate the two, right? That says, okay, here's how we tell the difference compositionally between biogenic petroleum that has picked up an abiogenetic. These terms are too similar to other terms of biology and in chemistry, but it's like that has picked up an abiogenic signature as opposed to being critical to its formation. And what you've just said, like especially with the relation of diamondoids and the C12, C13 ratios, kind of makes me think that if biogenic formation is still on the table, even in this particular argument, that I don't think that's enough to push me down that whole way of, okay, actually most petroleum is of a biogenic origin.
Good. That's a very skeptical point of view. And yes, if you're doing reasonably complete search, you'll find out that I am considered a crackpot for believing this. This is not mainstream thought. I, in fact, attended an interesting Hedberg lecture back in 2001 in Calgary.
You cut out there for just a second. Back up one sentence, just because I lost you there for a second.
I attended a Hedberg series of lectures. It was put on by the AAPG, the American Association of Petroleum Geologists, in Calgary, Alberta, back in 2001, I think it was. It might be. And boy, I'm really glad that weapons were not allowed in the door, because this this was more heated than most of your call-ins get to be. It was kind of fun to watch. It was kind of fun to watch since I didn't really have a dog in the fight. And I don't really think it's all that important, either for exploration or for explanation of too many other things. Although if you want to talk about it,
may I interrupt here and ask you, Tom, when did this conference take place that got so heated? Because I've got a paper that I've just pulled up in the background that I think is particularly interesting for what I think was your most compelling point. I'm curious if this paper was involved. The paper's by Jiang et al. It's from 2021. And it's called Diamondoids in Petroleum, Their Potential as Source and Maturity Indicators. And I clicked on it because I was like, okay, maturity, and they're bearing on the source of petroleum. That seems relevant to this conversation. And just in the highlights section, they argue that pyrolysis experiments on 4 organic matter types simulate diamondoid evolution. Their PCA explained the main factors affecting diamondoid indices. Their PCA Fisher discriminant analysis model objectively identifies oil source types. And their PCA regression model quantitatively predicted oil thermal maturity. And what that highlight section combined with their abstract and their graphical abstract, which is kind of hard for me to understand here, seems to suggest that you can get diamondoids from organic compounds, like without needing to be, I guess, in the high stakes abiogenic habitat, if you will, for lack of a better term, of the mantle. Right, so this seems to suggest that you can get these diamondoids, which I guess I was under the impression that those diamondoids really pushed us in favor of abiogenic origin under biogenic conditions. Would that not make it a little problematic to use diamondoids as this reason to point towards abiogenic origin for petroleum?
Yes, but the reason why diamonds are stable at surface conditions is because they are kinetically stable, not stable equilibrium. So what you're describing, the pyrolysis generation of these things, and by the way, this is done commercially, usually starting with coal, is a matter of creating these rather rapidly and then freezing them out. In fact, that is the natural way that diamonds arise. The one on, for example, are found in kimberlite pipes because they rocket up very rapidly from deep in the earth.
That makes sense. And that tracks with what I'm seeing in the introduction here.
Yeah. So, yes, they can be produced pyrolytically, but you're talking about very high temperatures for a very short period of time. So, to suggest that somehow the petroleum was in contact with a very high temperature source for a very short period of time and then cooled rapidly. Possible, but it's a little surprising. As is the suggestion that petroleum traveled deep down and came back up. Both of these are a little difficult to buy into, at least for me. But then, of course, I'm a true believer, so there you go.
I think I would have to be, I don't know how common it is. Like, I don't know anything about sedimentology in the sense that it's like, if you're in oil exploration or I guess whatever, if you're like a petroleum basin modeler or whatever, like however that works, I would be really curious to answer this question, like how do the thermal conditions of the neighboring areas and like the thermal history of the sediment or the strata, I guess I should say, that the oil is typically found in, bear into the likelihood that a certain area is going to have oil, right? Like, is oil typically associated with a tumultuous thermal past of a geologic formation, I guess? Because if that's true, that has a lot of bearing on this question. Because if oil is consistently found in thermally active areas or areas with an intense thermal history, would that not suggest that what we're talking about here is likely at play?
It's possibly at play. I'm not sure about likely, but you'll find petroleum in all over the earth, but invariably in porous rocks, which are the sedimentary ones, which point, well, that has been used to point to these things. We can go on about the diamondoids. Can I add something else in here?
Yes, and I want to kick it to Forrest too really quickly because he's been quiet for a minute and I feel like I've been monopolizing.
No, you're just fine. Sure. I've been over here just digging around. So like finish where you're at and then I'll jump in a minute. I've been digging just on some stuff and I have a couple of specific questions.
I realize I've been preaching, but I'd also like to point to something that when you talk about the sources of the source material that is proposed to mature into petroleum. By the way, that's what the meaning of maturity is. It's not the age; it's how far along it's progressed from.
Yes, I was more meaning in the sense of the source, like the source within any given geologic formation. What allows for the formation of that petroleum, or if we're talking about some other kind of fossil fuel, that one. I didn't mean to mislead anybody.
Good. So, petroleum is largely, well, it differs from coal, and that coal is largely from terrestrial, like trees and this sort of thing.
Right.
But petroleum is largely believed to come from, it's largely believed to come from marine sediment, so phytoplankton and krill and that sort of thing. So you've got both plants and animals. But the chitin in the krill, as well as the cellulose in the phytoplankton, will be, well, it does contain a decent amount of oxygen even in the backbone structure. This is not found in the petroleum. So there has to be a mechanism by which the oxygen is selectively abstracted from the from that background, from that backbone structure, almost complete. And this is going to sound like an argument from incredulity, but it's hard for me to see how that could happen so ubiquitously in the petroleum. It's possible. But again, that seems to point to why is this so thoroughly reduced, whereas the source material is only partially reduced. Possible, it could change that way, and maybe this high temperature maturation that you're talking about has something to do with it. But I nevertheless find it surprising, as well as kind of surprising that we don't see more heteroatoms in the petroleum in the backbone structure, when that is, it won't be in either the chitin or the cellulose.
I wish I could offer, I suppose I wish I could offer anything more than an argument from, I looked at the literature briefly, and at least the field claims to have an explanation for these diamondoids. I just pulled, like, I guess an explanation isn't the right way of putting it. An explanation and a mechanism for different types of diamondoids in different types of petroleum. Now, granted, what I can see here is that I think I called it pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is you pronounced it, I think, in the correct way. Yeah, I think I led us in the wrong direction when I pronounced it wrong earlier. But I'm looking at a paper right now by Ma et al., or no, just Ma alone, from 2016 from the Journal of Natural Gas Geoscience, titled "Advancement and Application of Diamondoids on Organic Geochemistry." The citation list is pretty extensive, but they've got this nice little bit in 4.3 called "The Possible Origin of Diamondoids in Oil" that at least it attempts to put forward, and I wish I could tell you that I find it compelling or that I don't, but I don't have a good enough background in geochemistry to say. They offer that diamondoids in oil have 3 different origins. 1, free diamondoids that are probably formed during the generation of oils. This component in the terem oil, which can be determined in the original oil, comprises, and it gives you a bunch of different ratios and measurements of the diamondoids, diamantanes, and adamantanes, which you mentioned earlier. The second one is that they're preserved in oil and in other forms. Details on the structures of this component are not clear. However, they are released or transformed at a relatively low level of maturity. And then 3, diamondoids formed during oil cracking. A certain proportion of diamondoids are present in oils. The formation of abundant diamondoids occurs at relatively high levels of maturity. I think they're just proposing the origin, and then they give at a certain glance, at least from my untrained eyes, a mechanism in the preceding text for like how you might get them in 3 separate ways or 3 separate types. I'm not really sure which. So to me, and I'll summarize my perspective here and then sort of toss it to Forrest, I think that there's a big difference between saying the current explanation or the current mechanisms for diamondoids in biogenic or proposed biogenic oils is not compelling to me, and then saying that therefore most petroleum must be abiogenic. To me, those are two different things. I don't know enough about the field to throw my hat in. I mean, you said that people consider the abiogenic petroleum idea to be like crack pottery. I don't know enough about the field to say, so I can't say that it sounds crazy to me, because the way that you've presented it, it makes it seem rather straightforward. Although even in this conversation, I don't find myself thinking, holy cow, every petroleum must actually, or at least the majority of petroleums must be abiogenic in origin. Instead, I find myself thinking like, oh, I wish I knew more about this subject, but I'm not at the point yet where it seems like the field is at a loss. Like, it seems like when I look at the literature that there are explanations that do exist for this, and you have issues with those in the sense that, as you said, you're a bit incredulous as to whether or not those can explain most petroleums. But I don't know if that's going to do it for me as far as pushing me in the abiogenic petroleum direction. Forrest, thoughts?
Yes. So while you've been going, I've just kind of been doing some perusing. I also hit up, the just primary literature and trying to find stuff. I'm having a really hard time finding anything about this past 2007. That's the latest. I found a few things from 2006. I found one thing from 2007. I haven't found anything that really digs into taking this super seriously and like actually discussing it past that point. So I'm kind of coming into this with a grain of salt, understanding that the best information I can get so far is at least 20 years behind, right? I don't know, Tom, when you did your research or where you're coming from at this. So I don't want to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you are not kept up with the field since early 2000s, and even then I was kind of out of it simply because I needed to have a job to pay the bills, and
right,
track was to help with that. So I went ahead and did an awful lot of just high pressure work in other fields. I am now retired, and so I have the right to wander around and mutter to myself and be a bit of an oddball. But nevertheless, the prevailing approach to this has been, I think, unnecessarily thick. And I didn't call in so much to convince you that this is so. It is more a matter of being this earlier discussion that you had. I thought that you were perhaps being a bit. Don't want to use
there?
words that are I'm still here.
So
I just didn't want. I'm trying to describe my motivation for calling in.
Yeah.
The way in which this was presented from 6 months ago or thereabouts, when you were discussing this with that very hard-headed ID proponent.
Yeah. You're breaking up a little bit. It's kind of hard to keep track, but I appreciate the call. I'm not upset about the call at all. Like I said at the beginning, worst case scenario here, I learned a new thing and I'm very happy. So like, don't worry about bringing this up. What I've come to, just I want to be very clear. I'm a biologist. I'm not in this field at all, so I'm trying my best. I'm trying to keep up. What I've learned so far, just from kind of sitting here while Erika was talking to you, is that abiotic theory is there's a couple of different main theories that are presented, or different parts of it. First is the Russian-Ukrainian theory, used to be called Soviet theory. That's where this really started, from what I can understand. It was back when the Soviets were looking for. Yeah, and that seems to be what you're bringing up mainly. Let me see if I can find this description of it here.
Can I give you?
Oh my God.
Can I give you a bit of the history of that?
So yeah, you can if you'd like. Basically, what I'm learning is that there's that, and then there's this other one that is about off-gassing. Let me try to find them both. I'm pulling from Abiogenic Origin of Hydrocarbons, a historical review by Glasby from the University of Tokyo back in 2006. That's what I'm pulling from right now.
That's the one that I saw
you were
earlier
looking at that
as
one
well.
Too?
Yeah, I'll add to that. I'll add to just really briefly. Just since we're still on the topic, this will kind of be my last addition to this, just because I'm also kind of a numbskull when it comes to straight geochemistry stuff like this, Tom. But I did find. Oh, go ahead.
You guys are doing great. Don't apologize for that.
But it's always fun to have a conversation about something that you don't know very much about with somebody who knows more, because then you can sit there and be like, okay, if I'm getting this right, then this is what I'm understanding it as, and then they get to be like, yay, or they get to be like, no, and slam dunk you. Which you've been very gracious, Tom. I'm looking at this, like, this is like a website for, babies first to geochemistry. So I guess take it with a grain of salt. And the title kind of says it all: crude oil evidences for its biological origin, from January 5th of this year. And it rounds it off with like these take home messages. It's got actually a really nice references section that I think is quite helpful, at least for somebody like me, if I wanted to like dig more into it. But this seems to argue that this is from 2025, so I think it's a pretty decent recent source. They say there's a wealth of evidence for biological origin of oils, including the presence of molecules that derive directly from molecules synthesized by living organisms, prokaryotes and eukaryotes. They talk about porphyrins, which are ubiquitous molecules in oils. I didn't know they were ubiquitous in oils. Maybe you can confirm or deny that are derived from different types of chlorophyll. So that's going to be like from your plants, from your algae that you mentioned earlier. Similarly, fossil molecules are found in crude oils that can be easily attached to other pigments. Carotenoids, they say, for example, or molecules that make up cell walls for prokaryotes or eukaryotes. And then interestingly, they say the greater proportion of C12 compared to C13 in petroleum molecules, the so-called isotopic signature, which you mentioned earlier, and I wrote down incorrectly C13, C14, so I hope I didn't call it that earlier, is also in favor of biological origin, since life selects the light isotope in the same proportions. Then they say in more than 99% of oil fields are located in sedimentary basins, sediments deposited on the bottoms of ancient seas or lakes where life was present, as shown by mineralized fossils. That's super interesting to me, because that means that we're not looking at a thermally, I guess I should say, tumultuous past. And then they say, generally speaking, oil source rocks contain mainly organic matter derived from marine or lacustrine phytoplankton biomass, more or less modified by bacteria. So if 99% of oil fields are located in sedimentary basins, that kind of makes it hard for me to understand how you might argue that most of it is coming from high pressure scenarios or high pressure contexts in the mantle. But I just derailed us by reading that message just to remember. So I'll give it back to you.
You're right where I was, because like I was looking at, basically I was doing like this primary kind of like history and just trying to get an introduction, a background, and I found the other thing that I forgot the goddamn name of. There's Russian-Ukrainian theory, which is what it sounds like you're saying, Tom, that petroleum is a primordial material that is from deep within the earth in the upper mantle, and it's coming up, seeping up for some reason or another. And then there's Thomas Gould's deep gas theory. I couldn't remember that, because it sounds like an attraction at fucking Branson, Thomas Gould's deep gas, and like that is that methane from the mantle converts into higher hydrocarbons in the crust. And that's this idea that like methane is so stable at this pressure or temperature, whatever the fuck, and that it's able to combine with other alkanes as it moves up through the crust somehow. I, again, can't stress enough how much of an organic chemist I'm not. So like, it sounds to me like you're giving us a version of this Russian-Ukrainian theory, which seems to have been started in like the idea of an abiotic origin of petroleum in the first place was from the mid 1800s. It goes back as far as Buck and Mendeleev. And then you have this really big like push for the Soviets. I found that like of the couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand papers about this, like 90% of them are in Russian, and there's like a handful that are even mentioned in English. And then by the 1960s, it was pretty solid, overwhelming evidence for a biotic origin, and this was kind of pushed aside. I know you were very honest about the fact that you said, I know I'm on the fringe here. I really do appreciate that. That's great. So I'm kind of trying to just put together, I'm taking every pretense out of my head here and just looking at this as this is, Darwin and Huxley. This is an old idea, but a good idea that has been kind of overshadowed by modern stuff that may be missing something big. And I'm trying to come at it from that angle. And I have a couple of questions just for clarification. So far, am I on the right track? Am I blowing it on any of the history here?
I would like to flesh out that history a bit, if you don't mind, but I'll wait till after your questions. And then
if it's relevant and if it's going to help me, understand better, I'd love to hear some more history. But like, I just want to make sure I'm keeping as close as I can.
Okay. Well, why don't you go ahead with your questions? I'll hit the history. We'll come back to that, and then if we have time, I'd like to give you a couple of examples that may or may not surprise you, that are closer to your fields.
Sure. Okay, so one quick question that I have, just as a clarifying question. I think you mentioned this with Erika, but I didn't hear it because I was busy doing stupid shit over here. Did you mention a specific age for this abiotic petroleum? Are you saying that it is necessarily very old? Are you saying that it could be much younger than we expect petroleum to be? Like, what age would you say that petroleum is, considering an abiotic origin?
Oh, I'm not sure. I guess the honest answer I would give is I'm not sure that that's relevant, that the age matters if you're going to talk about a biological origin, because then you need to know when this was laid down and what was there at the time. And
well, I think the age matters if I'm going to discount a biological origin a little bit as well, considering the fact that, like, just coming from a skeptical lens here, you know, the everything that I have ever learned in science, and my limited understanding of physiology, and my brief foray into organic chemistry and all these things, that the overwhelming consensus is that this is biological in origin. And for that reason, you guys were talking a little bit about carbon a second ago. Everything that I'm double and quadruple checking here, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that the isotopic signature in this is going to be carbon-12. It just is. And it's going to be, if there's any higher signatures, any higher isotopes, those are going to be rarities, right? This is predominantly, overwhelmingly carbon-12, right?
Yes, but that's not the point. That you're
the reason correct, the reason why that tells me that it's probably very old is because, like, C4 plants that would more reliably trap carbon-13 are only evolving about 30 or 50 million years ago. And so, like, if this is indeed from long dead organic matter, I would expect it to have that signature. Now, if it's from an abiotic source as well, it could also have that signature. But that at least tells me that no matter which way we're looking at it, is very fucking old. It is at least more than 50 million years old. And so that alone kind of gets me in that direction. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. If you're saying this is a new thing, that opens up a totally different field of questions that I don't want to waste our time with. So that's why I'm asking you, are you positing that this is a recent development, that this petroleum came up in the last couple million years? Or are you saying that this is an extremely old material that is just now getting to a point where we can harvest it?
I am not going to posit a recent, as in last, after the KT boundary, let's say.
Okay, cool.
I'm not going to say that. But
sweet. Well, then we're on the same page.
Let me flesh out a little bit of the proposed mechanism by which it arrives where you find it. That is, at these very deep conditions in temperature and pressure, the heavier hydrocarbons are going to be soluble in a lighter hydrocarbon, primarily methane stream, which will work its way upwards because it weighs less than the rock. That's why you get outgassing of, even helium-3, which is another interesting story, but we'll leave that alone. So as it works its way up, the pressure drops and the heavier hydrocarbons can drop out at a particular depth. But where you find petroleum is in porous rocks, which are the sedimentary ones. And when you find it in any accumulation, it's under what's called a cap rock, something which is fairly impervious to motion of petroleum. It gets trapped there, and that's how you find it. You drill through the cap rock to get to the petroleum. But if it's coming up from down below, it'll be trapped as if the rain were coming up from the pavement and being caught in your umbrella. Okay? So,
I'm sorry. You're cutting in and out, and I'm having a hard time tracking. Could you please repeat that last part?
Okay. If it is coming up from down below,
Right.
It will get trapped under a cap rock. And I made a very silly analogy there that it's as if the rain is coming up off the pavement and being trapped in your umbrella. Okay.
Okay.
As opposed to the rain blowing sideways. But this analogy is getting too ridiculous. Never mind that.
I just learned what a cap rock was. I'm happy. I'm having a great time.
Okay, but you will find it in porous rock, which is going to be sedimentary, which is a dead ringer for why you have. It is a very good explanation for why you have these biological markers that you're talking about. They would be laid down at a similar time or very nearby in the sedimentary rock. But that does not mean that they didn't get washed in. Now, I don't know anything about the isotopic ratios between the petroleum and the biological markers, and I admit that I am at least 20 years out of date on them. But that would explain why one sees ubiquitous biological markers, even if the bulk of the heavier stuff that's coming up, or reported to be coming up, might not be of the same origin. So, it would be old in that it.
Okay. Hey, Tom, real quick, I was muted and I was just talking because I didn't want anybody to hear me drinking my water a minute ago. I'm sorry to interrupt. I tried to get in on a gap earlier, but then it turned out I was muted. It doesn't matter. I'm putting a link in the chat that is sort of an up-to-date, because you mentioned that it's been a couple of years since you've looked at this. I'm putting the link that I just read a little bit ago in the chat because it's from this year, and it's got a ton of useful sources at the bottom. If you're still interested in digging deep into this stuff, it might be, I mean, you know the area better than I do, so it might be interesting for you to like take a look at it and then let us know if your mind has changed or if you still think abiogenic petroleum is the way to go. But I'm just going to let you know that it is in the chat now, so you can access it if you'd like. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. So I think I put forward at least the bare bones of this description. If you'd like to hear some of the interesting history of the science, as you were talking about, Darwin and Huxley and that sort of thing, I can go into that and possibly even talk a little bit about some popular misconceptions that are still being pushed forward in schools. At least they were when last I looked. That might be well explained by someone.
I guess we're coming up on an hour in, and I want to ask a couple of very specific questions just to see how you. No, you're fine. That's the point of the show. It's just we have lines full behind this, and I just want to be respectful of everybody's time. I want to talk about this longer, but like I just want to ask a couple of specific questions. So, yes, it is my understanding, as in the summary here on the Walters paper, I think it was. The theory that petroleum originates from sedimentary organic matter that was once living organisms is consistent with all natural observations, laboratory analyses, and experiments, theoretical considerations, and basin simulations. The accumulation of economic quantities of petroleum, oil, and gas requires that a series of processes occur within sedimentary basins. Organic-rich sediments, again, not biologic for the audience out there, organic-rich sediments are deposited only under specific conditions that promote the production of biota and or transport of biogenic organic compounds and selective preservation of this material. That's what I've always been taught, and that's what this paper is concluding back in 2006. That was actually comparing and contrasting these different things. Considering that, and this paper is written by a guy who I believe was from ExxonMobil, and that kind of got me thinking. I was reading that, and I'm looking at this fucker's profile here. The major hang-up here that Erika brought up at the very beginning, and that I keep seeing over and over and over and over and over, is that, yes, technically, sure, maybe, why not, abiotic production of petroleum is possible. It is not apparently possible in commercially profitable or useful quantities. But what we do find in mass quantities is what appears to be biotically sourced petroleum. And one thing that I know about the fossil fuel industry is that they do radiometric dating and they actually go out and they work with paleontologists to go out and say, okay, where is the old ass rock from the Carboniferous specifically? Where's the shit from the Permian Basin specifically? Where's the stuff that is specifically going to be rich in organic matter from a time long enough at a depth deep enough to create petroleum, as it is based in our laboratory analyses of how this shit gets made from biotic material, right? So my question to you is, I appreciate you saying you realize this is a fringe idea, but if this should be mainstream, then why is this multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation, why is this industry, which has every incentive to use any fringe idea possible to make more money, why are they going with this, saying that this is definitely biological and that this is the way that we can test it, track it, find it, and reliably make a lot of money on it? Why is that the way that they're doing it, and why are they successful?
Very good questions. And the answer is that this is a scientific question, not so much one of capitalism. Not that I have a problem with capitalism, but
the thing is, I think capitalism is going to do whatever the science is that makes the most money, and the science that makes the most money is the science that works.
Yes, but you're not going to look in different places based upon which of these theories you hold to. Again, if it's going to be found, it's going to be found in the same places that a biological source would place it, because it would be called caprock in sedimentary rock.
If I may, on that point though, because I mentioned this earlier, that's why we have to have a way to discriminate them, right? Because it's like being able to discriminate between abiogenic oil or petroleum that is forming where biogenic petroleum is also forming versus it actually being biogenic is kind of necessary for answering this question. I'm going to draw a parallel here that I'm drawing this just because it's fresh on my mind. I do not think that these are in the same ballpark, but it reminds me a little bit of sometimes when I interact with intelligent design folks, they will say that God could have created things to kind of make it look like evolution is at play. But then how do you actually discriminate between those two potentials, right? That's what I'm looking for here with this abiogenic versus biogenic petroleum formation, a means by which to discriminate. Now, Forrest's point earlier, I think, is really well met, and your point is well met too. Like, I can see, first of all, capitalism is going to do what works. And if we're talking about finding fossil fuels, it's going to use whatever method works. But it is well met and appreciated that it's like, if they're forming in the same places, maybe it's not a question that is actually relevant to fossil fuel discovery. Fair enough. But you know what is really relevant towards fossil fuel discovery is if petroleum is actually a renewable resource. If the Earth can actually make more petroleum, then suddenly this becomes a very relevant question to capital, right? And it becomes a very relevant question towards the fossil fuel industry, one that I would imagine, and I can't guarantee this, but I would imagine there would be a lot of money towards supporting that notion. Because if fossil fuels are actually renewable, then why would we worry about switching to renewables or to renewables when oil and petroleum in general is itself renewable? That would be a PR gift to them, I think, if we found out that it were in fact renewable resource.
That would be a bad idea. And I appreciate what you're saying, but the problem with the non-renewables and burning petroleum is that A, petroleum is valuable, and B, the carbon dioxide you kick off is the real problem there.
But they don't believe that it is what I'm saying. They don't believe that it's a problem. So to them, if it's a renewable resource and they already don't believe that CO2 is bad, which Trump is explicitly directing the EPA to gut the 2009 Clean Air Act to retroactively say that CO2 actually isn't a pollutant, right? If that's the case, then that suddenly opens the field up wide open to say, okay, not only is CO2 not harmful, but we have an unlimited amount of petroleum to burn. And then suddenly it becomes a very smart idea if you're trying to appeal to a very particular sect of people, at least here in the United States. I'm not saying that it's right, but God knows I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that I could see that as an avenue for them.
Okay, well, one of the areas that I worked in after I decided I didn't want to spend my life ranting at people was I worked in the National Laboratory. Some of the things I worked on included reading, creating proposals to NASA, specifically toward things having to do with tracking atmospheric changes due to carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. And so I don't mean to discount your point here, but they're way, 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 way wrong. This seriously is a problem, and just speaking as a chemist, looking at the change in the background concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has changed from 0.03%.
We are so on the same page on this. It's crazy. Like you and me are on the same page with regard to this. I totally agree. My problem is that we, in some senses, especially in the sciences, unfortunately in the United States, live in something of a post-truth era with the current administration that does not seem to care what the science actually says. Right? Like it is ubiquitous across the board that CO2 is a greenhouse gas that has an insulation effect on the planet and negatively impacts ecosystems all across the globe, including the ones we live in, right? Like we know this. This is non-debatable. We're on the same page. The problem I have isn't with you or with the idea of abiogenic petroleum being, even the dominant means of formation. All I was trying to say is that there is an avenue there for super wickedly bad faith actors to weaponize that in the same way that they weaponize a lot of things, whether they're true or not. That's all I was trying to say.
I also want to throw out there, just like it was, since we're talking about like this commercial industries and everything, there have also been actual like scientific attempts to use the method that you're talking about here. In this paper here, I've got the Gravberg 1 and Stenberg 1 wells in the, I'm going to say this so terribly, Siljan Ring, Sweden, which failed to find any significant result. They were using the methods that you're talking about. They're using the theory that you're talking about. They're focusing on that same Russian-Ukrainian theory. And they said even amounts for evidence for trace amounts of abiotic hydrocarbon it's controversial up to the point when this paper was published in 2006. No convincing evidence for a dominant mantle source of hydrocarbons, period. And so, like, it's not just that these people are way wrong because they're not trying the thing that you think they should be trying. They did try the thing. Scientists that were coming up with these ideas tried the things you think they should be trying, and you have a complete empirical failure. And so, like, you have no commercial utility, you have no empirical backing, you have a theoretical idea which was popular 100 years ago, and now since the past decade since the past in this century, it just hasn't really been taken seriously, because overwhelmingly every single time we run these tests, we run these experiments, we go out drilling as if things did have a biotic origin, it works. And so I want to know, like, if you, maybe you're right, maybe you do have something here, that there is something more to this. Maybe, I'm not willing to say you're completely wrong, right? But if you don't have a commercial utility and you don't have empirical verifiability, what do you have to convince people of this? Besides, theoretically, possibly it could maybe happen, which it doesn't sound like anybody in this industry disagrees with.
Okay, well, all good points. And again, I do want to stress, this is not going to change where people look for petroleum. And the Sicilian Ring, for example, by the way, is the site of a meteor impact that shattered granite very deep down, and coming up through this granite, where there are no source rocks anywhere nearby, is a large supply of methane that will sustain a flame at the surface. And this guy, Tommy Gold, we talked about before, who is a gadfly and made a lot of people very, very angry, by this astrophysicist who, with a master's degree, who told a whole bunch of geochemists, you're foolish, you're naive, and you're wrong, and they didn't like that. And so that kind of threw some fuel on the fire to make this so bloody controversial for a while there. But again, we're getting into the history there. Yes, they drilled in the Sicilian Ring. much of the granite had been glued back together basically by carbonate material. You also find this in Oklahoma, I think it's in the Anadarko Basin. In fact, there's a town called Cement because the ground is so hard. But where did that carbonate come from to glue it back together? Anyway, you're right. You will not find. They did not find commercially usable quantities in the Silian ring, and I don't think this is going to point anybody into looking in different areas. And I don't want to fight anymore. But it is a very interesting background here. I'm not sure I can prove it, but it is something to bear in mind that that's not necessarily where all this is coming from. Now, to tie it into some of your fields, think about the La Brea tar pit. What is taught to students, or at least was when I was back in Shavetail, was that critters would wander into this, get mired in the tar, get stuck. Saber-toothed tiger would see this stuck mammoth, or mastodon probably, and go after that and get stuck as well, and they would just flail about with the tar pulling them deeper down into the organic quicksand until they died. Nonsense. Have you ever seen anybody do that? Animals do that apart from like insects being caught in sap? No. What's happening is that there's a great deal of methane coming up with this, which is bearing these hydrocarbons to drop out as the tar. And these animals wandered into an area where there's an awful lot of methane in the atmosphere. They passed out and died. They asphyxiated. That's why there's so many of them there.
Sorry, again, not a chemist. Is methane heavy enough to sink like carbon dioxide in that way?
It wouldn't necessarily.
Because that's a thing that happens. What I understand, if I'm remembering a couple of things, there are places that are called like caves of death and things that just have a shit ton of carbon dioxide in the cave that you walk down into a basin and then you just asphyxiate and die. Those are things. And ancient people didn't know what that was and they thought it was ghosts and whatever. And that was a thing, religion. And so, yeah, animals get trapped in there and they die. I also know that like the Oracle of Delphi and shit like that, like ancient Greece, they were sitting over like a gas vent where I think it was methane that was coming up from the earth. That you can't smell it, but it rises. And I think it was methane. I'm pretty sure methane, as the lightest alkane, is going to be doing that. That you have this, it's you're just floating on, and that's giving them hallucinations. They're being gassed, right? So why would it make sense to say that this deep methane is so light that it's rising from the earth and then is somehow being trapped in a basin which also happens to have a shit ton of tar for no reason, and therefore animals are being gassed in this way? Like that, I'm sorry, like that those don't click in my head.
Not traps. Now, the way to think about this is that the molecular weight of air is 28.84, just because of the mixture of nitrogen and oxygen. That of carbon dioxide is going to be 44. You just add up, 1 carbon, 2 oxygens.
Right. And
methane is much lighter than both of those. So it's not going to get trapped by sitting in a basin like that.
So you would need an extreme continuous release of methane then to make your idea work.
Only if you insist that it must be uniform across the entire area. If there are some
and also, I want to point out that what you're proposing there sounds an awful lot more like that Thomas Gold theory rather than the Russian-Ukrainian theory.
Well, yeah, Tommy Gold was an interesting guy. He in fact was at the university where I was when I was doing this, and yeah, he has some really interesting theories. He tended to be very, very right or very, very wrong on all of them. But anyway, if you're going to asphyxiate these animals, all you need is that a localized area, like it's streaming up through a particular fissure, and they spent too much time close to the leaking gas pipe, basically. That's all it would really be required there. It would not be trapped in the caves, which is an enclosed area that you're talking about carbon dioxide. Interesting idea, but there you go. There's another There is another example in Italy. There is a mountain called Averno, which the Romans believed to be the entrance to the gates of hell. Averno means no birds. That's what it translates to. The reason being that it is an old volcano, and the emissions still coming up from the caldera basically killed off or drove away any birds that were over that flew over the mountain. So there you have another example of things upwelling now. I don't know method or not, and probably not all that relevant to this discussion, but there you have it. There are situations where there are situations
I feel like we're getting
even innocuous.
I feel like we're getting back off track.
Okay, fine.
So basically, here's where I'm at with it, and I want to turn it over. I want to ask Erika if you agree with this. Not with him, with me. We've been going for an hour and 6 minutes now, and I feel like what we've done here is we've done a thorough lit review, as thorough of a lit review as you can do on a call-in show live on air. And I think we've covered every angle of this hypothesis, this idea that we can possibly cover, given the time available. And I feel like the one thing we all agree on, all three of us, is that this is not a commercially or scientifically viable idea. It's something that you think is very real and very reasonable to believe in, but it lacks any substantive evidence. And so for that reason, I'm you already said several times you don't think anyone's going to be super convinced by this. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. I didn't know this was the thing before, but like I have learned a lot of things about why I don't believe this. I have not learned anything about why I think this is something that's very real. And I think you expect that, as you said, that this is a fringe idea. I don't mean this to be condescending. I can understand how it might be taken as condescending. I mean this sincerely, Tom. I really fucking hope that you go find some research position doing this and publish some really cool shit about this. And if there's something to learn from this, I hope you change our minds, because it would be immensely cool if you were right. But I'm not convinced that you are at this moment. And I really appreciate you talking to us for an hour and being so eloquent with your points and being very kind and courteous with us, questioning you and probing you. I think you've been a great guest, but I think it's time for us to move on.
I'll add one quick thing. Thank you, and I don't think I really want to jump back into this at this end of my career sort of time. But one of the differences that I would like to point out is that Erika was talking about likening this to the ID folks. There's nothing supernatural that I'm proposing here. So This is at least there's none of that going on. So that, at least, if nothing else, please keep in your mind as this is a possible tool in the box when you're discussing this with other folks.
For sure. For sure, Tom. All I meant by that, I didn't mean to draw aspersions in the sense that what you were saying was anything like ID. The only connection that I was drawing is that it was reminiscent in the moment of like, okay, we have to have a means to discriminate, right? That's all I was trying to say. Like, I do not think that this is in the same ballpark as intelligent design. Do not worry. I was not thinking that at all. I was just making an analogy or drawing a comparison, I guess is a better way of putting it, as to like, when we're designing experiments, when we're trying to isolate hypotheses, as you know, probably way better than I do, given you're at the end of a what I assume is quite a successful career in geochemistry or in engineering at the very least. You got to be able to discriminate between hypotheses when you design an experiment. That's the perfect experiment will discriminate cleanly between two different hypotheses, provide support for one, neglect or deny support for the other. That's all I was trying to say. Thank you so much. I'll echo what Forrest said. This has actually been an elucidating call for me in the sense that it's like, I don't think I've ever sat down on Google Scholar and put in abiogenic petroleum formation. So it's like,
I wouldn't have ever thought to.
I learned a lot. Yeah, and I learned a lot. And chat loved it. They were into it as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
have an awesome rest of your day, Tom.
Thanks very much for listening. Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks so much for calling in. Take care.
Oh, yeah. Right out.
Bye-bye. That was fun. It was. I've got. This is like my third whiteboard full of notes, and I'm just.
Haters will eat their words. This will be clipped and get 1.6 million views because people are invested in biogenic versus abiogenic petroleum formation. And, you know, we've got some curmudgeons in the chat right now. I'm coming to your house. I want you to know that.
Mud your crumbs somewhere else. Honestly, I think the biggest thing, and this is stupid, but like, did you Google diamondoids and find that diagram on Wikipedia where it looked like fucking like a bunch of, it looked like more 3-dimensional chairs stuck together in a weird way? That got me excited.
Not only that, but just diamondoid, the word, was like, oh man, that's hype. Like, I hear diamondoid, I'm getting hype. I hear adamantoid or whatever, I'm like, I'm interested. Suddenly, you know, you had my curiosity, now you've got my attention. I was interested. And what I will say is I was surprised by how comprehensible a lot of the papers on this were. So for those of you out there who are really championing the bit for more,
this is what I'm talking about. Look at these.
Those are beautiful. They're beautiful.
Those are so cool.
They're beautiful.
You're telling me that's not several chairs, like all in the dumbest configuration possible, and somehow still a lattice? I love it.
The people are hungry for this kind of thing. They want more of this.
I love it.
In fact, chat will be thrilled to know that every other call on the line tonight is actually related to geochemistry. They're all. It's all just geochemistry related calls. We're shutting everything else down.
Did I tell you by the way, before the show, just as an aside, I was talking to Erika about, like, I need, you know, several people have said they were going to call in, and I've got people on everything saying that they're going to call this and that. I, on TikTok, released a video yesterday saying, like, hey, you know, here's this comment saying that evolution is a religion started by Darwin, the theologian, and like, here's the show. It's called SkepTalk. Call in tomorrow, right? And I had this one guy who commented, I'm looking at the thread right now. This dude has commented on a thread 322 replies on this thread since for 20.
Is that up from pre-show? That's up from pre-show as well?
That's up from pre-show. He's still going. He is still arguing with people. And his whole argument is that scientific theories are falsifiable by nature. Therefore, it is appropriate for him to assume that evolution will eventually be falsified and just choose to reject it now. And that he's ahead of the curve. Because it can be falsified, that means that there is an undiscovered discovery that will falsify it. But other ones that he likes, he doesn't have to do that with. And this dude has been arguing with people for almost an entire day now. And just refusing. It is the funniest fucking thing, because he keeps literally begging people to say that scientific theories are not falsifiable. There's so many comments in here where he says, please say, I am a scientist and I am saying that these are unfalsifiable so that I can make a video making fun of you. And everyone's like, why would I ever say that? No, he's like, no, say it. Please say it. And also keeps forgetting who I am. Has told so many people, when I call your show, I'm going to prove you wrong. And they're like, I'm not him. I don't know who you're talking to. While we were on with Tom, I took a second while I had my stuff pulled up. I was waiting to speak, and I took a second and I commented. And I was like, hey, call in right now. We're live right now. And he said, okay, send me an invite. And I was like, I can't send you an invite. As I have explained several times, this is a show on YouTube. You're going to call the number on the bottom of the screen.
He said, I'll call in. He understood that already. He said, I'll call in.
He did. He said that several times. And several people have reminded him, you have to call in on YouTube. He's been told this 12.5 times. And to my comment, he just replied at the end of that call. I just refreshed the page. Oh, it's on YouTube? Lol. Okay, good luck with your lame show. You should do it on TikTok and I'll call in. That's the caliber. Those are the people we argue with in the comments. Those are who we're fighting with. It's like, that's what we're talking about, dude.
We feud with only the top minds of short form content platforms. Like, he's like, so can you imagine it too if you tried to explain it? Like, this is like the conversation I have with creationists normally, where they're like, we'll settle this the way science is usually settled on YouTube. And it's like, nope, the science doesn't happen on YouTube. This is fun, but that's not where it happened. This is the next level where he's like, settle the science on YouTube, not those hallowed halls. We'll be settling the
Let's bring it to TikTok where it really matters.
We're actually making an impact. Amazing. I love that.
Oh, later on, I've got this epic fucking thread on YouTube as well from this dude who was calling and telling me he was going to give me a spanking and he was going to like prove me wrong on everything. And it's been weeks and the dude hasn't shown up. And like, that's another one. If we have free time later on, James Walton, that's the one. We'll read his comments in a little while too, and how much he loves Matt Dillahunty.
Well, they never expect you to have a call-in show is the thing. They never expect you to whip out the trump card, which is, okay, then call in. Okay, let's
talk. Yes.
Let's
I can prove you wrong in a heartbeat. Evolution is a bullshit religion, and I can prove it wrong. Bet. Let's do it in front of tens of thousands of people. No, fuck you. I'm not. Yeah. My favorite ones are like I've gotten to a point now where like I have like a roulette wheel you can spin of what's the bitch out excuse. Is it I don't want to support your atheist network? Is it this is pearls before swine, my brilliance is lost on you? Is it what's it gonna be that you're actually gonna say to chicken out of this at the last possible minute? Because it's always something.
I actually think that this is my new favorite. My new favorite is actually, sorry, your lame YouTube show. No, I only have these kinds of conversation in the places that matter, like TikTok, like TikTok Live.
Yes. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny.
I kind of have to respect. I didn't realize he had game like that. You know, I mean, this one's on us for us. Like we're fools for thinking that he would stoop to our level.
If only I had commented something egregiously stupid that I would never actually say or believe, then he could have trounced me in his video reply, and then it would have been a real serious discussion. But at the end of the day,
dude, we're so lucky that we don't have to face him in the marketplace of ideas, because that we would have lost.
We worms here in front of tens of thousands of people are just dying to get into the fucking the real arena. TikTok comments, and then we would prove our brilliance. But alas, we must struggle on. We must trudge through the next several callers who want to debunk evolution, which is the thing that this show is supposed to be about. Fuck.
We have a cornucopia to pick from of calls right now too. So
I was looking at lines 12 and 13. They've been waiting for a long time, and they're right on the money as far as what we need to be talking about. Do you want to choose which one of those? Go for either one.
I think we could do 12 in like 4 minutes, and by 4 I mean because it's the two of us. 4 times 10, so we could do it in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. Let's talk to Lindsay, calling in from Crustacean Orifice. They have them, who wants to know why the horseshoe... It's relevant. It's about horseshoe crabs. Wants to know why the horseshoe crab hasn't evolved. Lindsay, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hello, pretty good. I listened to the caller beforehand and was just kind of... It went all over my head, but that's okay because I went ahead and got some embroidery done. So that's okay.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That was definitely, usually calls in this show, we speak at a more introductory level. This was one guy with a PhD talking to 2 PhD students, talking about like really digging into like utility and function and doing free. So don't expect the rest of the show to be like that. I promise it'll be much more okay.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, honestly, Lindsay, we only did it because chat's been begging for an abiogenic petroleum call for so many weeks now. So we had to, they've been asking us for that kind of content, so we had to give in.
That's fine. Perfectly fine. So I have 3 important questions. One about the horseshoe crab, and then 2 others for specifically about where the heck I can find the answers in Genesis thing that you put out with the person ripping the book, ripping the pages out of the book, and the gills, because now I can't find it and it makes me mad.
The original video that I responded to?
Yeah. Because I remembered those 2 videos in 7th grade when I was in church school and we had to quote unquote debunk evolution, and my 7th grade brain just dropped it out of my head when he started ripping the book. Because I was like, no, you don't do that. And now I can't find it.
That was angry. So I think that was this video, quote the quote mine. Let me just scroll through here and see. Yeah, here he is sitting with the book. I think that's the one. And let me see if I show debunking all the best proof of evolution in 12 minutes. I show the title and the thing on screen. Best proof of evolution in 12 minutes. And here it is. And I'm going to share the link in chat. I don't encourage anyone to watch this. There you go. That's from Answers in Genesis Canada, debunking all the best proof of evolution in 12 minutes. Got a picture of a kookaburra and Calvin Smith on it.
I was hoping it'd be Calvin Smith. You said Answers in Genesis Canada, and I was like, I know the one employee that works for AIG Canada is probably in charge of it.
Yeah, it's absolutely Calvin Smith. God, he sucks.
Yeah,
he sucks.
I'm just like, again, my 7th grade brain was like blown away that you would go ahead and rip out pages in a book. Also,
I think I mentioned it. I think I mentioned it in that video that the picture of that dude literally ripping up a book about evolution while telling you that evolution isn't real. It's very fitting. It's very fitting.
Yeah,
Here's
exactly.
this book of evidence, and he's just tearing it apart. Yep.
Yeah. And the other one was the Word of God. That one specifically, I can't find that one either. And that one was super important to me. Well, he was like, you were saying like the Word of God. Look, I'm debating the Word of God, and it was the weird 2 things where one of them mentioned embryonic gills, which apparently goes into now we can have abortion because they're quote unquote not human. And then the other one was
one of my that must have been one of my really old ones. Yeah.
But the other one was like the weird thing about like, hey, scientists used to be racist, so you don't go ahead and prove a scientist. And I'm like, where's the other one? But I remember those 2 videos like distinctly burned into my head. And then when I was trying to figure it out, I was like, oh my gosh, that opened up a memory. But anyway, why hasn't horseshoe crabs evolved?
Yeah. I'm going to put this also here in the chat for anybody who, I saw a couple of people asking if I've made a response video. The video that I just posted from Answers in Genesis, here is my response video to it. It's called "Quote the Quote Mine Evolution is Real." It's a train wreck. Okay, so why haven't horseshoe crabs evolved? Surprise, they have. Erika, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
I'll start, but I want to start because I just want to give our lovely caller here, Bicknell and Pates, from 2020, Frontiers in Earth Science, the Pictorial Atlas of Fossil and Extant Horseshoe Crabs, with focus on Xiphosaurida, or Xiphosaurida. I'm not sure how, the entomology guys or arthropod guys would pronounce that. But it's this really wonderful paper that shows you how horseshoe crabs have actually changed in body plan and in the minutia over time. It's beautiful. It's lovely. The cartoons are great. It's wonderful. But to the point that you said, why haven't horseshoe crabs evolved? That I think that gets at a arguably more interesting question, which is like, okay, when we do see stasis, even if it's stasis only in a general sense, like why is that? Why do animals stick with certain body plans, or why do they stick in certain habitats, or why do they converge on similar strategies? And like that in and of itself is also fun and cool to ask. But it is a different question. So the short answer is horseshoe crabs have evolved. They're cool. I like them. And I'm gonna pistol whip Forrest here. I'm gonna slam you on this, Forrest, because horseshoe crabs aren't crustaceans, they're arachnids, which are not technically crustaceans. They're arthropods.
Are they really?
Yeah. They are more. They are more in kind with spiders than actual crabs. I know because I volunteer at a zoo specifically for invertebrates in Colorado. If you have held Rosie, then you know which one I'm talking about.
I only know that because I've been corrected by other arthropod folks like Lindsay when I'll be like, yeah, a horseshoe crab, that's my favorite crustacean. And then they're like, you dumb moron, a horseshoe crab is not a crab. And so shame is a wonderful motivator for me. That's the only reason I remember.
I will just say, actually, that's
actually, I feel the same way. There's nothing more powerful than an actually. So I concur with you, Lindsay. And I
Chelicerates, more closely related to arachnids. That's fucking nuts. Dude, that's so fucking cool.
Yay, you learned something, and I did too.
I'm stoked. This is an amazing day.
Lindsay, I'm putting this paper, the pictorial atlas of horseshoe crabs, in the chat, so you can take a look at it if you want it.
Okay, thank you.
That's awesome.
You're welcome. Enjoy.
Yep.
Yeah. What I would throw out is just in terms of like the thing that's important to remember about evolution, Lindsay, is that evolution isn't necessarily, despite what we think about it, it isn't always a massive change in body and becoming better and far harder and faster and stronger and blah, blah, blah. It is just fitting more and more into your niche. And so like evolution always happens. It may happen at different rates. It may have different levels of changes that you see, but every new generation is evolution because every new generation has minor differences in the metagenome, right? Yep. There is a way, theoretically, for evolution to stop. Hypothetically, theoretically, evolution can stop if we reach what we call Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, which is like realistically not possible, which is that you have this huge population with no individuals leaving or entering the population ever, and everybody mates completely randomly. Then, strictly hypothetically, evolution would stop because you would no longer have genetic drift being a factor. You wouldn't have genetic drift is just the reshuffling of alleles within a population, and eventually you get better combinations. So think about it like shuffling a deck of cards. There are certain hands, certain combination of cards which are better, and certain ones that are worse. So if you take the same genes, the same alleles, and shuffle them around in this population, you're going to get some that are better, and then that's going to become the specific combination that becomes more fixed in the population, becomes a higher frequency in the population, whereas this worse combination will become less frequent, and certain alleles may even be filtered out that way. So you can still have evolution in this way without even any new mutations coming in.
Right, exactly.
And you can stop that if you hit Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, which requires some pretty impossible things like completely random mating and no immigration or emigration. So in this case, you have a species that is just bonkers stupid good at the one stupid thing that it does, which is creeping up onto the eastern coast of the United States, pooping out babies, crawling under the ocean and disappearing for a while, and also making shit that's really important for biochemistry or biomedicine.
I was going to say, we make sure that people know that the horseshoe crab's blood is blue, and also apparently the let's see, what's the other one that we have that feels like felt or not felt? I'm gonna forget the name. Keyhole limpet. There we are. Yeah, keyhole limpet also has blue blood, and is being used currently for is it cancer research? Possibly.
Probably. Sounds like some dumb shit. Yeah, so they have that blue blood because we use hemoglobin in our blood, which uses iron as a binder for oxygen. They use hemocyanin. So yeah, they use hemocyanin, so they use copper in their blood, which turns blue instead. Yep. And the reason why there are plenty of things with blue blood. A lot of arthropods, I think octopi, strictly speaking, have blue blood, if I remember correctly. There's a lot of things that use hemocyanin, but hemocyanins are very diverse, and so you have lots of different kinds of them. The thing about these guys in particular, the reason why their blood is so important for biomed is because they have a chemical in their blood called limulus amoebocyte lysate, which is it's part of their immune system that when you have bacteria, they produce these endotoxins, these toxins that are harmful to you. Is why you can't, if you leave your food out and it goes bad, you can't just reheat it really hot and kill all the bacteria and then it's good to eat again, because there's still toxins from those bacteria in there that'll still kill you. And those toxins are very heat resistant. And so what happens when bacteria die, they release a lot of these endotoxins when they break apart as well. And so just sterilizing something isn't good enough. If you're going to do a joint replacement or a vaccine or some other type of medicine, especially something that's implanted, just sterilizing it isn't good enough because there might still be these endotoxins on there. So limulus amoebocyte lysate from horseshoe crab blood is really cool because when it counters these endotoxins, it forms a gel. And that's how it protects the horseshoe crab. It just globs along these things, stops them from hurting the crab. We can take this horseshoe crab blood derivative and smear it on every bit of medical equipment we want. And if it forms a gel, we know it was gross. And if it doesn't form a gel, we know it's safe to put in somebody's body. And so horseshoe crabs have saved billions of lives around the world just by their fucking existence. And that's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Although with habitat stuff, that's,
Yeah, we're hurting them. We're hurting them a lot. And we also have to bleed them to the point of death to get this stuff out of them.
Well, which is weird.
It sucks.
I didn't realize we took so many. Like, it took so much.
We took a lot.
Really, really expensive. I didn't realize that
we don't have a way to... Yes, we do not have a way to synthesize it yet. Hey, everybody out there in the audience, if you want to become the best goddamn biochemist in the world, learn to synthesize that shit. You will save billions of lives, human and crab alike.
If you can get funding.
Exactly.
If you can get funding. Tell the government that your research is about how to abuse women better, and then they'll give you the funding.
Well, because this is the problem, right? Because it's like, if you pitch, I want to research horseshoe crab blood, then you're going to end up on Fox News and the compilation of, this is what your tax money is going towards, horseshoe crab blood research. That's so stupid. But then it's like, that's the way science works. And fortunately for all of us, but currently, unfortunately, is that, a lot of it is researching things that we had no idea would have such widespread, wonderful application. But we figured it out because somebody bothered to look. So,
So one last little question for Forrest. I was looking back at your first couple videos, and you were saying you were debunking the little childhood song about evolution. So I was wondering what kind of song you would go ahead and write for first graders about evolution. Because you said they were the best at picking apart and poking whatever you say to get down to the meat of it.
They are very good.
Just a little.
They are very good. Yeah. If anybody wants to ever get into education, go try to explain something very, very well to a class of first or third graders, and see how fast they tell you you're an idiot and how fast you believe them. I would. I don't know, man. If I had to write a song, if I had to write a song for that age group, it would be something. I'm not going to do it right now, but it would be
because I have ADHD, so I'm like, hey, I wonder what Forrest would write if he debunked this song, so why not write his own and then, put it on YouTube. It'd be like, look, kids, actual science in the song.
It would be just something. It would be introducing the very basic concept of evolution, first of all. It would just be explaining that this is just, I would give, in kid-friendly words, the definition of any change in the heritable characteristics of a population over the course of multiple generations. That is the definition of evolution. I would make that in kid-friendly terms, which could just be as simple as, children are different than their parents, and their children are different than them, and their children are different than them. And eventually, your great grandkids will be a different kind of monkey than you, and something, you know what I mean? Like, it would be something kind of bobbing like that.
Sorry, did you just write the next hit of the summer, Forrest? Because
I think I did. Yeah.
I think that might be the next summer hit.
Send funding to P.O. Box 1810, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma 74013, and I will make that song someday.
May I recommend, for any of my sort of more obscure, I don't know that they're obscure. Anyways, They Might Be Giants has a great album of like science for kids. And they have one song that's kind of similar to that for us. It's called My Brother the Ape. And it's like, like an evolution learning song, but They Might Be Giants, but it's like, so it's like cool. And they've got the periodic table song and the planet song. And and it's They Might Be Giants, So It Rocks. For those of you out there who are fans of that type of music, you will enjoy it. I unironically have some of it liked on my Spotify. It's great.
A Margan who just said he'll send a super chat if I stop singing for forever. No. It would be something like that.
Forrest. Your vibrato was top notch.
Thank you for noticing. I've got my brother the Ape pulled up here. I'm going to definitely look that up later on. Cool. I think it's a great idea. It's one of the things that I want to do is get more cool kid stuff out there to entertain the youths and educate them in the ways of science and the sword. Well, yeah. So, we can do that.
Which sword? There are many of them.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay. I guess the final question, and since you guys are biologists, maybe not. This may be not your expertise, and that's okay, because both of you keep saying, I don't know is a good answer, and that's fine. And that's what I've learned as well with the zoo. Saying, I don't know, here's another person, is perfectly fine. Lobotomies. Why did we start them, and why did we stop them?
Oh, that is a really good question.
So it's a little outside of my area, but I know a little bit about it. It's very outside of my area, but we started them because we saw how massively successful they were at what we thought they were doing. We had somebody who we thought was incurably insane, and had this major issue that they, and if we knew that this part of the brain was responsible for some of these behaviors, and if we could just sever it a little bit, then it sedated them, it pacified them, it made them more calm, and that means that they were happy. And what we didn't realize at the time was that by major serious problems, we meant things like anxiety or being a woman, and just general normal shit. And by the brain is involved with these things, we mean the brain is involved in executive function and having a personality at all. And so, yes, anything can come out from that. And by sedate and passive, we mean we just completely destroyed this person's entire life.
Exactly.
But in the mid 1900s, they were just more sensible now. Look how calm they were. That's what a good person should be. And so what it was, as is so often the case in so much of the history of medicine, it was Victorian men with Victorian ideals and Victorian standards mutilating people until they behaved. Is what it was. And we stopped doing those things when we realized how fucking monstrous they were.
You see something that's super similar with the forced sterilization campaigns during the eugenics craze of the 1920s, I guess 19-teens and 1920s, where, the state would forcibly sterilize mostly women in sanatoriums all across the U.S. I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of people sterilized against their will because they were deemed non-upstanding citizens. First of all, you shouldn't sterilize anybody for any reason that isn't because their life is threatened, right? I guess they're I'm thinking of an emergency hysterectomy or something like that. These people were sterilized these people were sterilized because they ended up in a sanatorium. Oftentimes they were young, unwed mothers who had kids out of wedlock, and so they were deemed unfit for society and forcibly sterilized. And boy, isn't this going to be shocking? Not only was it mostly women, but it was mostly women of color as well. Who were getting sterilized. It's crazy how that works. But I'll yes, pretty much, right? Yes, but there's to the lobotomy thing. It's interesting with the brain stuff because it's I don't know the distinct history of lobotomies, although I suspect that Forrest is right in what he said. I feel like I remember reading something similar. But I think what's really cool is that it's there are major brain surgeries that actually have turned out to be super helpful and are still done today. Like when you sever the corpus callosum to prevent epilepsy. And it's exactly. You could see a universe where it's I'm sure there was a person who performed a lobotomy who thought they were doing something good. It's just, the road to hell's paved with good intentions when it comes to doing medical experiments. Really, that's what this was on unwilling participants. So there's an interesting sort of double side to the coin, but one side of the coin is much larger and more malevolent than the other.
The way that I see it is that it is yet another really important lesson in like why I know this is unfortunately political now, but like this is why diversity in things is so important in science and in medicine and in industry and everything like that. The reason why we had this history, a lot of it is because we only allowed white men to participate in the thing. And so people didn't realize they thought they were being super objective scientists. Excuse me. They thought they were being super objective scientists. They did not realize how much their culture and how much their linguistic relativism and how much their background, their upbringing influences their illusion of objectivity. And so you would have these people who are like, okay, well, obviously I know the scientific reality that women are inferior and there's only two sexes and genders and that all these brown people have, and also phrenology is a real thing, I guess, because I believe, you know what I mean? And so they're coming from this background of extreme isolation and white supremacy and misogyny and cis heteronormativity and just this homogeny that they're coming from. And now a major reason why that shit is getting better is because we have diversity in academia, because we have diversity in science, because we have diversity in medicine, because we have diversity in industry, because we have diversity at every single level of thought. And people from all around the world of all different backgrounds are coming in together and sussing out the bullshit in their own and each other's worldviews. And we're coming up with something much, much better. And so like that's one of the many, many reasons. Yes, that's one of the many, many, many reasons why DEI is such an important fucking thing, and why those initiatives make the choir here. So. Yes, it amplifies science. It doesn't suppress it. It doesn't stifle it.
You're preaching to the choir, maybe not necessarily the rest of the audience. I assume we're all okay on the same page. I am certain that I am. I just want to make sure to get it out there. Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind that most of the people listening to me at this moment would agree. But like, I feel like it's really important to reiterate these things as often as we can, because otherwise, we would end up in the same echo chamber where we don't see the why. I try to put that out there.
Oh, yeah. No, I get it.
If you want a nice additional walk down horror lane, you can check out the history of gynecology, because that's just a guy who experimented on enslaved people, right? Like, he just experimented on his slaves, right?
Yep.
And in another horrible twist of fate, because people didn't want to go into the field of gynecology, he ended up training them to help him do this work on other women. And of course, so not only were they unwilling participants of what is effectively torture, reproductive torture, but they weren't even credited for their contributions to figuring out how the body works, right?
Yep.
Right.
Not good. I think his name's Sims. Someone Sims.
That sounds right. That sounds familiar.
I read it in a wonderful book. It's a bedtime. It's a bedtime. That's the summary.
It's a bad time, Lindsay. Yeah.
No, I got you. Like, I get it. It just annoys me that we're rolling back lots of things that I understood as fundamental. But apparently not. So.
Yep. I feel you, Lindsay. I totally feel you.
Girl.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I mean,
what do you mean you're taking away the like? Not even Roe v. Wade, but I mean that's a big thing. But also like the climate change stuff. I'm like, no, we have that as a protection because everybody's on the planet and we need to breathe good air. Like, why are you taking that away?
It's even worse than that, right? Because it's like going into this administration, I'm an optimistic but doomery person, and so I was like, all right, so DEA is getting taken behind the barn. Anything regarding gender and sex studies and sexuality studies are getting taken behind the barn. Climate change is getting taken behind the barn. What I didn't expect was for biomedicine, the most economically viable of all the fields, being slashed by over 50%. 55% was the initial recommendation for the NIH and the NSF. So it's like, I mean, and at that point, you're just like, okay, so like literally everything's on the table. Like anything could happen.
But Erika, if we didn't cut cancer research funding, how would we offer $300,000 a year bonus salaries for ICE agents and also student loan forgiveness and healthcare and all the other things we've been telling American citizens they can't have because it's too expensive and not tenable for over a decade. And then they can be the most funded government agency in the entire country, larger than some countries' armies, and then they can go terrorize brown people. If we didn't do that, how could we achieve this great goal? Like, I mean, come on.
This country is pain maxing. Like, we're just pain and suffering maxing. Unbelievable. Yeah. Sorry, Lindsay, I interrupted you.
I was just going to say, Forrest, not just brown people, but disabled brown people. I heard as well, which really, because I am a disabled white person. And I'm like, no, you're doing it to, what are you doing to all the minorities? But like a minority within a minority. What the hell?
Yep.
Yeah, they often
one
forget
of us,
that
all of us.
They're slashing DEI, and then there's also an A that's usually tacked on to the end of that as well, that they try not to talk about because, boy, the optics of that are bad even when you talk to most rural Republicans, because everybody likes accessibility.
I love asking that whenever I hear a cultist talking about DEI and how much they hate it. And like, just which part specifically? Is it diversity, equity, or inclusion that you don't like? And please explain in detail how, because DEI is just a noise that means woke now. You know, DEI means woke, which means politically correct, which means BLM, which means it's all these words that really just mean the N word, right? But when you actually have to have them say, that's what it is. It's the same thing with CRT and everything else. But when you really have to say diversity is bad because equity is bad because inclusion is bad because, I find that the arguments are much, much harder for them to keep up with. And you're right. When I was at the bathroom at an airport recently, and I saw they have this little stool thing for you to get up to the counter. Mm-hmm. Great for children, great for little people, great for all sorts of folks who need that. They have in the bathroom, they have rails on the side of certain toilets. Great for people with disabilities, great for wheelchair users, great for people who are a little bit wobbly, great for the elderly, great for all sorts of people. I want you to sit down and actually tell me why cutting those things out of the fucking bathroom makes your society safer. I saw a post on Threads recently. It's I'm at the men's bathroom at the airport, and here's this fucking tampon dispenser. This is woke bullshit. Okay, so tell me why single dads getting menstrual products for their daughters is a bad thing. Please explain to me how that makes you safer. Like, come the fuck, you just see this and you think trans people, and then as usual, you can't stop thinking about trans people's genitals, and so you go on this fucking tirade. It's when you actually break it down, it makes no goddamn sense. And if they thought it through, they wouldn't be in the cult that they're in. And here we are.
Well, no. Well, if you want to talk about cults, there's a knitting cult lady, Daniela Mestenek Young, who basically, let's see, she wrote a book called Uncultured, and she grew up in the Children of God. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. And that
sounds familiar. I don't remember exactly, but it sounds familiar.
Lots of underage things happening with adults. Let's put it that way.
Not surprising. Not surprising.
Well, that's now. I mean, this is my shock Pikachu face, right? I mean, that's the whole thing now. Is that it all comes back down to inappropriate shit with underage kids. I mean, call a spade a spade.
Yep.
It's across the board.
Yep.
Something. Release the files. Anyways, continue, Lindsay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So that is basically most of my knowledge about cults in general, but also Cults to Consciousness is a YouTube channel. If you guys want to go down that rabbit hole, I've now stopped checking it out because that is way too much information on the bad scale. Not that I don't think it needs to be necessary, but that I can't have that in my brain. I would rather learn about evolution and all that other stuff that makes me happy. So, yeah.
I never finished it, but I heard really good things about the book Cultish by Amanda Montell as well.
That I have not read. But
yeah, it's about the language of cults. That's why it's called cultish. It's the language that cults use. And is this woman? I think she grew up in a cult, and she just talks about like the language control, the thought control, the emotional control, the behavior control, the Stephen Hassan's bite model. Yeah, exactly. She talks about that from her own perspective in her own way. It is really, really cool. Like I said, I've never actually gotten all the way through it, but I've heard it highly recommended by a lot of people who actually study this shit. Anyway, with that, Lindsay, have we answered your question at least somewhat satisfactorily that we can move on?
Of course. And thank you so much for all that you do, and I appreciate it. And I might go ahead and buy some merchandise. The one about home is nice. So, although I do like unicorns, but I was like, oh wait, no, Ken Ham. Oh no, oh dear. Yes, I like and dragons, but I also don't believe they actually exist. If I'm sorry, that Ken Ham actually exists.
Have you not heard of Saint George and the dragon? That must have been real. And also,
I just recently watched that video again because I was trying to find the other ones. But yeah, no, I appreciate all you guys' work, and I actually went ahead and found you. I did the whole not whole deconstruction. I am kind of deconstructing, but I started with Owen Morgan and Jimmy Snow when they were Telltale and Mr. Atheist. So
hell yeah, that's awesome.
So anyway, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate you both. So.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, it's been great. And if you ever have any questions, if you ever want to talk about God or anything like that, you know where to find us.
Can do. Thank you.
See you later, Lindsay. Bye-bye. Speaking of
Lindsay feels like calling back to talk about one of those subjects. We'll still be going in about 2.5 weeks.
Yes, it'll be. Yes, I do it. That was. I think I didn't see exactly, but I believe that was just under 40 minutes. It was just 30 minutes and some change. So like we were in there.
We're kind of slaying it right now. We're kind of like hitting these calls fast, going quickly, getting through these calls lickety split, just as people just like people prefer.
Both lickety and split. I do want to throw out there just that thing that she said at the end about, or you guys were both saying about, it always ends up with underage girls and being inappropriate with them. Bringing that back to the other topic, just want to say it every time I can. He won't release the list because he's on the list, y'all. Yeah. That's what's happening. And just to be clear, calling Trump a pedophile, it's not a new thing. That's not a modern political statement that we're like being all sassy and woke about the Epstein list. No, for years he's been a pedophile, and we've known it. And any cult members listening right now, MAGA is what I'm talking about. You fucking known it for years too. When he said to a 10-year-old girl that he would be dating her in 10 years, pedophile move. When he said of his infant daughter that he hopes she grows up to have her mother's tits, pedophile move. When he said of his teenage daughter that if they weren't related, he'd be dating her, pedophile move. When he was on the Howard Stern show and said one of the cool things about owning the Miss Teen USA pageant is that he, as the owner, gets to go inspect it anytime he wants. And that means going backstage into the changing rooms and seeing these underage girls, that's a word for children, these children getting dressed and how they have the most incredible bodies. Pedophile move. And it's all on recording. And you've known about it for years. And if you haven't known about it for years, it's because you're in a fucking cult. So he's always been a pedophile. He's absolutely on that list. And you know what? If your argument to that, if I'm saying this and you're like, well, what about Bill Clinton's on, and what about this guy's on? Fuck him. Anybody who's on that list, send them to jail for the rest of their miserable life. It's a shame there isn't a hell for them to go to. They should have the best fucking healthcare on the planet while they're in prison so they can rot there for longer. Anybody. I don't care if Obama's on the list. I don't care if Clinton's on the list. I don't care if Harris is on the list. I don't care if my parents are on the list. Send them to fucking prison forever. And send Trump too, because he's a fucking pedophile. And you'd know that if you weren't in a cult.
It's honestly incredible too. Pay close attention to what these diehard cult members are now saying, right? Because I've been seeing stuff on Maine, not on Twitter, because I'm not on Twitter anymore. I've been seeing on Maine people saying stuff like, well, if the answer starts with well, these people need to be banished to a desert somewhere. Like, it's absolutely unbelievable that you're seeing people willing to try to even begin a sentence as if they're going to justify what's going on. I heard somebody say humans are biologically wired to be able to get pregnant at 50. I was like, I don't want to hear anymore. Honest to
we've
God,
had that call. We've had that call on this show.
Yes, sick to my stomach. I want to read this Instagram post because I thought it was really funny.
I have one too. I
can't believe they faked the letter. Planting him all over the files. Being best friends was a coincidence. A jury was wrong. 24 other women were lying. And all his gross comments were taken out of context. That's insane. Literally, I cannot believe that. That's insane. Because it is. And as Forrest said, right, like if you're still buying into this stuff, I'm really sorry. You're like hero worshipping a pedophile. Like full stop, do not pesco. That's the end of the story. And I'll co-sign everything Forrest said too. I don't care who's on the list. If they're on the list, send them to jail. And I'll be, to give my edgelord take, the shit that I actually want to happen would violate TOS here on YouTube. So I'll say send them to prison, but that's not what I feel in my heart and in my soul.
No.
Right? Like,
no.
If I was in a room with these people with a heavy object, I would chimp out. Right? Like it's absolutely unbelievable what people are willing to do for tribalistic team sports and I guess hurting the brown people. I mean, I don't know what else you can say about it. It's
it
vile.
Really is the motivation.
It's nausea-inducing.
Yeah, Now This Impact posted a thing. It was just a compilation, a little collage of right-wing influencers and like big TikTok or Twitter accounts that and just how they flip-flop. So here from the November 2024, Azalea Banks posts, absolutely not. No sympathy for pedophiles and sex offenders. Then July 2025, okay, in Donald Trump's defense, fucking a 14-year-old girl is really only made a social taboo in the 1990s.
Hey, actually, you're wrong. That's actually also not true. And because I'm working on a big secret project right now, I can tell you that I'm very familiar with life history evolution in humans. Is anybody ever asking the question why sexual maturity and physical maturity in humans doesn't actually catch up to one another until 18 and why pregnancy is so dangerous for girls to undergo when they are literal children? Like, even a chimpanzee doesn't stoop that low. They're technically able to get pregnant when they're like 12 and they don't have their first kid for several years later. When you scale it up, it's about the same difference as humans because, wouldn't you know it, that's a psychotic thing to do or to say. And those kinds of people make me want to violate TOS. Again, I can't really go there without ending up on some kind of list.
I'm going to read another one. Joey Manarino, February 2025. The Epstein files will come out tomorrow. Every living human on that list should immediately be jailed. Joey Manarino, July 2025. 2025. Being on the Epstein files does not mean that you're a pedophile.
Look, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Yes, it does. Right? Like
it probably does.
I think it probably does. Like, I don't know what else you can say. I mean, when you're on the list that the king of all pedophiles has, you might be a pedophile. I'm just saying, like, that's not on me.
It's just so rough.
I don't think I'm being controversial in that.
I love how unifying of an issue this is because, like, I forgot what the most recent poll was, but it was like something like damn near like 80% of the country agrees that this is a major fucking issue that needs to be made public immediately. And you've still got, like, across the board, every Republican in Congress shutting Congress down to make sure that we don't even have to talk about it anymore. Oh my God.
All I know is when centrist YouTube and you get like some of these guys who I haven't seen a left-leaning take in 10 years from them who are coming out and saying, gee willikers, maybe Trump might be possibly on that list, you guys. Like, I don't know, maybe this kind of seems like maybe he's behaving a little suspiciously. The tide is seemingly turning a bit when those kinds of slime are reporting on this in the way that they are.
Nick Fuentes, his bitch ass came out and was like, fucking the leftists were right. This guy's a creep. We have to abandon it. We can't. MAGA was a fucking scam. This is all bull. If that fucking dingus can get it and you don't, Sorry. Like, oh my God.
Like, I can't even imagine being in a headspace where your political team sports ranks above there's a pedophile who's the president. Like, I just can't, I can't get in that headspace. That is actually deranged.
Yep. There's it. Oh, well, Biden was blah, blah, blah. Okay, if that's true, he shouldn't have been president, and I hate him, and I didn't like him in the first place. Fuck him. Now you two, you do it. You go next. It's just you do the same thing.
I love the Clinton stuff too, because I'll just with my whole chest, yeah, put his ass in jail.
Fuck
his
Bill
ass
Clinton.
Straight
fuck
in
both
jail.
of them.
And honestly, like I don't know how you could say anything different and retain your humanity. Like I know that
Seriously.
I know that's horrible to say, but like, and I'm laughing because that's all I can do, but to tamp down my TOS violations that are about to start spewing forth and getting me.
There's a good super chat about it that we agree with.
Oh, good! I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
Never mind. Let's go to our next call.
Send your super chats that violate terms of service and get us banned by giving us money. Fuck, man. It's so gross and it's so stupid. I love that there's a streamer that I do watch from time to time, Parker Get a Job, we're mutuals on them TikToks. And that's one, I love the clips of him where he'll have a Trump supporter on. He's like, hey, if Trump is a creep, if he is talking about, looking at children and would you stop supporting him? And they're like, yes. And he's like, okay, I bet you won't. And they're like, you don't know. I'm telling you, yes, this is my moral life. And then he plays in that clip on Howard Stern. And they're like, well, I think you have to understand. It's every time. It's every time.
It is what's the phrase? Pedocon theory undefeated. It's like every single time some absolutely vile piece of human garbage comes out and they're a politician and they've done something horrible with children. Like, I think I can guess with a pretty high accuracy where they're falling on the aisle, right?
I bet they're not a trans person. I bet they're not a drag queen. I bet.
Dude, it's so weird how that happens, man. Like, that's so strange. Anyways, moving on, because there's definitely nothing to dissect there. Like, no. Jesus Christ.
It's everybody in chat saying Parker rocks. Tell him I said hi. Let's talk to this person who's been waiting for 2 hours and says that we should be creationists, and I want to hear why. So let's talk to Adam calling in from Nipple Clamps, who says we should be creationists. Adam, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today? Don't look disgusted. That's where he's calling in from. Don't shame
but
him.
you did nipple clamps. You did crustacean orifice. Like, there's just been a lot of there's a trend tonight that I've been noticing, and I don't like it.
I think the only trend is your reaction. I don't think there's any trend from me. I think this is a you problem, not a me problem.
No. That's fine. And I love the trend. I've voiced that many times. Sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
Let's talk about creationism.
No worries. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we can.
I can hear you just fine.
Perfect. Yeah. Now, thanks for bringing me on. I just wanted to have a conversation. I think that there's good reason to be a creationist. And so perhaps, if not convincing you to be a creationist, perhaps to think at least in a more positive manner on creationism than you might have in the past. Does that sound good?
Sure. Yeah,
let's hear it.
Awesome. So really quickly, I just want some clarifying points here. Do both of you ascribe as naturalists?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, certainly methodological naturalism, and I can't think of anything that I would hold that would not be naturalistic. Sure.
Okay.
No, normally at this point, I would ask, like, hey, just to be clear, you mean this? But like, you've been on hold for 2 hours. We're going to keep going with it. And if it comes up that I'm like, hey, that's not what I mean by naturalism, we'll get there. But yeah, almost certainly, yes, I agree with the idea of what you're saying. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I think that as far as like reality is concerned, and we'll talk about one aspect at a time, but I think this explanation goes for all of reality, the physical universe specifically. But life is more expected under a form of theistic hypothesis than a naturalistic hypothesis. So I would assume that you guys both don't agree with that, unless I'm wrong here. But what are your thoughts with that statement?
Do you want to start, or do you want me to start, Erika?
I have a thought. Mine's short. I think that, a lot of times when you're talking about this fine-tuning stuff, you can point to the puddle analogy, right? It's like it often seems like the situation that we're in is so unlikely and so rare that it must be designed for life. But I think I could just as easily point and be like, well, life is not going to emerge in the conditions that aren't fine-tuned, in the universes that don't begin that way or persist that way, however that ends up hashing out. So to me, it feels a bit like a confirmation bias at a very cosmic scale. That's my immediate thought.
Yeah, I would say something very similar. Is that like I could agree with that, to say that, like, yeah, if a creator wanted to create life, then it would make more. I would expect life to happen in a universe with a creator. Yeah, and naturalistically, who knows whether or not it'll happen. I think that I think that the argument that life is naturalistic and the argument for abiogenesis, the argument for life being expected in a natural universe, is quite strong. But I could take my own version of the fine-tuning argument and say things didn't necessarily need to be arranged this way, blah, blah, blah. However, in a situation with a creator, then it is necessary that they are a specific way, and that specific way happens to be what the creator wants. So the only issue that I would have with it is, like, it's kind of assuming what any creator would want is to create life, and I don't think that's reasonable. But taking it at face value, in a creationist universe where there is a creator and that creator wants life, yes, I would expect life to happen. And in a natural universe, I would still expect life, but certainly not with the same frequency. So for the sake of argument, I'm willing to vibe with it. I don't think it's worth getting too nitpicky over, unless the next point is there is life, therefore there is a creator, and then I'm going to be nitpicky about it.
You got me. No. So the way I try to go about this is actually through kind of a Bayesian approach. So I think, like, if we start from a neutral standpoint, if we're weighing the two different options between naturalism and theism. And so in this specific case, a theistic hypothesis that I would put forward would be something like perfect being theism. And are you familiar with that hypothesis? I mean, it's pretty common.
Yeah, I don't know it.
So just like a maximally great being, something that's maximally great and great making properties. Or like the standard also is omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent.
Oh, so like the triune God.
Sure. Gotcha.
Right. Okay. So I think if we start from a neutral standpoint, looking at the two, I'm the agnostic folk standing there looking at these two hypotheses. How would I increase the prior in order to heighten the possibility or the probability of said hypothesis being the explanation for, let's say in this instance, a life-permitting universe? I think that under a naturalistic hypothesis, I don't see a better option. You can go to like a half explanation. And so the way to increase the probability in this exercise would be to provide a sufficient or reasonable explanation to increase the prior. We don't have to say, well, you can increase the prior. Let's say we'll start at 50-50, so 0.5, 0.5. You can increase the prior either by 0.1, 0.01, it doesn't matter, by some metric of more rather than nothing. So under naturalism, I don't see what type of explanation. We can either appeal to a brute fact. You might appeal to a necessary existence, but I would have some problems with that. And then the other option would be just chance, which is ultimately going to be one of the prior two, which is more of a half explanation. Whereas under theism, specifically the perfect being theism, if God is omnibenevolent, right, he's all good or a maximal amount of good, God would want to create more good, right? And so having a universe where there is life, specifically beings with free will that are capable of doing moral good, this is a moral good. This is something that's good, and a good being would want to create more good. And secondarily to that, having the freedom to choose between good and evil in and of itself is a good, and that's a good that a perfectly good being can't do, because God can't choose between good and evil. He has free will to choose between good and better per se, but not good and evil. And so we can do a good that God can't even do, which would thus motivate God even more to want to create a universe that's life permitting. Follow me so far?
I'm following you. I'm not agreeing with you. I think there's a lot of issues with what you're saying, but I think I'm smelling what you're stepping in.
Fair enough. So I guess go ahead and let me know what your points of contention are. Love to discuss.
Okay, so Erika, do you care if I jump in for a second?
No, you go. I mean, mine's going to be similar to what I said at the beginning. So you start, and I'll quit at the end.
Sure. So you are positing that there is a tri-omni creator, omnipresent, is all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-good. Is what this creator is, and therefore this creator made life because life has the capability of doing good, and the more life, the better, because that's more good in the universe. That's kind of where we're at right now, right?
Right.
Okay. So here's my issue. First of all, the tri-omni God is logically doesn't make any damn sense considering the nature of just life on this planet. But considering just the idea that there is such a creature, that model of it wanting to make life because life is good and all of it doesn't really seem to be compatible with the reality of the universe as it is, which is the vast, and I mean vast majority of the universe is cold, inhospitable, totally indifferent to or totally against any kind of life. And as far as we know, we have this one planet. Certainly there are more planets that could sustain life. Don't know of any that do. We have this one planet that does have life, and this planet is kind of known for having very finite resources. And so you have lots and lots of life competing for finite resources, which necessarily brings about suffering, pain, death, famine, murder, all sorts of different things that are not moral goods. So if this God is all good and is using life as a modality for more good, that's a fucking dumb way to do that, because you are making so much suffering and pain and death where there needn't to be any in order to bring about good that it could create some other way, especially if it is indeed all-knowing. So that's the first issue that I have. Do you want to start with that, or do you want to start moving on to the next ones? Because I've got a few more.
Okay, so you don't necessarily say that the reasoning I've presented is logically incoherent. It's just more so you don't think that evidentially it aligns with what we see, right?
I do say that, but that's not what I'm saying right now.
Oh, forgive me then. Could you elaborate that? Because I guess what I'm trying to get at specifically is the description that I've given. The purpose of me saying that was those two explanations to increase the prior. And so I'm trying to see whether they do or don't increase the prior. But you're saying that they aren't as I've described. Like what we see in the real world does not actually align with the explanations I've given to increase the prior, right?
So Adam, I actually disagree with the prior, if that's fine. Right, like yeah. I said that at the beginning, but it's like I don't agree with the premises that you've set forth, right? Like I don't find the fact that life is present to be particularly compelling, because for all I know, if in universes where those conditions don't exist, nothing is there to observe them, nothing is there to appreciate them. There could be an infinite amount of them out there for all I know. But in universes where the conditions are nice for life and life does proliferate, and in universes where it proliferates particularly well, perhaps even like this one, life is there, life can appreciate it, and it thinks itself special, it thinks its conditions unique, because they are particularly fine-tuned where they are. But you're almost playing a numbers game here, at least under certain, I guess, cosmological models. So for me, it's like in order for that to hold water, you would have to be able to support the notion that it's like this type of situation isn't just rare, it is exceptional. So that's my problem with the priors. But, maybe you're not having this conversation really with me. Maybe this is more of a conversation with Forrest, in the sense that, I don't know if Forrest agreed with the priors or not. So
I don't. I'm trying to dig into the meat of the issue as it is, because like if I go back and reject the premises, then we're going to be arguing about that forever. And I want to do that too. I think that's also important. But I want to show that like I don't agree with where you're coming from nor where you're going. So I'm going to start with where you're going and show that, like, in my opinion, any god or creator, or whatever terminology you want to use here, you haven't specified which creator you're speaking about, if there is one in particular. But any creator you're talking about here, if it is indeed all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-loving, or good, or whatever, this is the dumbest possible way for it to do what you're claiming it wants to do. And that leads me to dismiss the idea that it is actually what it wants to do, if it is indeed all-knowing.
So I feel like that statement has a really heavy burden of proof. How can you prove this is the dumbest possible way to do that?
So let me turn it around to you. Do you are you claiming that this God is all powerful or maximally powerful, meaning that it is constrained by the laws of nature?
The classical omnipotent definition, capable of doing all logically possible things.
All logically possible things. So it is not constrained. So it is or is not constrained by physics.
So no, because physics aren't necessarily going to break a law of logic. If you were to defy the law of physics, some physical.
So
law.
it is able to change the law of nature. It is able to break the laws of physics. It's able to do whatever it wants, but it sticks around in logic, and that it did in fact do this thing. Therefore, this thing did happen, right? So in that scenario, this creator could have made any type of universe that I can imagine, including one in which there is indeed life and none of it suffers, and it only does good things, and everybody's happy all the time. And instead, it chose to make a universe with congenital cancers. And my question to you is, in this framework where the whole point here is good, and life is capable of doing good. Therefore, this creator made life so that good can happen. That's the framework that you gave us earlier. In that framework, where the point is doing good, is a life of infinite, unimaginable suffering better, more good than no life at all? If you had a being that this creator who is all-knowing and knows exactly what this being's life is going to be, and the creator knows that from the moment this thing is born, it is going to be an extreme, blinding agony until the moment that it dies, is it better for it to let this thing live in this agony than to just not let it live at all?
I would reject the notion of foreknowledge that you seem to presuppose there, and that's fine, because that's the more
said he's all-knowing.
Western view. Right.
Okay, so when you say all-knowing, he knows everything in the universe, but he doesn't know what is going to happen next.
All possible knowledge, right? He can't know things about something that doesn't exist. Yes.
Let me write that down. All possible knowledge. So in that case, but he does know. Do you believe in determinism?
No.
Okay.
I just said earlier.
So
free will was like a good.
Well, there's the two are not mutually exclusive. We had a caller just the other day who believed in both.
I'm a libertarian free will advocate.
Okay. So let me note that all possible knowledge and everything. In that case, this God has all possible knowledge. This God knows what is going on in the universe all around it at all times. It knows of all of the suffering that is going on in this planet and beyond this planet, and chooses not to intervene, even though it could do so in ways that do not violate free will. So again, if this is all about good happening and trying to maximize good, then it's dropping the ball over and over and over, because it is not maximizing good. It is allowing for a tremendous amount of evil that it knows is occurring and chooses to know nothing about. And in my opinion, allowing evil is also evil. Knowingly doing nothing about evil is also evil. So this God is allowing evil to persist, is in a lot of ways creating conditions in which evil must exist, and is doing nothing to stop it. That is evil. So to say that he's all good doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So two points there to respond to that. Number one, I'm not hearing you state that there is no good. So even if there is this tremendous amount of evil, and definitely, just so we're clear, I don't think evil has an ontology. I think the definition of evil is a lack of good. But there still is some good that does come from a life-permitting universe. Secondarily, for the free will portion, I don't think that like the principle of alternative possibility is a sufficient condition per se. I think it's a necessary condition. Another one would be that the choices are not determined by prior causes or external forces. So by God's intervention, that would directly interfere with libertarian free will. So there would have to be like an instance of Christ, something like that.
Okay, well, that's exactly what I was going to bring up. Is that that's what I was going to bring up? Is like the whole. Are you a Christian? Are you under a Christian framework?
Yes.
Okay, so then in that case, if God interfering in any way puts the kibosh on free will, then the entire story of Jesus is destroying free will. Also, the opposite story, the story of Satan, kind of dismantles that point. Satan knows for sure God exists, knows for sure everything that God wants and hopes and dreams and plans. He's met the guy, you know what I mean? And Satan still has free will and still rebelled against God of his own free will. And so, like, it doesn't really work out that that's the case. I also take issue with this definition you gave that evil is a lack of good. If good is something that is allowed for by the existence of life, then any lifeless planet which is devoid of life, is devoid of good, is evil. Is Jupiter evil? Is there only evil on the outer planets? Is like, what does that mean to say that evil is just the lack of good? That would mean that most of the universe is evil because most of the universe doesn't have life in it.
No. When I'm specifically referring to evil, that's why I said it has no ontology. It has to exist alongside with good. So, like, just like there's no shadows without sunshine, there's no rust without a car, those types of things.
So then, in order for this God to maximize good and completely dispose of evil, all he would have to do is not make life. And everything is stagnant. Nothing feels, nothing suffers, nothing has any pain. The universe is peaceful at all times forever, and nobody's hurting, and that is the maximal amount of good because there is no possible evil in the universe.
That's not the maximum amount of good. That's no additional good other than God.
Right. But God is all good.
God would be motivated to create more good.
If God is all good, if God is good definitionally, then by bringing life into the universe, he is creating some good and also necessarily also creating evil, which the Bible says he creates good and evil. But like, no, it's the definition. It is absolutely going to be evil unless... That's another question. If you think that life existing is only the possibility of evil, that puts more of the burden on your God in a way that you don't want. What I'm trying to drive at is that if life is coming along with good and evil, if God is all good and only he exists in the universe, then the universe is all good. There is period, only good, no evil at all. If God creates life, there is now some more good, but there is also evil, which means he is going against his plans of being maximally good because he is creating evil that counteracts it as well, in at least equal proportion.
So there's at least one more good than there was prior, when there was no life other than God, correct?
Yes, and also there is one evil.
Right, so that would mean there is still more good.
So is there no limit to the amount of evil as long as he creates more good? Is that the idea?
Well, no. The idea is simply just to create good. So if there are three creatures, hold on, we're kind of getting besides. I'm not seeing where.
No, if the point is only to create good, then God doesn't care how much evil there is in the world because all that matters is making more life, which has some good attached to it.
That doesn't logically follow. It's a non sequitur.
That's what you just said. No.
You're thinking that's an entailment, but that's not.
Then here's your chance to refute it. Does God want to minimize evil or not?
Yes.
Okay, so in a universe where he has 1 unit of good and 1 unit of evil, right? Then we're at a complete balance. He wants to increase the good units and decrease the evil units. So in a universe where he has 100 units of good and only 50 units of evil, he's still winning, but the goal is still to make that good higher and that evil lower. What I'm positing to you is that in a universe where he never created life, there was 1 unit of good, which was him, and 0 units of evil. So for him to maximize more good necessitates also introducing evil, which is counterintuitive to his plan. So either he thinks I'm going to write that down because you don't want to say that, I promise you. Possibility of evil. So in this universe where he is creating something that could even be evil, he cannot be evil because he is all good by your definition. So if he is creating something which even has the risk of being evil, he is going against his plan. the best possible solution for a maximally good and minimally evil universe is for him to exist in the universe alone. Because in that scenario, there is no possible evil and only one thing that is all entirely good. If you want to say that it's maximally good and that it's only the possibility of evil, that's a completely different logical pathway that I don't think you're going to like. I'm willing to go there, but it is very different than where we are now. So do you want to grapple with what I'm saying now, or do you want to switch to the possibility of evil?
Well, I just think like our confusion here is this definition of evil. We're saying that by creating good, you're necessarily creating evil. And that's not the case.
I said by creating life, you're necessarily creating evil.
Right. And I was just shortening it there. By creating life, you're creating good. And by creating this good entails a free creature that has the capability of doing evil. So it's not about like numerically God is creating something that has the possibility of doing evil. This is going to somehow outweigh, like, let's count how many goods versus evils. It's just about creating free creatures that can do good, and God wants to do more good. That's ultimately what this boils down to.
Which would entail, if the entire point is to do more good, then either he thinks that the evil that comes along with it is worth it, or it doesn't matter. Because otherwise, he wouldn't create life, which comes with the burden of evil, the necessity of evil. He would just live in a universe by himself so that there is only good. If he's willing to create evil in order to make more good, then evil is either non-matter, it's immaterial, it doesn't matter at all, or it's worth it.
So I guess what we could potentially say is, it sounds like you're saying that it wouldn't even be like matter per se if he chose not to create something. But I'm not sure that would be the better thing to do.
He could create all sorts of things. He can create suns and stars and galaxies and meteors and really big, delicious burritos. He can make all sorts of things. He can't make life. If he makes life, then he is necessarily allowing evil to come into the equation, because I don't think that evil exists outside of living creatures. You need suffering. You need something to do evil to, right?
Moral agents. Yeah.
So moral agents, yes. So if there is no life, then there is no evil, period. God can make anything he wants except for life, because life necessitates evil. It brings evil with it, because we live in a universe with finite resources. We live on a planet with finite resources. There is going to be murder. There's going to be famine. There's going to be pain. There's going to be suffering. There's going to be the possibility of evil actions, rape, murder, whatever. There's going to be all these problems because there is something alive to make those decisions. If he doesn't want any evil in the universe, all he has to do is not make life. And then you have the maximal amount of good with the minimal amount of evil possible. He's failed in that goal.
I don't think that's how that would work. I think it would make, it follows more so that him creating good, even though there's the capability of doing evil. And then also, like, we wouldn't want to put a finite amount, like, oh, well, basically you go through this experience while you're here on Earth, and life is over, and that's it. Like, there has to be a redemptive quality, which of course Christianity helps with, because there's an afterlife, right? And so there can be a redemptive quality of justice to somebody who might have experienced such suffering on here on Earth. They experience whatever evil, they can go through. They can be redeemed by experiencing the afterlife in eternity, right? So ultimately,
right, and that's what it always boils down to, is that this God gets out of the moral. As a Christian, that's what it boils down to for you, is this God gets out of the moral responsibility of creating evil because he made a loophole in his own rules that you can get out of it by whatever thing you do.
Evil. We have a fundamental.
He said he did.
I don't think he did. No,
he says he did. In the Bible, he says he did.
We
and
can
also,
get into Isaiah 45:7. I understand you probably are citing that verse. I think that's mistaken. I don't really think the skeptical scholars even disagree with me there. But
if God knows that humans are capable of doing evil and he made them anyway, then also still the morality falls on his shoulders. He created the problem. So still at the end of the day, he is responsible for what happens.
So I don't think that, like, for example, I'm not responsible if my child as an adult decides to do something horrendous. I don't think that I am morally responsible. I might feel that way because I raised them, but it doesn't necessarily follow that the way I raised them is the reason why they committed such acts. It doesn't follow. And so it's the same with God and his creation.
At the end of the day, what I'm trying to get across to you, Adam, is that the buck has to stop somewhere. And where I'm at, from my moral framework, the buck stops with the most intelligent and most powerful being in the universe who caused these agents to exist. And you're saying, no, at the end of the day, it's my children that did the wrong thing, so my children should bear the burden of being punished for the wrong thing, not me, the parent who brought them into this world on purpose and raised them wrong. Not you specifically as a parent. I'm talking about God. So, like, God is the parent. God created all this life, didn't give it proper instructions, didn't teach it what needed to be done, didn't equip it morally to make good decisions, just let it loose to do whatever the fuck it wanted. And then when it made decisions that this God didn't want it to make, it decided to punish these things for being alive and using the free will that God graced it with. And then instead of being a loving parent and just forgiving those problems and letting it go, decided to do a blood sacrifice in Palestine where he killed himself for himself to make a loophole in his own rules. And then only by obeying this weird fucking strategy that he came up with 2,000 years ago, do you get the grace of being forgiven like a parent should forgive a child. That at the end of the day, that is feckless and irresponsible and immoral. And that's all I'm trying to get across to you, is that in my moral framework, the most intelligent and most powerful creature in the universe should be the one to bear the responsibility of its own actions, not its children or whatever else it forced to exist. We are all here against our will.
Okay. So because we exist and we have the choice, I think that the problem is where we think like causal agency comes from. I think causal agency for our actions is us. We are the causal agents. I don't think God is responsible for our actions. I think we choose our actions. So that just kind of, that seems strange to like hold responsibility to somebody else for our actions. I don't see how that would follow. So I still have not seen where we have defeated my reasoning, the initial base.
Put it in the real world. Put it in the real world. Mm-hmm. You're an educator, mm-hmm. and you are working in a school for children who are low income, low opportunity, the single parent households, all the risk factors for delinquent behavior. Every single thing that gives you a risk factor that these children might misbehave, right? And then sure enough, one of these children misbehaves. Who do you punish? And I'm talking little kids here, like elementary age kids. One of these kids punches somebody on the playground because that's what they saw their parents do. They steal something because that's what they saw their parents do. They never were taught not to steal. They were never taught they have to fight for food at their house, so they fight at the playground. Whatever it is, these kids behave in ways that follow from their upbringing. Do you punish those children, or do you punish the parent, or not even punish? Do you hold those children morally responsible for that? Or do you say, fuck those parents for doing such evil to these children? I am now going to give these children an opportunity to learn and grow and become better than their parents were. Because what God's doing here, God is the absentee parent. God has a Bible full of all sorts of atrocities and evil. God isn't around for our lives. God doesn't show up to teach us anything. God lets us alone to figure shit out for ourselves. And then when we misbehave against rules that oftentimes we don't even know, God then looks at us and says, you fucked up and you are morally responsible for that fuck up. And I am pure and clean and innocent. I am pure love. I am pure goodness. And I am not responsible for any of this. That, to me, again, is feckless, irresponsible, and childish behavior. He's just an absentee parent.
Okay. So I don't think that the two situations you've described here are analogous, because children are not morally culpable. They're not rationally capable of understanding moral accountability at the level of an adult that has full comprehension.
Neither were Adam and Eve.
Disability.
Neither were Adam and Eve. They were literally born yesterday, dude. They were literally born yesterday, and they had, by definition, no knowledge of what right and wrong were. They didn't know what good and evil were. God judged them not on their morality, but on their obedience. He said, don't touch the tree, and they did. That wasn't an immoral choice. They didn't know what morality was. And now all of humanity for 2,000 years is actually, biblical time, for 6 to 8,000 years. Now all of humanity has been judged because two fucking nudists ate a fruit that they didn't know was wrong to eat because they literally did not have the capability of understanding what the word wrong meant. God judged obedience, not morality, and he continues to do so to this day.
That's not exactly the view that I take on. I take more of the Eastern Orthodox view, which is the original view from the Christian sense on Genesis. No, they definitely were aware that they were disobeying God, but that's not what happened. It's not like, oh, you disobeyed me, you're being banished. It is that the choice of eating the apple was choosing death. That's like that whole narrative where he says...
How can you, though, Adam? How can you actually choose? Yeah, how can you choose to do evil if you, like, definitionally speaking, have no understanding of the difference between good and evil? I mean, there's straight up a line in Genesis where God, or sort of the pantheon, depending on if you're taking like a henotheistic perspective or not, says, if they eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they'll become like us, right? Satan says that to Adam and Eve, and then God says that later about the tree of life, that they will become like him should they also take and eat from the tree of life in addition to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The idea being that God is unique from humans in the fact that he is both simultaneously immortal and also knows the difference between good and evil. What do Adam and Eve have access to? They have access to the tree of life, which they're eating every day. And then the only tree they're not allowed to eat from is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So logically speaking, when they eat from that, they become like God in the sense that they know the difference. Right? I mean, that's like the entire point of the story. So I struggle to understand how you could possibly take the position that they knew what they were doing in a good and evil sense, when the point of the story is to explain how that understanding came to humans.
So let's look at it this way. If you've never touched a fire before, but you see someone tells you, you're a rational adult, you've never seen fire before, and somebody tells you, hey, you shouldn't touch that fire. In fact, you're an adult and your parent tells you, hey, don't touch that. It's bad. It's going to harm you. Are you like completely devoid of all responsibility if you touch that fire because you've never touched fire before?
I don't think that's a fair comparison to make, because we're literally talking about a tree that grants the knowledge of good and evil, not a hot stove or a hot fire.
I also want to point out, like,
command not to eat from it.
I also want to point out, it is absolutely expected that a curious child will still touch the fire because you haven't satisfied their curiosity. You just gave them a command. Anybody who knows anything about education, about children, it doesn't matter. If this person doesn't know a thing, they're completely childlike in their existence, as Adam and Eve were, then it is absolutely expected that any curious person would go check. And when they got burned, that would be the punishment. But God takes that further and doesn't just say, all right, fuck, now you have to deal with you have to now deal with existential dread. You know what good and evil is now. You're kept up at night worried about that. That's not good enough. No, you are banished from paradise, and also childbirth is painful and women are subservient to men. That's what he does, which is just insane. He punishes generations of people for the rest of the time.
We're assuming a Western view of the creation story, which half of the globe disagrees with. So
it's also important to point out that they didn't choose death, which is what you said earlier. You said the problem wasn't that they disobeyed God. The problem, right? You said the problem isn't just that they disobeyed God. The problem is that they chose death. Also, that doesn't make any sense. Because God says that if you eat from this fruit, this tree, you will die the very same day. And all that the serpent says is, you will not die this very same day. So you have these people who have met exactly 3 people in their entire lives. They have met God, the serpent, and each other. There's everybody that they know in the whole fucking world. And one person says, if you do this, it's bad. Another person says, if you do it, it's not bad. They don't know what right or wrong is, so they don't know who to believe, and they took a chance. They were behaving as if they were just born yesterday, which they were. So again, this is God being a crappy parent. This isn't people misbehaving, doing evil, choosing death, anything. They were misled by one or the other. I would say they were misled by God, but that's not worth the conversation. They were misled by somebody. They were lied to by somebody. They made a bad choice. They've never made a choice before. They made a mistake. And now every human being for the rest of eternity is doomed because of that mistake. And we are all allowed to suffer. And God allows all that suffering, and it continues to maximize his good by making more people as we all rape and murder and pillage and die and starve and get cancer and all this bad shit so that maybe some of us will accept Jesus. That sucks. That's a terrible system.
I mean, it's even a bit worse than that, right? Because God creates humans in his image. So presumably he knows exactly what our nature is going to be, unless you suppose that being made in the image of God is some physical thing, like God is actually like an anthropoid ape or something like that, which I don't suppose that you would think that. I would imagine that you would think that it's some kind of spiritual or mental or moral thing. And if that's the case, then he knows what our proclivities are. This would be like a father who's an arsonist having a child who's already showing arson-like tendencies and then leaving them in a room with nothing but a book of matches and a bunch of flammable paper. That doesn't make a lot of sense, particularly under this. You know, I've been listening here and there because this has mostly been your and Forrest's conversation, but especially under this triomni God that you're proposing, who seeks to maximize good, basically setting up his prime foremost creation to fail right off the bat. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. You know, I'm operating only within the confines of what I know about the text. So, you know, I don't know if you're saying that the Orthodox view is different, but I don't think that the Orthodox view or any view, given the scripture is what the scripture is, can get around the fact that God created humans in his image, knowing their nature, put them in a garden with the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and then told them not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and then they did anyways. They made a mistake, as Forrest said, but a mistake that was couched within disobedience, not within knowing the difference between good and evil, because again, definitionally, they couldn't. I mean, I don't know. I hear a lot from apologists that it's like, you know, you shouldn't have to have a master's degree to understand what the text is saying. And I think that's a dumb criticism, to be honest, because you probably do need an advanced degree to understand the intricacies of the text of the Bible. But I do think that there is something to the mental gymnastics that I often hear apologists performing in order to make this make sense. Because this feels straightforwardly a story about how morality came to people. No more, no less. Right. But it has to be twisted into something that it isn't, so that it can make sense within the context of this triomni God that you guys are insisting upon, and that just doesn't seem to square with me.
Okay. So, like, we've kind of trailed way away from the initial argument, but just to kind of put a pin in this point here, I don't think that any of this really, refutes it's impossible to be, to match the omnibenevolent feature of God. Like, there's possibly a morally sufficient reason. So we're teetering between the evidential and the logical problem of evil to refute the omnibenevolent feature of God. But the logical problem of evil, all I have to do is say that there's possibly a morally sufficient reason for God to allow evil, to allow suffering.
You
right?
know, I promise
you can show that. You can show that.
No, I'm saying I promise you don't want to say that.
So I'm saying, unless you can meet that burden, which you'd be the first person in all philosophy of religion who has, the logical problem of evil. That's why most philosophers of religion don't debate that. They'll debate the evidential problem of evil. And so if we haven't defeated it from a logical, coherent standpoint, there's no contradiction, explicit contradiction at that P and not P. And there's no reason to argue that it doesn't match.
You are right that we have not debunked the idea of an omnibenevolent God. What the problem of evil, especially the way we're presenting it here, what that does debunk is the possibility of a tri-omni God, a God who is all good and also all-knowing and also all-powerful. Because if there was a God who is all-knowing and all-powerful, he could do a lot better than this and be a lot more good than this, and he chooses not to. As
Again,
far
that's a really
as
big burden that you have to now provide, because you have to explain the web of all of reality too. Okay, so remember, you have to account for everything in reality.
Right, but the issue is...
Go ahead, Forrest.
Sorry, go ahead.
You got
it. Okay.
No.
The counter to that is what you've already presented, that we don't know that there isn't some sort of great grand design that's so fucking superior that all of this suffering is actually worth it. That the end goal is actually great and worth it, and the ends justify the means. That's the hang up that you can throw in regard to this, that you can't disprove that exists, and therefore the issue is you can't prove that does exist. You have to take that on faith, which means at the end of the day, my position remains: any God that allows pedophilia and rape and all this shit isn't worth worshiping, and it's a good thing there's no reason such a God to believe such a God exists. Your position now has to become: I have to assume that there's a reason for all this, and because God is all good and the end goal is good, then I'm fucking glad that all this happens. Every priest that rapes a kid is a good thing because it gets us to the end goal of the perfect plan. God's perfect plan is worth it.
Can somebody please explain to me why that even works? Because to me, it's like, okay, if you have the tri-omni God, and Adam took this position earlier, that it's like, it only has to be logically coherent in the sense that it can't violate the laws of logic. So tell me how this doesn't violate the laws of logic. Take the current plan and do it, but without the suffering. You're omnibenevolent, you're all-powerful, and you're omniscient. Just do this plan, whatever it is. You can do anything you want. You're all-knowing, and you're all good. Do this plan exactly how it is, exactly how you want it, but take the suffering out of it. Because if you're not limited by anything other than the laws of logic themselves, then shouldn't there be a way to do it that doesn't have all this bullshit caked into it? Like, how does that not make sense? Like, I don't understand that. I've heard this from so many apologists where it's like, no, you don't understand. Like, it's all this roundabout nonsense, like the vaccine analogy or whatever, paying now for a better future. Just get to the better future. If you're tri-omni, just do the better future without all the hangups. I don't understand where the hangups fit in if you're with the tri-omni God.
So this is kind of like touching on the problem of heaven. And so philosophers have gone over different possible explanations for this. One of them, of course, is the free will theodicy, which we've kind of already touched on. So in order for God to create good now, we must have free will. In order for us to have free will as created beings, we have to have the possibility of evil, right? So that's one of the explanations. Another explanation could be that we have to have this morally sufficient or morally significant decision-making experience. Like the most amount of people having that would bring about the most amount of good in order for us to have free will in heaven, yet only choose to do good. And it's this experience on earth that gets us into that position. Now, one can say, well, what about like babies and other people who don't get the chance to make morally significant decisions? Well, if God is just, right, he's all good, he would have to make it so those beings, while existing in heaven, would have this moral innocence while in heaven, so they're not capable of doing sin. But yet have experienced living in heaven while not experiencing morally significant decisions.
That is so many mental gymnastics to me. Just like that is so roundabout to me. To just fix the problem of, okay, you say, well, free will is necessary to bring around the highest amount of good or whatever. Why? He's all powerful, all knowing, all loving. Why? Why not just do it without the free will? Is it loving to create
creatures that have no free will?
I don't know. Is it? Make it so that it is.
Can you have a loving relationship where there's force? Like, can you force someone to love you?
We'll make it so that you don't have to force them.
Why is
that logically possible?
Why is loving him necessary for good?
Well, if God exists, and
there's that, but
God is the good.
There's that, but then there's also just, you could set up a perfect Rube Goldberg existence machine where everybody came on their own accord with the perfect amount of circumstances to bring you about to loving them. It didn't involve congenital cancer or rape or serial killing or whatever, or billions of years of evolutionary misery for that matter, right? Like you could do it in that way if you are the triomni God. This is the problem with the triomni God. It works if you only have the two of the three, it's sort of a pick two problem, right? But the second that you're bringing all three into it, I can't for the life of me, Adam, what you just presented to me does not resonate as a solution to the problem of evil, because you could just do it in a way that made it work. If you have that ability, you're not violating the laws of logic to set up a Rube Goldberg machine that allows everybody to have free will, but be exposed to the perfect circumstances to bring them about to you, to bring them around to you, that involves, at the very least, far less suffering than currently exists. But if you're truly
you'd
the
be
triomni,
predetermining all aspects of their life. I don't think that.
No, set up
free.
the circumstances.
How can you do that with free will?
I think you could, if you're the triomni. Go ahead, Forrest. I'm interrupting you.
Well, I want to know, like, is it possible for God to make a car out of nothing? If he existed before the universe, could he have just made a fucking Ford Fusion out of nothing? The same way that he made the rest of the universe out of nothing.
Yes, it's logically possible.
Cool. So then here's the next question, which is going to sound very different, but I promise it's connected. Is it possible, the last time that I did something evil, was it possible for me to have not done evil and instead done something good entirely by my own free will?
Is it possible for you to have?
Yes.
Hold on. I want to make sure I understood that clearly. Say that one more time for me.
The last time I made an evil decision, was it possible for me to have made a good decision instead, entirely of my own free will?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the time before that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and on and on and on forever. There is, no matter how limited the probability is, theoretically, logically, there is a possibility that I could have lived my entire life completely free of evil, completely free of sin. Every single decision was the right decision, completely by my own free will. That is a very slim chance, but it is logically possible, correct?
There's no contradiction. Yeah.
Right. And it is possible, thus, for every person in the world, exactly the same. Every person is a tiny chance, a bazillion 0.1, right? But there is a chance that every single person in the entire world of their own free will could have made every decision correct and never, ever, ever done evil. And God could have actually had maximum evil, or maximum good and zero evil in the universe full of life, right? That is a logical possibility, right?
It's logically possible, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And God can do all logically possible things, right? Which means he could make that universe because it's logically possible for everyone of their own free will to do that. And if he doesn't know how, because he doesn't have foreknowledge, like you said, he only has all available knowledge, he can make a Ford Fusion out of nothing. He could make the greatest quantum supercomputer in history out of nothing and have it calculate exactly how to do that and run a bazillion trillion simulations until he finds the right one without ever hurting anybody. And then, with that knowledge that he now has that is not foreknowledge, he could then create that universe and nobody would ever suffer. But he didn't do that because he's not all knowledge. He's not all knowing. He's dumb as a bag of fucking sand. It's because he made this, and this sucks ass. That's where I'm at.
This what Forrest said. That put it perfectly, though, Adam. Like that's what I was talking about, but put in a very simple, actually comprehensible way. It's a Rube Goldberg machine of no suffering but free will. And it's like, if that's logically possible, as you said it is, and we're dealing with the triomni God as you say we are, then why does shit suck so bad?
So, because the explanation that you guys gave would have God being the causal force, not people.
He already is the causal force, and also part of the analogy we just put out there is that every decision is of its own free will. Every decision is totally free, my free will. I make the right choice every single time. My entire life, totally by my free will, is done correctly. You said that's not logically impossible.
And yeah, that's the problem.
He doesn't.
You're saying God is not the one who's choosing, you are. The moral agent is.
He
right. So it's not
make
God,
me
it's
choose.
not God's control.
He doesn't make me choose, but that universe is logically possible where I do choose, and all he has to do is knock down the first domino. Because at the end of the day, Adam, I don't know anything that I haven't been exposed to in some way. I can't make any decisions that I haven't thought about in some way and like come up with in some way. The conditions of my life from birth to now all factor into who I am and how I'm presenting myself and the moral decisions that I make. So God doesn't have to interfere with my free will. He just has to set up the universe in such a way that every person who is born has the appropriate upbringing and learns good things, because every person who came before them was also perfectly good, and every person who came before them was also perfectly good. Every single person is perfectly good of their own free will and accord, and there is no evil and there is no suffering. That is a logically possible universe that he could learn how to make using the quantum supercomputer that he could have made, because he can make all things, and he didn't do any of that. He chose to make a backwards, fucked up, broken piece of shit universe where children are raped and goddamn NSYNC exists. He chose that universe and he didn't have to.
Oh, that's unnecessary, Forrest.
Yeah, but it was funnier than it was.
Things in the sentence.
That's okay. I was a Backstreet Boys fan over NSYNC when I was a kid, so
me too, Adam.
So
we say bye to this god.
But before we get distracted on that point, the problem is now. So,
you mean the point that demolishes everything you said?
It doesn't, and let me explain why. So you know how I made a distinction between the logical problem of evil and the evidential problem of evil earlier, right? So this is going to be the same thing, but in the scenario that you brought up. Okay. So God is not the causal agent of these actions in this scenario, right? People are, right? That's what you stated, right?
And so, yeah, we're just going to pass the buck back to the children again.
So it's like
we already addressed it twice.
There's only one causal agent of one's moral
God
actions.
can. So God can. That we've addressed it several times.
God can what? God can
have it both ways.
You're like starting with it. We're starting with an ideal seed here, right? Like if you ever played like any kind of sim game or like a survival crafting game or whatever, we're starting with a perfect seed where everything starts out in the most ideal way possible to logically get us to the conclusion of the maximum amount of good and the minimum amount of suffering, right? Like it's setting it up, watching it go. As Forrest said twice, and I'm repeating a third time now, God is not interfering at all in the way that people are making their decisions. The conditions are just set up in the most ideal way possible to maximize good and minimize suffering, which we all agreed, logically, you could get to a point where there's El Zilcho in the suffering scale and maximum amount of good and everybody gets safe. We were all on the same page with that, right? So now you're sort of retreating to this backup of like, yes, but
I'm not retreating.
Somehow
I'm pointing out the flaw.
It sure seems
you're going
like
back on what you said.
Because you're backing
what
up.
I said, because I still say it is logically possible. You got to let me finish. Just let me finish real quick. Okay. So evidentially, from a probability standpoint, we don't see that. We don't see that free creatures only choose good, despite whatever circumstances that we're presented with, because we have free will, right? So no external forces can interfere here, or prior causes be the cause of our decision other than our moral agency. So from a logical standpoint, right, it's logically possible that I could sprout wings and start flying, right? But evidentially,
nope.
Not very probable. So it's going to be the
That's
same.
That's not logically possible either, if you understand evolution or development. I understand it was a turn of phrase, but I just want to be clear.
Okay. I'm not a biologist, so I'm not going to argue with you on that. There's some other form of...
Adam, what he's saying right now is that it's like under all current circumstances, let's assume free will is a thing that happens and functions the way that you think it does. I can make the decision to get up and, pour my water bottle all over my head right now if I feel like doing it, right? Like that's logically possible and it's something that I could do.
Do it.
Yeah, no. The water would get everywhere. It'd ruin my beautiful, flawless mic. But it's like...
You're not selling it.
Okay. But now I've lost my train of thought, Forrest. Thanks.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
This is why I hate hosting with you. I don't.
Sorry, you were saying that all the logical possibilities, and you could possibly stand up and spoil your voting.
I was mad about the NSYNC thing earlier, so I was bottling that up.
Water bottle.
Yeah, we're talking about water bottle stuff, right? So if I pour my water bottle all over my head, I can do that. That's logically possible, and I could actively do it on my own free will. That is something that could happen right now, and people have done that. They have poured water bottles on themselves. We know that that's something that's possible. You can't equate that to Forrest sprouting wings and flying away, because that is not currently possible, and I can't think of any circumstance where it would be. But as we all agreed, there is a logical pathway forward for everybody to make the right decision, quote unquote, the morally correct decision, make zero suffering, maximum amount of good stuff happens in the world, all fine and dandy. That is a possible thing that could happen. And evidentiary, in an evidentiary sense, I guess I should say, people do good things all the time too. We see that happening now. From an evidentiary perspective, people do good shit and they do bad shit, and both of them happen. Logically, they both exist, and in our actual observable world, they both exist. So from both perspectives, it is possible to get that maximum good, minimum suffering world, but shit still sucks. That's the problem. Right? Is that you're sort of appealing to, like, well, we don't see it, so therefore kind of God didn't want to do it that way, or it wasn't possible, or this is the best case scenario, or humans muck it up, or whatever. None of that matters, because we agreed that logically it's possible, evidentiarily speaking it's possible, so why isn't it here?
So we agreed it was logically possible for people to choose good and not evil. That's what we agreed on.
And from an evidentiary perspective, they do that all the time.
How God creates us is irrelevant. Like the situations or whatever the case you may come up with that God puts us in is irrelevant to our moral decisions, and that when it comes to free will, so it doesn't even actually help or bolster the argument here. The whole point of me saying this is this isn't this defeater that you think it is. It's not.
I'm sorry. I just want to reiterate. Did you say the situations that God puts us in are irrelevant to the decisions that we make?
They're irrelevant. If libertarian free will is true, then yes, they're not going to cause us. Now, if you want, we can get into the determinism and free will argument. But what I'm saying, if libertarian free will is true, our moral decisions are based off of our causal agency, our choices. Not whatever, wherever we come into the world.
So a child born to Donald Trump who lives his whole life in a golden palace, being given every bit of luxury he could possibly ever want, never wants for anything, gets every toy, every gift, every bit, never goes hungry, grows up fat, happy, spoiled as all hell, doesn't know what life is like on the street, and a child born in Gaza who starves to death after a couple of months and is subject to genocide. Those two children have the exact same moral opportunities, and you expect that they're going to make the exact same moral choices of their own free will, and they should be held the same accountable for those moral choices, and that no one of them has any influence on their moral choices because of the circumstances of their birth. Are you serious?
So I'm specifically speaking to moral culpability. So if they both do the same act, let's say they both, can we use murder? Can we use that term on YouTube? If they both murder someone, right? We wouldn't say that one is not guilty because of their life circumstances and the other is. They both committed murder. So
no, but you would hold them
to do with what we were talking about. What does that have to do with the maximally
it
good
seems
or
like
maximally
we're kind of speaking different languages here. But so initially my point was what I said as far as the causal agency for our decisions is not God, right? It has to be us. So God cannot be the solution as far as our choices. God can only offer us opportunities, for example, the afterlife, something of the sort like that, in order to be redeemed. But as far as moral choices, moral agency, that is entirely dependent on us. So it's not dependent on God. And just so you know, this is my view on foreknowledge, in case you disagree with this. For people to exist, God doesn't know what a moral agent is going to do until he creates that moral agent. So that at that moment, when that agent comes into existence, then God is aware of what they will do. and nor will God judge them for what they will do in the future, per se, until they've actually done it, as that would not be just. They have done it.
But God,
just wanted to lay that out there.
Do you
I'm not
think,
sure if your view is different.
Using the fucking train of thought that you just laid down, like, do you, Adam, agree that like child psychology and behavioral psychology and sociology and shit has any kind of like predictive ability using the statistics that they are able to gather and process? They're able to make like more accurate predictions than not about if a person is born in these circumstances, they will experience these issues, and they may make these choices. They're at risk of making these choices, and we can mitigate those choices using these variables, these factors, these interventions. That is the whole concept of like child protective services and like youth intervention and shit like that. Do you think that those systems and those studies are legitimate or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So God could do that. God could, going back to the thing that you keep dismissing, God could, with his vast abilities, create something that could process these statistics well ahead of the time that he ever created humans, could come up with a bazillion simulations that would give him the foreknowledge that he lacks about what people will do most likely with ridiculous statistical probability, with insane predictable power, could make the best fucking science that anybody has ever heard of, better than any human could ever do, and learn ahead of time. If I make the universe this way, then humans will probably behave that way, and I don't like it. But if I make it this way, then they'll behave this other way, and I do like it. And he could run those simulations 10 trillion times until he finds the best one. The one where nobody ever does anything wrong by their own free will. They are all totally good. He doesn't interfere with a single decision, and everybody freely does the right thing forever. And he could make that universe, but he didn't. We're right back where we were a minute ago, using yet again the structure that you have given us. Yet again, your words. It still lands you at the same point where the buck stops at God, not his broken children.
Okay, so I would. There are a couple of points to address here. A couple of things to say. First, we don't know that there would be a better universe than the universe that we exist in from a moral perspective without positing counterfactuals. There are no.
And now you're right back. Right? And now you're right back where you were a minute ago, where your entire argument was you could just have faith in the idea that the ends justify the means. And I said to you, that means that if the end is all good and the end goal is perfection and everything like that, then you have to say that every bit of evil that happens in this world is worth it. And you said, no, I don't, which doesn't make any fucking sense.
Also, what Forrest just said moments ago, to go over it a fourth or perhaps fifth time, it's like logically we can agree that he could have done absolutely everything correct in his life, and so could the people before him, and so could the people before him. Logically, we were all on the same page. Logically, that makes sense. If the laws of logic are the only thing that are constraining the triomni God, then where's the perfect universe? It logically, as we all agreed, those are the only constraints, could be better, so why isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So the only thing you can say is that this is the best it could be. And that is a completely faith-based statement that requires you to think that all evil is justifiable.
It's not just faith-based.
Wait. The same vice versa goes for you, too. So it's a moot point.
What faith statement am I making?
How can you prove, unless you have to, you're saying that God could have made it better. Can you prove that?
No, logically, we agreed that he could. We were all on the same page. You're the one that put the constraints on God.
No, God is not responsible for our actions. This is the fundamental disagreement.
You said the triomni God is constrained exclusively by the laws of logic. We all agreed that via the laws of logic, we can get to this.
No, that's not what I said. I said he can do all
logically possible things. That is absolutely what you said. I wrote it the fuck down.
I said he can do all logically possible things.
I repeated it back to you.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I don't think you're going to be able to back out of that one. Come on, we were all
I literally said he can do all logically possible things.
I even took the time to say, are you saying he is not constrained by the laws of physics? He is constrained by the laws of logic. And you said, yes, I wrote it down.
Yes, I agree with
you
that.
said that.
I agree with that.
That's what you just said you didn't say. That's what you just said you didn't say. See, you're confusing you for the rest of us. We're paying attention. They're like, I'm sorry. Like, this is fucking silly. So, you're just talking in a circle. And at no point does any of this get you to the point of creationism. Nothing about this refutes evolution. It just makes your God a dick. Like, I don't, it's been an hour and 6 minutes.
Creationism. What does evolution have to do with creationism?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
So you're a theistic
evolution and creationism are compatible.
So you're talking about theistic evolution.
Evolution and theism are compatible, but creationism has extremely well understood connotations that have like not varied very much throughout the years. I don't think that's a fair statement, but I agree with Forrest. I think we're going in circles. I don't think that there is a route out of this time loop that we have found ourselves in. I don't think I have anything further to add. I don't think that we're going to resolve this.
So let me finish my statement
to the end of learning.
Okay.
Well,
so I was stating that God isn't constrained. You said that God is constrained only by logic, right? And I was just saying, well, that's not exactly true, because if he's omnibenevolent, he's also constrained by goodness. So that's what I was trying to say. You didn't need to do that.
And now we're back
for no reason.
And now we're back at the beginning, where first of all, fucking can the attitude, dude. Like, we've been amazingly patient with you. Second of all, that brings us back to the beginning, where if the whole thing is that he has to be maximally loving, he blew it. Every single argument you've given that God has to do X, Y, Z thing, he blows it. And every time we present you a better, more logical scenario, which you agree to, and then the second the responsibility goes back to God, you change your mind and say, actually, no, there's this caveat, and it's this thing that we've already addressed 30 fucking times. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, you were just caught in an apologetics blender, looping back and forth, chopping up your own ideas over and over, and we're getting nowhere. So I think we've learned about as much as we can possibly learn. We've given you an hour of our time, and we've been very charitable with you. So I'm thinking we're done. Erika, are you thinking we're done?
I got nothing else to add on this one.
Yeah, Adam, maybe think about what you're saying, because it sucks, and call us back sometime. Take care. Ugh.
I don't know what you're supposed to do. Honestly, Forrest, like, when we start, when you were doing the philosophy stuff early on, I was doodling. You know, I was doodling what happens in my head when we're like.
I can feel the doodles from here.
Here's our picture. There's me being like, what the fuck is happening? And then you're doing a little philosophy dunk.
My eyebrows are powerful.
Well, I gotta emphasize stuff on cartoons, otherwise people can't tell.
I like it.
I tried to get your hair right, but it was actually really hard. I had to erase it a couple times, which was fine because I had plenty of time to doodle it, because we had to do that loop like 8 times.
Sucked ass.
8 times. But then what's strange to me is I don't understand. Well, I do understand it. There's like this theological hang up with the triomni God, but like, just drop one of the tries. This becomes a lot more comprehensible if he's just like kind of an asshole, if he's not very powerful, or if he's kind of ignorant. You know, kind of like how humans are. But it's almost like God is meant to be a reflection of the nature of humanity and not vice versa. Right? Like, it's almost like there's something anthropological going on here. I don't know. But I got frustrated by that experience, and I'm ready to move on to the next call.
Okay. I'm putting in a last minute order for some tacos right now. So which call do you, I'm thinking about number 27 has been waiting for a very long time. It seems on brand. Also, number 29 has been waiting for almost equally as long. It seems very on brand.
I really love both of those. My only thing is I feel for one, because they've been waiting for so long, and I feel like we could do that quickly.
Let's do it.
Allow me to be like almost double the time, essentially. Over double the time.
Let's talk about it. Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
Let's talk to Bryce, pronouns he, him, calling in from Crab Apples, who wants to know the difference between demonstrating Dunning-Kruger effect and actually just talking outside of your field in science communication. Bryce, you're on the line after almost 3.5 hours of waiting. You're on the line. Welcome.
Hey, that's okay. Well, good morning, Internet. Good morning, Erika and Forrest. How are you guys doing today?
Never had a bad day, man.
I'm surviving and thriving.
Awesome. Forrest, even 9/11? That was fine?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Thank you, Bryce. Thank you for asking the question that
science,
not everybody's fine.
Science is all about falsification, and so if Forrest's hypothesis was that he never had a bad day, I just wanted to double check. And if that was his answer, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that he had a good day that day.
Forrest, actually, when you say you never had a bad day, does that take into account September 11th? That's very funny, Bryce. I like that. I like that a lot.
So good. Oh, fucking shit. That's great.
Oh, man.
I'm so happy you waited on the line for 3 hours. So fucking worth it.
Well, okay, come on. Who picked this call? I get an assist at least on that. Bryce, I get an assist on that, right?
Yeah.
I picked this.
No, absolutely. You get the bonus points. It's so good.
Something, geez.
Oh my god. Dude.
I was gonna go with because I remember watching the live broadcast of the election results, and Jimmy was like, "Forrest, you can't say that damn thing anymore." I'm sure you'll be like, well, at least that day Democrats came together and, something.
Oh, no.
But I'm like, what's worse than that? What's worse than that's 9/11. So I was curious how you're going to turn that one around.
I love 9/11 has become such a meme, and it's so fucking you just, oh my god, that you killed it.
I truly do believe, though, that on the day of 9/11, you were probably like, sick, I got out of school early, and now I can build bionicles all afternoon. And so it was probably a pretty good day.
I was in 4th grade.
He was probably doing
there you
all
go,
right.
Erika, you did it. I'm so proud of you.
Yep. You made 9/11 great again.
I'm trying to help him out, even though he doesn't, I shouldn't be encouraging this kind of tagline, catchphrase style behavior. It's too close to puns.
I mean, isn't Patriot Day all about making 9/11 great again?
Probably. What's Patriot Day? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Do you know that So this past weekend, I went to the My Chemical Romance concert in Arlington. It was wonderful. It was great. And I saw on the My Chem subreddit. So for those of you who don't know, the lore for the band is that it was a band that was created in the wake of 9/11 due to the despondency of the band members being teenagers when 9/11 happened and basically when the war on terror happened and all of that kind of stuff. So someone to celebrate this stadium tour made buttons for the concert, and one of the buttons is in the band colors, like a plane hitting the Twin Towers, and it's I don't know about that one, Chief. Maybe that should have stayed on the drawing board.
So fucking funny.
Well, Erika,
oh my god,
I'm assuming you do enjoy Variations on a Cloud. Variations of a Cloud?
I enjoy Variations on a Cloud. I enjoy every Tally Hall and Miracle Musical song, as well as most of the works of them independently. So of course I like Variations on a Cloud. Are we talking about the smokestacks from the fall of the towers being some kind of variation on a cloud? Because it's a vaguely
I thought it was open information that song pertained to 9/11, and I figured you of all people would know that.
If that is true and I don't know that, it's time for me to. I gotta burn my
Holy
Tally Hall shirt. That is shameful if that's true. All right, let me look it up. You guys talk about the Dunning-Kruger effect that I'm about to eat crow.
Erika, I'm Bryce Barnett. I'm the guy that did the 3D version of your intro.
Yo, thank you so much for that. That was awesome. I loved that.
This is an amazing call.
This is not good though. If you're getting me on that and this, then this is not. This could be. Oh no! Oh my god!
We're talking about 9/11.
The Tally Hall subreddit is coming. Oh my god!
Welcome to the next hour of this channel. We're just talking about 9/11 for a while.
Oh my god! The subreddit agrees with you. Oh, I'm never going to recover from this.
There was this glorious.
I thought as much of a Tally Hall fan you were, you would know that. I thought you knew that. That's why I brought it up.
No, my thing is that so much of the Tally Hall lyrics mean nothing at all. I mean, you've got fucking Banana Man right there. Like, what is the subtext of Banana Man? Why would I think Variations on a Cloud would have a deeper meaning? This one's on me, though. I'm a bad fan. Oh my god. I need to do.
Well, I mean, you gotta have, like, what the hell is Hawaii Part 2 all about? And then, you get into that, and then something 9/11, and I'm like, what? How did that? And then they're like, yeah, go ahead.
Do you know I just listened to all of Miracle Musical because I had to drive a while to get to Arlington. So my husband and I were like, let's listen to our favorite album. So we listened to all of Miracle Musical. And first of all, there's not a single miss on that album. It is banger after banger after banger. Every single song slaps. I like Black Rainbows. I like Murders. I like I like Stranded Lullaby. I like all of them. There's not a. It is a.
Do you sing
a masterpiece.
The backwards part of Mind Electric? Do you sing the backwards part?
I don't sing the backwards part because I can't sing the backwards part. But I always do joke with my husband that it's like pass me the aux
find
cord.
a way.
I'm playing. me in the car with my friends, pass me the aux cord so that I can play just the forward part of the Mind Electric for everybody so that they can all hear it. Yeah, I have no idea. I think that the band, I think everybody involved in the Miracle Musical project, I suspect that there had to have been some kind of hallucinogenic involved because it's simply too profound, I think, for a sober person to reach that level. And I regret that I'm too neurotic to engage in hallucinogens. I don't trust myself around substances like that because I think that to listen to Miracle Musical on mushrooms would be to transcend this level of existence. It's outside of my hands. I will never be able to do it. But for those people who can, I can only imagine what that would be like. You learn something new every day. This is truly the most important thing that I've learned probably all month, is that Variations on a Cloud is about 9/11, and that Forrest really hasn't ever had a bad day, even 9/11.
Even 9/11. Hell yeah.
Wow, this has been such an enlightening episode of SkepTalk. I'm sure people in chat are also learning a lot. I haven't checked on them in a while because I've been really
did it, Reddit.
We did it, Reddit. We did it, Reddit.
So good.
Bryce, outside of your incredible talent in doing cool renditions of things, what do you want to talk about? What's your call?
Yeah, so I would love to be a science communicator. I have been inspired by you guys, Professor Dave, Aaron Ra, and you say who?
I said let's go. Like
let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah. So I was listening to Professor Dave. He said multiple times in many interviews that we need more science communication, and science right now is in jeopardy. And I don't have any expertise at all. I just find science in general fascinating. I find the idea of falsifiability integral to everything that we know, and something that we need to practice more often, which is why I wanted to try to falsify Forrest's narrative of him never having a bad day. But no, it is the hypothesis stands true. Even on 9/11, he never had a bad day, and I'm really proud of him.
So are you hoping you're thinking? Yeah, he went away. He had to go pee or maybe poop. Okay. I don't know. He's been for a minute, so I don't know. Maybe
that's okay.
It's okay. When you gotta go, you gotta go. So you're thinking from a perspective of like, okay, you want to start doing SciComm stuff. And you're kind of thinking from a perspective of like how to get started, like can it be done if you're not an expert in things? First of all, of course, like you can absolutely do science communication if you're not an expert in something. Particularly right now, because we live in the golden age of information and also the golden age of misinformation in a paradoxical sense. But it's like you can learn a lot. And really the skill of science communication isn't knowing a lot, it's knowing how to take information that's difficult and distill it down to be comprehensible to somebody who isn't familiar with that topic at all. That's where the real skill comes in. That's where somebody like Professor Dave thrives, right? Is that he talks about a myriad of different subjects, and it's because he gets experts in and then he distills the information. He's got a very he's very talented at that. So yeah, I don't think you need to be an expert to do that. What
Very
I've been
good.
pooping this whole
My
time.
question was primarily for you
Did you hear me say he was pooping?
because oh my
Forrest
gosh,
is back, and he said he was pooping. He had a whiteboard. He let us know.
I stepped out of the room to check on Amber, and also we placed an order for a bunch of tacos really quick. So that's what took me a second while you guys were catching up about stuff. But I heard you in my earpiece saying, I think he might be pooping. So I came back and said, I've been pooping this whole time as I've been sitting here on this whole show.
Oh, the entire time? Wow, that's high tech.
The entire time.
nice.
I'm sorry, Bryce. You were Forrest interrupted you to tell us
listening
about
to bad apologetics, dropping hot beefs in my office all fucking day, hours and hours.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Hot
Forrest has
beefs?
invented the science of having portable tubes coming out of your butt to the toilet machines, and I'm really proud of him for doing that.
It's called plumbing.
I'm not
modern day plumbing.
I want to know negative information about Force BMs that he's taking in the middle of the show. Thank you very much. I do want to know what's on the tacos though, because I had tikka masala today, but it was hard to decide.
The topic tacos.
Yeah.
I'll show you the tacos when they arrive. They're just taco mayo.
Is that like?
Do you have taco mayo where you're from?
No, I don't have taco mayo here.
Oh. They're a rare treat. It's a chain that's dying out, and they're shutting down, and there's like one left in Tulsa, and they're just, they make their own fresh tortillas every day, but it's still fast food, so it's like kind of good, but also kind of bad. It's great. It's great. So I've got like fucking $50 worth of that coming right now. Who knows? Check it out. Like as far I only know of them in Oklahoma, but I don't know. I know of one here and one down near Purcell, where my wife was from. She came from Lexington, Oklahoma.
I'm happy Oklahoma has that. They need that. I just drove through your state.
A good thing.
You guys need that.
Yeah, and you didn't even call. Shame on you.
Yeah, I know. I was in kind of a hurry though. I had to make the opener, so
heartbroken.
Anyways.
Yes, I would say just quickly, the difference between demonstrating Dunning-Kruger and talking outside your field is honesty and what you are not an expert in. And so, like you heard during the first call, when we had the guy calling in about oil and petroleum and stuff like that, the first thing I asked him was, do you have any training in this? That was one of the first things I brought up. And then both Erika and I mentioned several times, hey, we're biologists. We don't have expertise in this and that and the other. It is my understanding that so and so and so. And so, like, when I speak about something in a YouTube video that is outside of my area, I double and triple and quadruple check it with several different sources and make sure that I am almost plagiarizing the way that they phrase things, because as somebody with advanced training in a certain area, I know how much tiny little shifts in wording really fucking matter. And so, like, if I'm trying to say this properly, I'm going to say it, and I'm probably going to call. I've got a bunch of sciencey friends. So if I have a question about geology, and one of my last videos, I brought on a friend of mine who's a PhD student studying volcanology, because the question was specifically about volcanoes. So I asked her to come in and fill in, because there's some shit there that I don't even know what I don't even know. As opposed to, I did a video once where we were talking about deceleration versus negative acceleration. I actually have some undergrad physics training that allowed me to fill in the blanks. I made sure to double and triple check, pulled up some lesson plans, pulled up some study guides, pulled up the physics textbook, made sure I got it right. It comported with my understanding, and so I read the script the way I wrote it. So, like, that's the whole thing. If somebody's getting up there and they have a bachelor's in biology and they're calling themselves a biologist, which you're allowed to do with a bachelor's, but they're calling themselves that and then saying shit that's way the fuck out of their specialization and just going against what mainstream people are saying, then yeah, that's a major issue, not just because it's in that Dunning-Kruger loop, but also it means that they're a shitty fucking science communicator. As opposed to somebody who's willing to say, here's where my specialization is, but even my understanding is this, and here's this other person who says that, or I just wrote this out of a fucking science textbook in this area. That's what I would say.
be careful,
Great.
when you talk about this kind of stuff. But, I would also say if you make mistakes, like everybody makes mistakes. I've made mistakes and I can't even count the number of mistakes that I've made. It's important to take responsibility when you make mistakes. But so long as you do that, and so long as you do your due diligence, generally speaking, with science communication, people just want to know the truth of the matter, right? So as long as you're clear on that, where you're coming from, where you're going, what stayed consistent, what has changed, you're on pretty safe ground.
Yeah.
Very good. I really appreciate that clarification, and that's why I assumed going into it. I made the channel. All I'm doing is like covering logical fallacies because I feel like that's pretty easy right now. But I watched a video. I've watched every Erika video. One of them recently.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Hell yeah.
You've said and yours, Forrest, but I know that would upset you.
Oh God, no! Don't do that. Watch more of hers. Watch one of hers for every. Watch two of hers for every one of mine. Seriously.
Don't. There's some real stinkers in my catalog, so don't do that. The only reason I don't delete some of them is for posterity, like just because it's like I until I can make a better version of this, I feel like the information should be out there. But there's some real losers in the early part of my catalog. But such is the nature of doing science communication. And Bryce, someday if you do stick to it, you will feel exactly the same way about the videos you're making now, and I will feel the same way about the videos that I am making currently in 1 year, because that's just the nature of the
beast. For sure.
I have yet to meet a successful YouTuber that does not hate their early videos, or more importantly, their most viewed video. I fucking hate my most viewed video on my channel. I hate it. I'm done. I don't want to ever see it again. And I've never met anybody who disagrees.
What was it?
I think my most viewed video is the first ever episode of Reacteria. And since it was the first one, it was just really weird. Back then I was recording and editing everything on my phone, so the audio's out of sync and it's just really choppy and it looks like trash.
Oh my God. Oh my God, I can't even imagine doing that. Wow, that's
Master, y'all.
This has been a little my respect has increased. Your reputation with me as an NPC has gone up. I'm impressed by that. In editing on your phone? No. All women are NPCs.
I feel that. I've been a YouTuber for a while. I've had like 15 different channels. It's just that like people are asking me to, because science has been a big hobby. They're like, please make a channel about that. I'm like, I have no expertise. I don't have the money to pay for all these degrees like Forrest does. I don't know how he does it. And so I'm like, all I know is just from the library and watching other science communicators. So essentially that was my question. And again, I did assume that was the case. But getting back to what I was saying 2 minutes ago, Erika uploaded a video. It was like 2 hours long or whatever the hell. And some point in there, you were talking about that you ought not to talk outside of your area of expertise. And I'm like, oh shit, am I full on Dunning-Kruger effect here because I don't have a bachelor's in logic or whatever the hell?
So I'm glad that you've raised this, because you're not the only person, the only individual who's gotten that impression. Because I've said that in quite a few videos. Usually when I'm covering creationists, I'm like, look, this is a danger. It is a danger to speak outside of your area of expertise. And it is. But that is a danger that can be easily mitigated by 99% of the people who do it, especially if they're good faith actors. The problem is most creationists aren't good faith actors. And so you've got geneticists talking about geology, and you've got physicists talking about evolutionary biology, and you've got chemists or synthetic chemists talking about biochemistry or whatever, right? Like you've got all of these different creationists talking like way outside of their area of expertise, and they're not talking in the way that every scientist I have ever seen in my life when they give a talks, which is, hey, I don't know this forwards and backwards, but here's my take on it. You should talk to so-and-so if you want more information, or here's everything I know about it. Here are my citations supporting that notion. And if I'm wrong, my mistake, I'll correct myself. No, you get Georgia Purdom coming out and saying that the geologic record supports the notion that the Earth is 6,000 years old. And I'm sitting here like, what the hell does she know about plate tectonics or radiometric dating? Like absolutely nothing. There's no disclosure, there's no disclaimer, there's no copping to this being. They don't even let you know that they're speaking outside of their area of expertise. I'm Dr. Georgia Purdom talking about Noah's flood and everything that entails, right? So I speak sort of not maliciously, ominously about that subject because it is dangerous, but it's dangerous in the same way that like not looking both ways when you cross the road is dangerous. Just look both ways. It's easy. Everybody should do it, and most people do it. When you don't, that's when the problems start rearing up. So please don't take it as like you're not allowed to talk about this if you don't have a degree in it. That's certainly not how I meant it, and I'm going to be more careful when I talk about it in the future.
Perfect. Wonderful. Well, thank you for clarifying that. And, I could have done it in a super chat, but I'm glad I finally got to talk to both of you at the same time, because that's not super often, because then, you have to prepare for like a 10-hour stream. I wanted to hear your actual reaction talking to the person that did the 3D version of your intro. And
I loved it. And this is such a pleasure. This is such a delight. And thank you again for doing that. That was just such a special thing to get to see. And what a labor of love, which felt good because it was a labor of love to make. So it was nice to see that adaptation of it as well.
I love animation too. That's something I really want to do. And I would do hand-drawn stuff in 3D like that. And as soon as I got the AI tools, I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to pick a video to test this with. Why not Erika's The Mind Adapted? And that was the very first video that I did with that in public.
Oh, I'm so flattered by that. Thank you. That's so kind.
So cool. All right. Well, hopefully my science communication stuff goes well. I would love to be on the show one day to help out with that, but maybe one day.
Yeah. Become very established and write to Jimmy Snow, and he'll make the decision. With that, Bryce, I appreciate you calling in, making me laugh, having a good time. I'll see you later on, my dude.
Thanks, Bryce.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
There's this incredible podcast clip, and I wish I could remember what it was, but it's like a bunch of dudes sitting around. There's like the one host and then like several guys, and they're playing a game where they're like, okay, I'm going to give you some things and you have to rank them from like best to worst, like 1 to 10.
I know these guys. My God. I like their podcast every time I see them. What's it called? It's You Keep Talking.
Yeah.
I'll find the podcast.
Yeah, and like I've only seen this one clip, and it's like the first thing he gives them is like an ice cream cone, and they're like, okay, we're gonna put it at 3 because like that can't be the best thing. Like number 2 is 9/11, and they're like, okay, well I'm gonna put that at like maybe like 7 because surely you're gonna give me something worse. And he's like, 2 ice cream cones, and they're like, I guess number 2 is like double 9/11, and they're like, I guess that's worse than single. And they go through the whole thing, and all he keeps giving them is more ice cream cones and more 9/11. And so it ends up with like number 2 is like 5 ice cream cones, but the best thing is like quadruple 9/11. It's just like so fucking. It's so fucked up.
I thought I knew who you were talking about, but it turns out I did not. I started looking, and when you were like 2 9/11s, I was like, nope, that's not. That's not the podcast.
Oh, it's so fucking funny. That, and then anytime, like, fuck it, that was my favorite thing Norm Macdonald did. Like, so it's anytime he had a guest on and like bring up 9/11, I was like, oh, don't talk about that. That reminds me of that one tragedy that one time. And then they'd start giggling. It's like, don't laugh at 9/11. It wasn't a tragedy, wasn't it? And the more he just was so deadpan, the more inappropriate it was, and the funnier it got. I love it so much. Oh God,
someday someone is going to write a phenomenal thesis or dissertation on like why our generation in particular has coped the way that we have coped with 9/11 specifically. Like someone is going to do a great dissertation on that, and I'm going to read it and I'm going to be like, yeah, that shit is pretty funny though.
I want to watch. I do. I am also curious because really, it's like. I can rationalize it in my head. Like, hey, this was a significant moment when I was in 4th grade. So I didn't really have the capacity to process the magnitude of it, but it still affected me. And then I grew up in war after that, which I don't have a relative concept of what it's like to not be thinking about that through your whole childhood. And so all I have is that stress. And then also learning what manufactured consent was that early. And like being aware of that going on and now seeing that today. And it's just all of it, it makes the trauma response funny. And I don't know. I would love to see that shit.
I think it's that, and I think that it's also like I feel like millennials and whatever the hell I'm 1996, so I get lumped variably in generations and in the zillennials spanning generation. It doesn't matter. But I do remember 9/11. I was in like first grade for 9/11, and we all got picked up, and I hid under. We did like a duck and cover very briefly because there were still a couple of planes in the air, and then they were like, "Okay, let's get these suckers home. Let's get these kids home." But it's like being the age range that we are, and I'm sure many people who are in the chat can empathize with this. It feels like the gag with Sideshow Bob and The Simpsons with the rakes, where it's like you step on a rake, and then you turn around and you step on another rake, and that's the 2008 financial crisis. And then you turn around and you step on another rake, and that's decreased employment. And then you turn around and you step on another rake, and that's debt after college. And then it's 2016, and then it's the COVID pandemic, and then it's whatever is happening right now, the fall of the West. And it's just like, what else can you do but laugh? Like, what else can you do but laugh? That's all we have. Like, jokes are all we have, and we're very funny. We're a very funny generation of people, I think.
That is, I think like more than any other generation, we have dealt with so much weird shit so fast while being harangued by every other generation for being worthless. And it seems that all of us have adapted by finding peace within ourselves and laughing at the insanity and making good iced coffees, probably. You know what I mean? Like that seems to be.
We're very Albert Camus kind of generation where it's like we embrace the absurdism and we persist. I must imagine Sisyphus happy while we have our iced coffees and our avocado toast, and we check Indeed for job listings, or we perpetually stay in school, or we try to buy our first house. Like it's it's the suffering is never ending, but that's okay.
You know, you're right about staying in school too. That probably has a lot to do with my academic career.
I'm also in perpetual school, so I'm throwing a big stone in a big glass house, or rather rolling my boulder through the glass house up a hill.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. We have 3 callers left on the line. Now, if that makes sense, if we keep track, that one, I think number 27 is probably going to take about an hour. Number 20, I imagine, is probably going to take about 30 to 40 minutes, unless something stupid happens. Number 32, I imagine, is probably going to take 20, 30 minutes maximum. So like we're looking at like 2 hours of content, and then we get super chats. I don't know about you, but I'd open the lines. But that's just me. I'm not trying to rush.
Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely
we should open the lines. I'm thinking we should open the lines.
All right, dude. Mom said no. Mom said absolutely not. No. She's like,
everybody,
I would rather die. She's looking down the barrel at 2 more hours plus super chats. And Forrest
everybody
is
in chat.
Let's just open the
everybody in chat. Again. Bully Arden into taking one more theist call. Just one. And in the meantime,
all they want. It's not going to budge. I'm not going to budge at all.
You should budge the woman. Let's talk to I think number 27. I'm going to go for that one because they've also been waiting for a very long time.
For sure.
Let's talk to Bevan calling in from Nice Clams. Thank you. Nice Clams to you as well. It says that Bevan wants to debunk evolution. Bevan, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today? Bevan, are you there?
Bevan, please. I was looking forward to this call.
I was too. I wanted to talk to this person. You've been waiting for 2.5 hours. Please pick up the phone and tell us about evolution.
Maybe. Oh, yes.
All right.
You hear me?
Yes. Bevan?
Sorry. I kind of jumped. I got off the phone for a second.
All right, that's fine. You were waiting for like 2.5 hours. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You hear me? I don't even know where to start anymore. I came on to debunk your theory on evolution, but you answered many of my questions with the whole God conversation with the other guy.
Oh, great.
Yeah. I don't know where to start. Do you have a question to ask me?
Yeah, we'll just start with can you define evolution? Let's start there. Can you tell me what evolution is?
Okay. Evolution. I don't think that this is what I know. Evolution is, I think the evolution is the progression of man over years. You said that before many times. But I think that proper evolution to man has been corrupted, and we will not evolve like we should due to lack of truth. Because you can't evolve properly evolving from a lie. We will evolve into a different species.
There's a lot to unpack there, Bevan.
What the fuck? What? So just to be clear, the definition of evolution, Bevan, is any change in the heritable characteristics of a population over the course of multiple generations. That's all it is. So it is where humans came from, but it's also where every other species came from. Aside from the very first.
Hang on. Humans are different from animals altogether because we have the acknowledgement of knowledge, and you jumped on that with the conversation with the topic on Adam and Eve, and the whole fruit, and then the ate the apple or whatever, and then they eat them not knowing. That that is one truth, huh?
Bevan, are you saying that humans are unique mammals, or are unique animals, or are you saying that we are not animals at all?
We're not animals at all. We're definitely not animals at all.
Do you agree? Do you agree that we are mammals? Do you agree that we are mammals?
Yeah, we're mammals.
What is a mammal?
Well, actually, human is a whole different category. It can't be clumped into an animal. Period. So I guess technically
we are mammals. So what is a mammal?
Well, you tell me, because evidently I don't know.
So I just Googled it just for sake, because I could tell you my definition, but you might not believe me. So I just Googled what is a mammal, and here's the first line here: a mammal is a vertebrate animal of the class Mammalia. So mammals are animals. Humans are mammals. Therefore, humans are animals, right?
I would say human isn't an animal. So that whole Google, what you just Googled, the line that will deter humans from evolving, because we Google things thinking that it's the truth, thinking that it's the correct answer.
So then I'm not going to Google it. I will tell you that the definition of a mammal is an animal that has fur and lactates. So again, if humans are mammals, then humans are animals. Yes, because a mammal is a type of animal.
I said humans aren't animals.
Right, but then you also said humans are mammals. Humans are mammals, and mammals are animals. So you understand, if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. If humans are mammals and mammals are animals, then humans are animals.
So by your definition, besides saying that humans are animals, what is a human?
What you mean? What kind of animal are we?
Yeah.
We are great apes.
So that's the whole that jumps on your topic of evolution.
Bevan,
you don't actually need evolution at all for that.
Are great apes mammals? Is a chimpanzee a mammal?
Yeah.
Right.
Chimpanzees, apes are animals.
Yeah, why is it well,
We
no, I
didn't.
asked if it was a
We did.
mammal.
I
Is it a
I
mammal?
say that.
Is it
I think
is
that
a
we did
gorilla
not
or a
evolve from apes.
chimpanzee a
I
mammal?
don't think that we
Right, but
evolved from apes. I don't think.
I'm with
I don't
you.
think that we
I'm with
evolved from
you,
apes.
Bevan. I'm with you,
Right.
Bevan, but let's
Huh?
take a step back real quick. Let's take a step back.
Okay.
Are
Okay.
chimpanzees mammals?
Say what?
Are chimpanzees like a chimp or an ape like a gorilla or like an orangutan?
Yeah.
Are they
Yeah, they're animals.
mammals?
Yeah, they're animals.
Are they
They're animals.
are they okay. Okay, so they're mammals and they're animals, right?
Right.
Why are they mammals?
Well, they're animals. They got fur and they lactate, like you said. They're animals. They're
Exactly.
different species
Yeah.
than they're different
Perfect.
species than humans. Humans are
Perfect.
different species than animals.
Do humans have hair?
Well, we have hair, yeah.
Do human females who give birth to offspring breastfeed them? Do they lactate?
Yes.
Okay, so humans are mammals, and mammals are animals. So humans, like chimpanzees and like gorillas, are animals. Are we on the same page with that?
We are.
Okay, so let's
Right.
talk about why humans are apes. Do humans have tails?
No.
No, we don't have tails, right? Do we have pretty big brains? Like bigger brains than like a dog would have for its body size?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have a childhood? Like, do we take a long time to grow up? Do we have to take a bunch of years before we can leave our parents or else we'll die in the wild?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have long, skinny backs or short backs that let us stand upright?
Yeah. It's,
Yeah, we
I
have
mean,
short
I'm not.
backs
I'm
that
not
let us
doubting.
stand upright. Right.
I'm not
so
doubting you
the
that
guy
with similarities.
Yeah, but that's how you categorize an ape. Like, there's no way to categorize all apes as separate from, like, old world monkeys, like baboons, without accidentally including humans as apes. Right?
Right.
Like, there's no way to do it. So humans are, by our physical characteristics, apes, and we're mammals, and we're animals, right? You can go all the way up or all the way down the list. This is just how we
Okay.
categorize things.
All right. All right. Can we stop here?
Yes.
So on the theory of God creating Adam and Eve, was Adam an ape that he created?
Did Adam have hair?
I mean, no. I'm asking, was he an ape? And
Yeah,
was
like
Eve an ape?
we're gonna go through the characteristics. Did Adam and Eve both have hair?
Well, technically, I don't know because I wasn't living back then. But yeah, I guess.
Sure.
Well,
Could
we
Eve
can ask
breast-
different ones then.
Yeah, could Eve breastfeed her babies? Like when she had Cain and Abel, could she feed them at her breast? She wasn't using a bottle,
Like,
right? She
Yeah.
wasn't using a bottle. They weren't invented yet, so she's breastfeeding them, right? So Adam and Eve were mammals, and mammals are animals. So Adam and Eve were both mammals and animals. Check. Did Adam and Eve's
Did they
kids have a
have-
long childhood? They did, right? Did they have tails?
I-
No, they
I-
didn't have tails.
You're asking me a whole bunch of questions
even
that I
ask-
don't know. It's a theory.
You can ask. So first of all, it's not, but that's not the point. The second thing, like you can even ask other. There's lots of other things. Did they have fingernails? Yes. Okay, so they were primates, right? Did they have stereoscopic vision? Did they have eyes in the front of their head? Yeah, probably so. If they were, humans look like the point is, humans are great apes. If Adam and Eve were humans, then they would also be great apes. And now, of course, we don't believe that Adam and Eve actually existed, but that's a different question entirely. All we're trying to get through now, you don't need evolution, you don't need creationism, we can get to those things later. All we're trying to hammer out right now is that no matter how you slice it, the classification that we use for all life on Earth firmly and unequivocally says that humans are definitely 100% great apes. We are animals, we are chordates, we are mammals, we are primates, we are great apes. Those are all things that we are.
So, there's no change your mind on that.
So
Unless you
you
control-
could change our mind. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing you were, Erika. You go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if you can show that humans, like humans living today as a population, don't have the characteristics that define great apes, or that define apes generally, or that define catarrhine primates, or that define primates generally, or that define chordates, or I should say mammals generally, or vertebrates generally, or chordates generally, or animals generally. Like, if you could find characteristics in humans that don't nest us within those categories, you could totally change our mind. The problem is every human that has ever existed, with zero exceptions that we are aware of, every single time has had the characteristics that make a human, and that make a human a great ape, and that make a human an ape generally, and that make a human a primate, and a mammal, and an animal, and so on and so forth. Right? So it's like, you would have to show an exception to that.
Follow? I'm asking, do apes follow? Like if an ape, was in school and then was looking at the other ape, does the other ape follow what the other ape done?
Yes.
Yes.
So they learn that way.
Yes, chimpanzee mothers teach their kids how to use tools so that they can survive in the wild.
Yes, generational learning, generational knowledge being passed down. Yes, they absolutely do that. Also, they do have social hierarchy, just like we do as well, where you'll have like one that's really like the kind of the big guy that everybody looks up to and respects and things like that. So yeah, everything that humans do, you can see it in other animals. Love, compassion, grief, empathy, morality, education, democracy, like all of these different things, justice. You can see all of these things in different animals. These are all differences of degree, not differences of type. So like humans do these things a lot more than other animals. But other animals do different things that humans do a lot more than humans do. And that doesn't mean that they're not animals anymore. It's just every type of animal is just a little better at some things and a little worse at some other things. We're not very good at smelling, but we're really good at speaking. And that makes us humans.
Okay. Well, I think we're done here then.
Why?
Yeah.
What did anything we say change your mind about creationism?
No, it put me in perspective to where your mindset is at.
So let's get into your mindset for a second then. Let's explore where you're coming from. If you don't believe that humans are animals, then how does that get you to creationism?
Well, I can tell you everything that I have done in my life, but you won't believe me because you believe what you have read, whether it's on, posted on the internet or what you can Google or what you have known in a book or whatever you read. You won't go off and believe.
Evan, are you aware that the first person to recognize that humans and other apes were extremely similar to one another, similar enough to be within the same group, like how a dog is to a coyote or like a dog is to a wolf? That guy's name was Carlos Linnaeus, right? He was a creationist and he lived before evolution was ever invented, right? Like he lived in the 1700s and the Google wasn't around. Textbooks with evolution weren't around. Charles Darwin hadn't even been born yet. And he was able to look at the physical similarities, the skeletons of other apes and of humans. And he was able to say, yup, God designed humans to look like apes. So humans are apes. He called us anthropomorpha, but this was the same category back then.
Well, I mean, okay, you say God designed humans to mimic apes. Apes are one of the better animals with two limbs, hands, and feet, and like humans do. It enables humans to grasp better, better than a dog or a cat or a lion or something like that. It's a human has the better capabilities of any other, I guess, animals in air quotes in the animal kingdom. So technically that will put us above the lion, tigers, and bears because we have dominated the animal kingdom. If we're animals.
So can we agree then that humans are physically animals and physically mammals and physically apes? Even if you want to say perhaps there's something extra that humans have, but our bodies are those of apes, of primates, of mammals.
Okay.
Can we agree on that?
But I mean, I'm saying the only thing that makes us different than apes, we can communicate. We can verbally communicate no matter the language, and then we have through that communication,
Bevan,
we have the ability to. What?
Sorry, Bevan, that's also not true. Is that once again, like I said a minute ago, this is a difference in degree, not a difference in type. There are plenty of other primate species that can communicate verbally and non-verbally. Chimpanzees have a repertoire of gestures that are about on par with a human toddler. There are species like Campbell's monkeys and vervets, I believe, that not only have different alarm calls for different predators, but they even have prefixes and suffixes depending on if they saw the predator themselves, or if that guy saw the predator and told them, or if the predator is coming from above or from below. Like, this is not a complete language. Yeah, so these are animals that also have proto-language. We just took it 10 steps further. It's the exact same thing. We just capitalized on it.
I agree with you 100%. But I'm saying that we are the dominant species in communication. You got to agree with that. You have to agree.
I don't.
Sorry. So if what you're saying is that language is like language as humans do it is currently with the present guys that live on this planet, language as humans use it is unique to humans. I am unaware of another animal that has a human language, like that uses the human language as their de facto communication system. That's true. But the problem is that's not a difference in category, right? Like the types of communication systems that we see in these other primates, or like people have used, whales and dolphins as an example, or elephants as an example, like their communication systems aren't that different from the type of communication that we see in human children or in human infants. And yet I don't think anybody on this planet would say that a baby is incapable of communicating with its mother. Right? Like a baby is capable of communicating with its mom in all kinds of ways. So if other animals are doing that type of communication, then their level of communication is in the human range. It just doesn't get taken to the same extreme as humans do. So again, we fall back on how are humans different? We are different. Every animal has its area that it's different in, right? Than every other animal, as Forrest said earlier. But that's not a categorical difference. It's a difference in degree. We're on the same slider, if that makes sense.
Okay. What we have met on this conversation right now is what I call a crossroad, a cross path, or whatever. I don't know that I'm going to create terminology, but it's like a barrier limit to where I am unable to change your mind to make you see the difference. I'm unable to make you see into my mind.
You could. All you have to do is show Forrest and I something that, like some observation or some, quantified.
I just told you. I just told you. I have created a lot of things, but I can't make you believe. I can't make you believe anything. Huh?
Bevan, those weren't true things, right? Like you said, communication is something that only humans do, and then we gave you reasons why that.
Not just communication. It's one big thing. Like we wouldn't be able to talk on this phone if it wasn't for me. But you don't believe that. You believe.
Let's go through. Let's go through all of the things.
Listen to me.
What's number one?
We cannot communicate on this phone right now like we're doing if I had not lived the life that I'm living.
So technology
would not exist. Technology would not exist if it weren't for me. Technology.
Okay.
In its
so let's call it
entirety.
technology. Yeah. So technology. Cool.
Huh? Yeah.
If technology is what makes if technology is what makes a human, is a human child incapable of inventing a cell phone not a human?
I don't understand. What?
Like my niece, right, and my nephew. they can't make a cell phone. They don't even know how to use a cell phone. One of them is like a literal baby, right? But she's still a human, even though she can't physically make a cell phone. She's still a human, right? In fact, we can go back in time and we can look at a human adult 100 years ago, or 200 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 10,000 years ago. And none of them are going to be able to talk using a cell phone because cell phones didn't exist because humans couldn't make them yet. Were they less human because they couldn't invent a cell phone? Were they just animals because they couldn't make a cell phone?
I don't know. I just told you that I made it possible. I put my blood on the satellite, the first satellite in space. But you don't believe that. You just hear me, so you listen to me talk, so you can respond.
Exactly. Now that's interesting. Now that's first. I got to pee.
That's a whole other thing.
Please field the satellite blood thing for me.
I'm not gonna. I want to ask a different thing entirely, which is that you said earlier on that you can't convince us of anything, and therefore this conversation may not be worth your time. But like the fact of the matter is, Erika and I are both scientists. We both are biologists. We've spent years and years of our lives and way too much money going to school and earning degrees, learning about biology. We care about the truth. So if you know something that's real that we don't know, we do want to hear it. You could change our minds. So I want to get into your perspective. You told us that you put your blood on a satellite, and I don't see what that has to do with evolution.
Blood code. I looked into my blood and found the code, and then I made it possible to join the whole world together. That is a sign of evolution. But if you don't believe that's a deterrent of
How is
evolution.
it a sign of evolution? How is it a sign of evolution? Because remember, the definition of evolution is a change in the heritable characteristics of a population over the course of multiple generations. So how does you putting your blood on a satellite change the DNA of human beings?
Because if you believe that I did it and not Steve Jobs did it or whoever did it or what, Mark Zuckerberg or whatever, who all the many people who stole, stole from me to get their name out there to make you believe. That is the deterrence of evolution, a proper evolution. Because you don't believe me, because how they made it possible is they changed all the knowledge in the books and everything that you Google. They changed Google. I actually created Google. Huh?
Bevan, what about not knowing the truth of something in history changes your DNA or prevents your DNA from changing?
I just told you.
You told me that you invented Google and you put your name on and all these satellites, you did all this stuff, and that all these people stole a bunch of stuff from you. Whatever. I'm asking you, how does any of that affect actual evolution, which is the change in heritable characteristics from generation to generation? When somebody gives birth to their child and their child has slightly different DNA than them, how is that affected by someone stealing your inventions from you?
Okay, all right, listen. You just said whatever. So that deterrence of what the statement that I made, that deterrence that all the knowledge that you look up now from the time that I made Google and then put my blood on the satellite, they changed of the knowledge that you look up and both y'all, you look up, it's all false. It's all falsified. So you're looking at false knowledge.
You're back again to the same thing, which doesn't change anything. It doesn't matter. If I lie to somebody and teach them a bunch of things that aren't true, and they go and read a bunch of false books and they learn a bunch of false things, none of that changes the way that their DNA works. I'm asking you, how does any of what you're saying change humans' DNA?
Sure it does. The knowledge that you ingest is a frequency of alignment. So if you learn false information, that misaligns your brain and misaligns your cells. So it physically changes your DNA through the truth.
So this is all 100% against everything that we know about biology. So I'm forced to now ask you really fundamental, basic questions about what DNA is to see if you're even on the same page with that. And I don't want to be patronizing to you, but that's the level that you've taken this to now.
What? I don't understand. What do you don't understand?
Do you know what DNA is, Bevan?
Yeah. Do you?
I do. I've spent about a decade studying it. So I'm curious to know, can you just give me a mechanism then that learning something incorrect can cause a DNA mutation? And also tell me what kind of mutation it would be.
You know the movie Jurassic Park, right? The first one.
Yep, I do.
Where he took out that strand of DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
The doctor, the DNA scientist,
I
took
know
out that strand of DNA. All right, so
I know it.
If you take out a strand of any DNA, like human beings, that changes their DNA structure. That changes their brain. That changes everything about them. If you check it,
how much DNA? How many cells in your body?
Wait. How does it not? How does it not? If you take out a strand of DNA.
Because if I take a strand of DNA out of somebody, I'm taking it out of a cell or maybe some cells. In order to change the DNA in their body, I would need to take it out of every single one of their cells that have DNA. Do you know how many of your cells in your body have DNA?
Right.
Brevin?
Right. So making everybody on the planet, at least in the States, take a vaccine doesn't change your DNA, doesn't change the structure of your DNA.
Once again, can you give me a mechanism by which a vaccine can even get into your nuclear envelope?
Well, mercury gets in anything. Mercury, we have a natural form. We produce a natural.
Can you tell me how much mercury? How can you tell me how much mercury is in any given vaccine?
I don't have a. I didn't have a capability to look at
honest thing you've said. That's the first honest thing you said, Bevan, is I don't know.
Everything that I have told you, everything that I told you has been honest.
Just working my way forward here, the mercury that is used or used to be used, because now it's been outlawed, but the mercury that was used in vaccine production was used as a preservative and something to kill any pathogens that could be in there, any bacteria or whatever like that. It was not just pure mercury, and it also was not present in the actual vaccines. If it was in trace amounts. You would have to break, you would have to take hundreds of vaccines every day for years to be exposed to the same amount of mercury as you would be exposed to if you broke one single fluorescent light bulb, which also have mercury in them. So that doesn't make any sense. Second of all, mercury does not allow things to get into your nuclear envelope like that. That doesn't make any sense. Even if you did get things into your nuclear envelope, just getting a vaccine into the nucleus of your cell, which is where your DNA live, does not change your DNA. You need an enzyme called reverse transcriptase and double-stranded DNA to do that, which COVID vaccines, which were mRNA-based, did not have that kind of genetic material in them, so that is also impossible. Also, that doesn't mean you're removing any strands of DNA from anybody. Pulling a little bit of DNA from a sample like you saw in Jurassic Park does not mean removing the same strand of DNA from every single cell in your entire body. Also, you have trillions of cells in your body. The only ones that don't have DNA are erythrocytes and cornified cells, and you don't have any way to adjust all of those cells in your body, and absolutely none of that changes your brain structure. So here you have just example after example after example after example of you not knowing the first fucking thing about what you're talking about. And the best thing you can say in response to that is that every bit of what I just said is wrong because I learned it from universities, and that you actually know the truth. The problem is the university level of knowledge that I've acquired and everything that I just told you is the reason why all of biomedical science works. The reason why you are able to get the medicine that you live on today. The reason why human lifespan is more than 30 years is because of the science that I just regurgitated to you. That is the only thing you can say is that that's not true, which means you're back in the fucking Stone Age. So at the end of the day, Bevan, you have a bunch of crazy fucking beliefs, and I've been very charitable with you to sit here and listen to them without calling you out on them, but it is beyond apparent that you don't know what you are talking about. Erika, what are you thinking?
Well, I was going to ask Bevan, maybe you already asked this while I was gone, but in your opinion, Bevan, what is DNA? What do you
we did ask that, and we talked about Jurassic Park.
We did. Well, I heard the Jurassic Park bit, but I was wondering about
that was the response to my. That was the response to my question, what is DNA?
That it was the stuff from, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love for you to ask him again. I would love to. No, what we learned is that he put his blood on a satellite, and he also invented Google, and that Mark Zuckerberg and Steve Jobs and everybody stole all of his inventions and then corrupted the internet to spread false information, because if we learn false information, that changes our brain, which changes our DNA, which stops us from evolving properly. That's what we got to.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, Forrest, I feel like if we continue this conversation, it's us being bullies. Like, I feel like I feel like if we continue this, we're just sort of milking Bevan here for laughs, which, you know, whatever. But I don't know that we're going to get anywhere or mutually understand each other any better.
To the point where we could, I let it roll to the point where we could very confidently show that Bevan doesn't know the first thing about fucking anything. And rather than just saying, hey, that's a crazy belief, we're not going to take the call, I wanted to really demonstrate to Bevan, hopefully, Bevan, maybe you picked up on something here, and the something you should have picked up on is that you're making shit up, and literally everybody can tell.
I picked up something, all right, and it's Devin, D-E-V-I-N. Or David.
Well, it's not what you put in the fucking call screen. I don't know what you're thinking. What I've got written here is Bevan. That's what you wrote down, but whatever. Anyway, Bevan, learn what words mean before you argue against them, and go file a lawsuit against Steve Jobs. It'll be great. Talk to you later. Now, can we take another call, Arden? Since that one sucked so bad, can we open one more line for somebody who's a little bit more serious? That'd be fun. You got to agree that's not good for the show, right?
That's more calls left
for the show. Oh my God! We're
probably gonna have like 2 hours of super chats, and so I'm just trying to think long term.
If we did, it still wouldn't be a groundbreaking show. And Erika and I came here with the plan. I got tacos. I got a box full of tacos right here. I'm ready for the long haul. And it breaks my heart to know that I care about this channel more than you, is what it is. Is that I'm here for the real. Erika and I showed up to fight for 10 hours, and you showed up. You're trying to take the easy way out, and the audience deserves better.
Forrest and I we're the siblings asking our mom if we can please order pizza tonight, please. It would be so much easier on her because she wouldn't have to cook, and we were really good at school today, and I'm kind of standing behind, I'm nodding.
I actually have to screen the call, so I would have to cook.
That's not true.
Listen.
Stephanie Helms is right there. I see Stephanie in the chat. She's right there. She can come back.
Stephanie. I let her go because I
Stephanie, stay in the chat. Stay in the chat. You'll call screen again. Stay in the chat. You'll call Stephanie.
No,
Stephanie. Tell her you'll call screen again.
Gonna get drunk or something. She's probably totally wasted. No, I'm just kidding.
See, she just said. She said I'll call screen again. Arden let me drink. That means I want to call screen. Let me drink. It's like let them cook.
That does not.
Let us cook and let her drink. Put her back on the screen.
Bring her back.
I'll call screen.
She does want to be back.
I think some of these callers who have been waiting, they're waiting now longer listening to this banter instead of you just
and the new callers will wait as well.
It's good banter too. Right. I will say it's good banter.
It's pretty. It's top-notch banter. Quality banter.
We're making good observational humor, which is one of the higher brow forms of humor. I'm sure we'll get plenty of the other kind later.
Eric said he can call screen. Eric just said, I can call screen. Nothing will go wrong. I promise. That's sincere. That's honest. That's goodness.
I believe Eric on that. Personally.
I believe Eric. Let's talk in the meantime, while Arden sits there and reflects on her life and her choices and how badly she's hurting our audience right now. Let's talk to Gabriel, pronouns he, him, calling in from Flap.
Dude.
What's wrong with Flap? We're starting with flap.
Like a flap. Like I think of like a flap of skin or like a flap of
a you problem.
Muscle or tissue. Like that's just a like couldn't you be like couldn't you say fluffy lagomorph? Like done. Look at that.
Flap lengthening. Flap lengthening. We're stretching out that skin.
So
we're pulling
gross,
it.
Dude.
We're stretching it out.
So
yeah. Who wants to talk about humans and Neanderthals? Gabriel. Tell us about your flaps. You're on the line with Forrest and Erika.
Wow. Hi, Gabriel. Sorry you're here to hear that. Gabriel,
if you're on the web caller, you have to make sure your phone's awake, otherwise we can't hear you. Don't let your phone go to sleep. Tap it and wake it up, and then we can hear you.
Gabriel, I want to talk about Neanderthals with you.
It doesn't look like Gabriel is in the host room. I don't know if you hit the button all the way.
I see it on mine.
Good for me.
Oh, sorry. It just wasn't updating. That's weird.
Gabriel, can you hear us now? Listen, I have a monologue locked and loaded for this, even if Gabriel isn't here. So,
caller, pull your phone away from your face, tap it to wake it up, go back to the browser wherever this call started in, and then put it back to your face.
You've been waiting for 2.5 hours. We're not gonna drop it after 1 minute, but
we're gonna give you a chance. Please come back.
If Gabriel isn't there, then what? It's terminated.
Where did it
Gabriel
go?
hang up?
Did he open a line?
Open two. Yes! Open two. Open two.
And
open two.
And I know everybody's wondering what's going on. Like, why are Neanderthals and humans fertile, but other great apes aren't interfertile with one another? Like, why can't the chimp and the gorilla have a baby together? And the reason, my dear viewer, my dear listener, is because reproductive isolation is a weird game. But generally speaking, the longer two lineages have been isolated, the harder it is for them to exchange genes. So hominins and panins, that's a little triad of us, and chimps and bonobos, we split from members of gorilla about 10 million years ago, according to the most recent genetics work. So that's a long time to be accumulating stuff separately on unique lineages, whereas humans and Neanderthals only split like 1 million years ago, max. So that's still plenty of time to like not accumulate massive amounts of mutations that are going to keep us from having kids. Forrest is loving this. He's thinking this is so funny. I'm so hyped and excited about hominin interbreeding. Yes. I love it.
Pre-zygotic and post-zygotic barriers are awesome. I'm laughing at the fact that 5 calls just came in.
Oh, Arden. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think that. Well.
Put them all in the room. Put them all in the queue. Don't even screen them. Just put them in there.
I'm getting you guys like 1 good call at most.
2.
Did we just
putting through everyone who calls
compromise?
Compromise. That is a compromise.
2.
And we'll be fast. We promise.
Wait, define compromise.
We can literally be so fast.
Well, you say none, and they say 5, and I'm saying 2. That's a compromise.
In fact, it's more in your favor than it is in ours when you think about it.
It's true.
Rounding down.
Because you get to choose. Yes.
And it's rounding down. Because they wanted 5 and we wanted.
I give you, and you'll be happy with it.
Yeah, Fuzz. We're going to be happy with 2. I bet we're going to be happy with 2.
I'd be happy with 2. 2's good. 2's good. I like Cinesticks with the pizza. We don't have to get the drink too. Cinesticks and pizza are both great. Together, get that combo. Okay, anyways, as I was saying on my monologue, Forrest, as I was saying, that's the reason why humans and Neanderthals could have viable offspring. But interestingly enough, at present, there's this odd little phenomenon when it comes to human Neanderthal hybrids where it seems like they were only viable in one direction. So mom had to be a human, dad was a Neanderthal. And the reason we think that this is the case is because we don't have any Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA in us today, but we have an absolute shitload of Neanderthal nuclear DNA in us today. So that suggests that if mom was a Neanderthal and dad was a human, for whatever reason, those offspring either were not viable, they weren't fertile themselves, or something was going on. And the reason
I can drop
damn
him
it,
in.
Gabriel. Okay, I hope you've been listening to this. Bring him in. Neanderthal
Can
question
y'all hear
again.
me now?
Please accept me my phone.
Yes.
Gabriel, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I said Neanderthal.
Sorry about that. I had a pun lined up to tell you as soon as you got on here, Erika, but it kind of got messed up.
Shut the call down. Cancel the call. Boot him. Boot and ban. Boot and ban. I changed my mind about you. Evil
no,
demon.
I'm serious.
Lay it on us, Gabriel. I'm happy you're here. Welcome to the show.
Tell us about your question and about your thoughts on Neanderthals. And were you listening? I was yammering. I was tapping.
No, you're fine. I've been trying to like get my head around like how. So if like you have a mule obviously is infertile when it obviously breeds and everything with the horse and the donkey breeds into a mule and it's infertile. How come the Neanderthal have fertile offspring with a human?
Okay, lightning round of what I just said. The reason is because humans and Neanderthals split more recently in the past than like mules and horses did, I think, but certainly more recently in the past than gorillas and chimps did. So a gorilla and a chimpanzee cannot have offspring with one another because they split from one another about 10 million years ago. In fact, the triad of humans, chimps, and bonobos split from gorillas about 10 million years ago. That's a long time to be accumulating mutations that impact your phenotype and behavioral differences and all that good stuff. Whereas humans and Neanderthals, it's 1/10 of that at about a million years ago max that we split from one another. That's plenty of time to still be able to exchange genes as long as we're still encountering one another via gene flow. And wouldn't you know it, human and Neanderthal ranges overlapped all the time. And so we were able to swap some genes. But as I was saying, it seems like we were on our way to being just as reproductively isolated as like horses and donkeys are from one another, because humans and Neanderthals could evidently only mate in one direction, right? If mom was a Neanderthal and dad was a human, that wouldn't work for whatever reason. Either the fetus was unviable, either the offspring themselves were infertile, we're not sure. But the way we know this is because humans don't have any like Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA in us today, but we have an absolute shit ton of Neanderthal nuclear DNA in us today. So that tells us that if mom was a human and dad was a Neanderthal, those kids were viable. We got that nuclear DNA all up in us now. But if mom was a Neanderthal and dad was a human, it wasn't going to work. And the reason for that is probably because Neanderthals and humans split, again, sometime in between 400,000 and a million years ago. It depends on which area of the genome you're looking at and who you ask. But that's still a lot of time in very different environments, the savannas of Africa for Homo sapiens and Eurasia for Neanderthals, to accumulate like really unique mutations. And it seems like, too, whatever ended up getting into humans Neanderthal wise, like a lot of their genes impact us in like weirdly negative ways. Like Neanderthal genes are associated with like addiction. It's associated with depression. It's associated with some like, I think it's like a couple of fatty liver disorders, if memory serves. And then there are some things about Neanderthals that are either neutral for us or have negative effect, or have positive effects. It just seems like most of the Neanderthal genes are associated with like wherever they were living and were not beneficial to us. So that's the reason why reproductive isolation is messy. Some things have been split for a really long time and they can still exchange genes. Some stuff have been split for not very long and they can't. And then there's a whole myriad of stuff in between.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Also, a side note. So how did, so obviously, you think of like Homo sapiens evolving in Africa. Did Neanderthals like originate in Africa and then migrate to Eurasia, or did they originate from Eurasia to begin with?
Awesome question. Probably the latter, because we have these out of Africa events with hominins prior to Homo sapiens. Usually the generic that we go with is Homo erectus. So Homo erectus leaves Africa. Let's call it around 2 million years, but I suspect that's going to get pushed back, and I suspect it's not going to be just Homo erectus that is the hominin that originally, or even was the only one that left Africa. But Homo erectus spreads out like really through that sort of Middle Eastern area, through Georgia, and it leaves these populations as it goes in Europe and in Asia and everywhere in between. Some members even make it out to the islands of Oceania, right? And some of these Homo erectus populations.
Yeah, I've seen some interesting videos about that where like they're finding these, I'm not sure what species it is, but like a very small ape that's obviously human-like on the, like Indonesia, I believe, or somewhere in that area.
It's like this little 3.5
I couldn't remember the name of it.
They're super cool. But yeah.
Yeah, so they are. I've been following all the stuff about it. It's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it's awesome. So probably Neanderthals descend from Homo erectus or something similar to it. There are people that argue that you could point to like a species that's past Homo erectus, something like Homo rhodesiensis or Homo heidelbergensis or Homo bodoensis, or whichever one of those guys you want to use. I feel more comfortable just saying that we know Homo sapiens and Neanderthals descend from Homo erectus, and there's some guys leading on both of our branches that are pretty unique and interesting. Are they unique and interesting enough to get their own species? I don't know. But no, Neanderthals did not descend from Homo sapiens. We share a common ancestor in the form of Homo erectus.
Okay.
It's kind of like you didn't descend from your sister. you and your sister have a common ancestor in the form of your mom.
Exactly. Yeah, that makes sense.
Sweet. Let's go.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course. I'm
One more
good to
thing. You're gonna it's not a question. Just I'll let you know you're gonna get a super chat from a certain favorite cat that is actually one of my family members, and he and a super chat, and you'll be seeing the exact same question, so you can disregard that now.
Oh, I won't disregard. I'll come up with something else interesting and relevant to say.
Okay, awesome.
I'll talk about chromosome numbers. It'll be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Erika. Thanks so much, Forrest. Thanks for having me on.
I didn't do anything. Thank you. Take care, Gabriel. Dude waited for almost 3 hours. Hell yeah.
What happened in the... Okay, I see 2 calls. Oh my God, are they good?
Yeah, we got 2 calls. We had the one, and then we have the one that Arden let us had the scraps that she threw us. But we're going to take this one first, who's been waiting for 2.5 hours, and then we have what appears to be an absolute banger as the last call. So we'll see how that goes.
I have high hopes for that call. Really high hopes.
Let's talk to first this, but no pressure to this person now. Let's talk to Dustin. Pronouns he, him. Calling in from Itchy Narwhals. How are they going to scratch? You know what I mean? Maybe with the tusks.
You
got the big tooth. They can scratch each other.
It's a big
like a family.
It's a big itchy. Yeah, it's a big itchy guy.
Yeah.
Itching.
Big itchy guy.
Hello, Dustin.
Welcome. Who says, did the earliest form of ritualistic behavior we observe in the genus Homo arise or when? And did we see this in other ancient hominins? Dustin, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
You guys, I am so stoked to talk to my 2 favorite science educators right now. And I watched you guys exercise like Olympic levels of patience here this evening. And I just want to thank you guys for your efforts, first off.
Thank you for waiting for so long, and thank you for hanging out.
Okay, so I have a problem, and I'm really excited because I think I need both of your expertise on this one.
Okay.
So,
I can't wait to disappoint you.
No, you're fine. We'll see how it plays out. I don't know how I'm going to be able to top quadruple 9/11 blood satellites in Jurassic Park, but I think we can solve a pretty good conversation.
We could do our best.
Quintuple 9/11.
A quintuple 9/11. Okay,
yes.
So, all right. So I'm an anti-theist. I've been dipping my toes into the debate realm online a little bit more, and I was posed with an interesting question. Somebody asked me, he said, well, if God's not real, then you have to come up with a natural explanation for supernatural belief. So that kind of put me down on the road to, okay, like, what do we know? Let's apply Occam's razor to it. So, like, if we look, we see primitive tool use emerging possibly as early as 3 million years ago. And then we see the emergence of the harnessing of fire about 400,000 to 1 million years ago, which is like completely backwards because the common theist argument is that, God creates man, then gives us the tools for civilization. But I want to see first if anthropology shows it the other way around. Like so my question was for Erika first, like when do we really see like ritualistic behavior? Because I watched a recent documentary with hominileti where they talked about possibly burying their dead, in some early forms of ritualistic behavior. So like in the genus Homo,
Erika loves those guys.
Sorry, are you still there?
Yeah, no, I was saying Erika loves hominileti, and every theory that has come out about them, she 100% agrees with. It's great.
Okay, so yeah, so that's my initial question is where do we first see like what we would call higher thinking or ritualistic belief in the hominid, in the genus Homo?
That's a phenomenal question. If you talk to primatologists, some will tell you that we see it in non-human apes. There is arguably ritualistic behavior in chimpanzees. Chimpanzees allegedly have, Jane Goodall has been reporting on this since 1960, and she's got some interesting beliefs that I wouldn't personally buy into, but she's not the only person who's reported on bizarre, like rain dance-esque behavior in chimpanzees, and that's her terminology, not mine. Or
right.
Something to sort of either bring about or is associated with the rain, whatever, right? It's also not limited to primates. We've seen, you'll be fascinated by this. This was probably one of my favorite papers of this year, but Asian elephants have been reported burying their dead. And we're not talking about burying their dead, like kind of half-assing it. Like they dig a hole with their trunks and they put their babies in the hole with their feet oriented upward. And then they put dirt on top of them and then they avoid that area. And there are these very sad pictures of like baby Asian elephant calves who have died and their little feet are like barely sticking above the line of the dirt. You can ask all sorts of questions as like, why are they doing this? Why do chimpanzees have weird behavior surrounding rain when they're so familiar with rain and it literally rains every day in Gombe? Like, why are these behaviors there, right? And that's an interesting question, and it's a hard question to answer because we can't really ask them, and we can't really see what's going on inside their heads. And they're also different animals from us. So when it comes to the hominins, it's even more interesting because religious behavior and ritualistic behavior has taken on this completely new form in humans. Right. I mean, it is really something else.
My knowledge, kind of a recent thing, right?
It is, but it might not. At least it is at present, hardline recent, but it might not be as new as we might think. Right. So the oldest tool using behavior, you cite Lamechwi, the Lamechwian stone tools at about 3.3. But there are cut marked bones at Dakika that are older than that at about 3.4.
Yeah, in Ethiopia.
Yeah, so like animals, Australopiths are capable of these complex behaviors in the sense that they know how to take a stone, shape it into something that it needs to be to do a job that it couldn't originally do, which is actually quite different from how chimpanzees use tools today. It's sort of the next step along the line. And then we can ask this question, okay, like what else is going on in their heads? If chimpanzees are doing any form of ritualistic behavior today, and Australopiths are more advanced than chimpanzees, what was going on in their heads with regard to all of this other stuff, all of these other questions that they might have had about the world? And then you run into an additional problem where even more advanced tools are found with hominins that have a similarly sized brain case to these Australopiths. The Dmanisi hominins reach down into the Australopith level of these itty-bitty, teeny-tiny brain case sizes. They're using more advanced stone tools. They're taking care of their sick and their injured. They're leaving Africa. They're doing behaviors that would ostensibly seem to be out of the range of possibilities for something with a brain that big, but they're doing them anyways, right? We're finding hominins in doing all sorts of things that we didn't think that they were previously capable of. Now, I have a lot of opinions about Homo naledi and what Homo naledi was capable of versus what Homo naledi actually did. In fact, I have a 4-hour video that's been sitting available for my patrons only on Patreon for quite some time now about Homo naledi and the controversy surrounding it. But at the very least, we can say that what's going on with this hominin, who also has a brain the size of Australopithecus, the size of Lucy, and it's doing something weird. There's something weird going on there. It's the only thing in this bizarre cave system. But at the same time, there doesn't seem to be any easy explanation for how it got back there, right? Like, we don't have any evidence that they were capable of fire use. We don't have any evidence that they were capable of ropes. We don't have any evidence that they were capable of even stone tools, although the team would probably tell you differently. And yet they're back there, and it's hard to get back there. What's going on? Like, it's a hard thing to come up with an easy answer for. And so we arrive at the sort of conclusion of this question, or sort of a speculation on my part, which is, again, if chimps are capable of doing some kind of ritualistic behavior today, and humans do a shit ton of ritualistic behavior today, like the complete opposite end of the maximum end of that spectrum, we have to see the former essentially beget the latter across 7 million years of time. I think it would be insane to propose that the very first ritualistic behavior to pop up in hominin evolution is the stalactites that are arranged in a circle in the depths of a cave from Neanderthals, right? Like, we know Neanderthals did weird ritualistic behavior. There's no way that's the first time it happened. Was it with Homo naledi? I don't know. Was it with the I think it's the Makapanskat pebble. I think it's the Makapanskat pebble. But the artistic behavior that we see in even earlier hominins, Homo erectus, maybe even the Australopiths. I don't know. But I think that it's fair to speculate and say that it did not start with genus Homo. Whatever seeds exist in us now for this ritual behavior, it's older than that, in my opinion.
Man, that is absolutely fascinating. So that, if I could piggyback that to a question to Forrest then. So, yeah, let's talk. So at one point, I remember you saying in one of your videos, or it was in one of the discussions you had that, like, it seems that humans largely are the only animals that have been able to eliminate the selection pressures of Mother Nature, at least largely in the modern world. Would you agree with that?
Jay, yeah, I'd word it slightly differently. That the past, especially like 20-ish thousand years, have been trying to eliminate selection pressures. that it is not possible to eliminate selection pressure. It's just you're changing them. But we are getting rid of the selection pressures of our natural environment. So we're not getting eaten by lions anymore. Now we're dealing with cancer.
So yeah, exactly. Okay. So but in that way, we're not competing with the rest of the animal kingdom. Like they still have to battle Mother Nature differently, like obviously.
Right. Right.
Okay. So I wonder then if there's a direct correlation, like as you said about 20,000 years ago, with this ritualistic belief. I guess my theory is that mankind had more time on their hands. And so then once they kind of started conquering these selection pressures, they started writing stories about them. And these are like the early legends that we see. It's kind of like the personification of nature, and thus just like the natural explanation to supernatural belief, or at least, does that make sense?
So I want to be, I hear what you're saying. I want to be clear about the fact that this is, some of what I'm about to say is at the edge of my knowledge base. And so I don't want to speak too far outside of my field. But what I do know for sure is that like we have cave art from what I'm talking about like 20,000 or so years ago. I'm talking about the beginning of like cities, big agriculture, things like that, right? So when we have the way earlier than that, we have caves, or cave paintings, which show like hunting and show depictions of the sun and show depictions of self. You're doing a negative, or you blow and show your hand was there, and all these things. All of these things show a great sense of self and a great awareness of the world around you and things like that. That to me, that kind of symbolic thinking definitely factors into this quite a bit. And so while it is reasonable to say that these kind of behaviors, ritualistic behaviors, symbolic behaviors, philosophical behaviors, whatever like that, tend to explode when people have more time in their hand, I think it's fair to say that it's significantly deeper than that. When we look at the earliest history of religions and like religious beliefs, and this is where now I'm at the very edge of my knowledge here, so be careful with what I'm saying. As far as I understand it, like the earliest kinds of gods and things that people have are the sun, warmth, light, protection, heat. It's all these things that we need. And then a little after that, you get gods of hunting. And then a little after that, you get gods of fertility. And then down the line, you get more specific things. And also this is talking about communities that are growing, because if you have a community that is very much hunter-gatherer society, you tend to have a lot more animistic gods, where the whole universe is alive, where life is all around you, and nature has a spirit, and there's a spirit world that's separate than yours. As opposed to if you have a society that is very multicultural, and you're trading and you're working with different people, then you have big pantheon with specific gods for trade and specific god for agriculture, specific god for war. And those gods don't really care about your day-to-day life. They have their specific interests that they do care about, and you can do whatever you want to do. They don't want. And then when you have really big societies where you have like a big centralized government, talking about service model of civilization, where you have like a band at the beginning where it's sort of like just loose ragtag people just kind of hanging out together, and then a tribe where you actually have one person in charge, and then a chiefdom where you have some sort of a hierarchy and a hereditary title of person in charge, and then all the way up to a state where you actually have a centralized government and taxation and major social and political hierarchy and all this shit. When you get to that state level of organization of culture, now suddenly you have need for a big monotheistic God that cares about your morals and cares about what you do in the bedroom. When the government can't police you, God can. And so that also, I feel, extends to ritual, where you have bigger and bigger and bigger needs as your society grows. As we establish agriculture, the one thing agriculture does, agriculture makes life worse, agriculture makes life harder, but agriculture makes life longer and makes more people in one group possible. You can have a way bigger group than you can by hunting and gathering. And so as agriculture continues to take on, and now you're asking questions about the natural world that influences your agriculture, makes your group possible, now you have these rain gods. Now you have these sun gods. Now you have these tornado gods. Now you have this animism turning into theism. Now you have this language being developed about like where you live and what the world around you looks like and who's in control of it. And so like to me, these are all separate ideas and separate things that I know from different parts of my studies that I'm kind of putting together here. I don't know if this is ever, I'm not going to say I don't know if anyone's ever thought these things before. Surely they have. I don't know if there's any resources out there to tell you whether or not this is an appropriate model. But the way that I would look at it, considering what I know about the way that religions develop and what I know about the way that societies develop and what I know about the way that agriculture and like you said, having time on your hands definitely affects things like art and religion and culture. I think you can kind of weave those together and say, yeah, definitely ritual goes way the fuck farther back than people. Yes, ritual goes way the fuck farther back than us. That I think is undeniable considering what we see in non-human animals. And also everything that Erika so eruditely laid out. As far as when that ritual becomes something that's cultural, now we have an anthropological issue where we have this dualism between culture and nature. And that's a very big question. But at the end of the day, there's definitely a major threshold if we look at the way that societies develop, when we look at the way that religions develop, when we look at the way that these cultural practices develop, there's a threshold where we have human and nature interactions turning into supernatural beliefs, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes incredible sense. And both of you have been so much help. So much help. I think the only thing I can end on is quintuple 9/11.
Quintuple 9/11.
But I mean, we don't have to talk. We don't have
Watch
to
out
touch
for
on
it.
that. Anyway.
Dustin,
thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys having me on. You guys have a great.
Dustin, also read, if you're still there, read about Göbekli Tepe, because Göbekli Tepe is weird in that it seems to be, like, we used to think that agriculture brought the city, but then it's like Göbekli Tepe exists and it's not strictly an agricultural settlement. Like, it seems like people were only there some of the parts of the year, which is super weird because the only other thing that's at Göbekli Tepe, in fact, like most of it, it's like a temple complex, right? If memory serves. And so that would suggest that religion brought the city, not agriculture.
It's hard.
Which is a
it's
very
hard
weird thing.
everything.
So
my first master's was in anthro, and there was kind of this running joke of anything we don't know what it is a temple. And so it's like, I don't know about Göbekli Tepe. Yeah, I don't know about that site specifically to dispute what you're saying. I just think it's really important to point out. If we don't know what it is, I think it's important to say we don't know what it is.
I'm not an archaeologist for sure. I mean, when people start doing people stuff, that's when I start being like, okay, no, monkey, please.
I did zooarchaeology. I can talk about the isotopes in some deer. I can't talk about what humans are doing at any point in time. Fuck those guys. They're strange.
Ask my little mini Minute Man. He'll know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to get in touch with him.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate you. You all have a good night.
Thanks, Dustin. Bye. Dude, you are crunching. You are like straight crunching directly into the mic before you muted yourself. That was big. You just took us to Crunch City, dude.
That's why I muted it. I took that bite at the worst possible time. I'm so embarrassed right now.
It's okay. I'm only calling you out because I like took 8 gigantic glugs from my drink earlier, and I was like, oh, everyone heard that. Like, I was doing the cartoon glug, like the whole.
Yesterday, I was on with Seth, and he was fucking he was so done with everybody, and he had emotional support nachos, and he was just munching on nachos, and that's exactly what I have now. I'm very happy. So here's the thing. We have one call left, and Arden has said that she is not allowing any more calls. But I have an idea, and I just want to throw it out there, just for the chat to hear before we take this call. One thing I know about Arden is that she works for the line, and that means that she'd be interested if the line were to make some extra cash. So if y'all send super chats, and she doesn't want to, she's going to be mad. If we add a bunch of super chats, she's going to be mad. So just put a super chat that just says one more call, one more line, something. And if we can get like $500 in super chats in like 5 minutes, then I bet she would be pressured. That would be, we can bully her with money. So she hasn't agreed to this, but assume she has. Just send a super chat worth $10, $20, $30. say one more line, and if we get $500 worth, then she's going to be like, how is she going to say no to you? How is she going to be like, okay, chat, I know you spent that much fucking money, but at the end of the day, we already got one right there, $20, one more call. She can't say no to you. You already spent the money. You already spent the money. She's going to feel pressure.
Let's commit. If we're going to do this, okay, it's almost 11, right? So let's say at 11:05 is when we'll cap it. And you have to send one more line or one more call. These are not going to be read in the super chat portion. These are just going towards you guys buying a fucking call.
She's acquiescing.
Got her.
Your demands.
We got her now.
This is how revolutions take place. This is how it happens. Y'all, you're all part of it. Oh, my glob. Send your super chats. You got 5 minutes.
5 minutes. We got 20.
$500 in 5 minutes.
Is the plan to open up 6 lines and then we get to pick?
That'd be cool. That'd be pretty tight. Look, it's already happening. This is fantastic. One more call. One more call. Somebody joined as a member and said one more call.
It's so amazing to see them use their powers for good instead of evil for once.
Oh my
the
God.
chat is having a rare chaotic good moment instead of their usual chaotic evil.
Right?
You're showing the better side of your alignment right now, chat. I am really impressed with their holy.
They're all just jumping in.
I was really hoping that everyone would just write one more call and nothing else, but of course you fuckers can't just be normal. You gotta be like,
it's happening.
Arden's like,
oh my God.
They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. Because if they did it,
Someone's been keeping track. Guzman Jones just pointed out we just passed $200 already. Oh my God, the whole wall of super chats. Oh
That's
my God, I didn't think it was gonna work. I thought they were gonna laugh. Hell yes, this is fantastic.
I thought it was gonna work.
I love this chat.
When you said that, I was like, oh, we're
chat.
doing another call. I trust the chat. I trust in their ability to coordinate to bully one of the people who is on SkepTalk. If it's not me, it's
yes.
And I'm glad the target is Arden. If it's not me, these super chats are not being read, right? So this isn't 600,000 puns. Instead, it's going to be another delectable, succulent call that we'll be able to dissect people, which is going to be very fun.
I personally think we could do this infinitely. I think we could continue raising $500 per call, and we could be here for the next couple of days. I think we could do it. But that's just me.
I do think that would work. I feel like it's sort of like we've already established that it works. The question is, when does it stop working? Right? Like, what's the price? At what point does it cease
when you're
working?
dead? One more call. Oh my God. People are they're begging. Okay,
I'm trying
it looks like we're. Yeah, and it's impossible because our chat's phenomenal. There's no way we're not over 400 by now. There's no way.
Oh, okay, wait. Somebody just...
What?
Okay, I am going to answer this one. Someone just asked if we were going to be at BajaCon this year. Yes,
oh, yeah.
We are. We will both be there, actually.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think we passed.
Is your talk finished?
We passed!
We're only at 3 minutes.
We're passing!
I didn't doubt for 2 seconds. The moment that this proposal left Forrest's lips, I was like,
oh my God.
Okay. And they'll do it fast,
so
too.
Good. God, stop sending money now. Stop sending money now.
Yeah, they won't stop. They'll keep doing it because now it's part of the bit. Now it's the bit.
Right. Congratulations, all of you, for forcing Arden's hand.
Arden is so excited about this. She loves this kind of thing.
I'm so proud of everyone. She does. She's in it.
This is known.
This is her favorite kind of thing. She's not going to be mad at me and Forrest when this call is over. That's not going to happen. No. I'm manifesting that now.
For this next caller you guys have, while I screen up the call for you, I think it's going to be really interesting.
Oh, we're not choosing?
Well, I think you should. I have to screen a call, so I think you should talk to the person who's in the queue. I will get you some new callers, and we can choose from there.
Okay, we'll do our jobs in the meantime.
Screener, and then message me in Discord out of the ones that I pick, the ones that I get for you.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
Fine. I guess we'll pick from one of our many dessert options.
6 times 9/11. Let's get started. Let's talk to Pierre, who wants to talk about Raelians, extraterrestrials, and their intelligent design. Pierre, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
It's the first time I listen to you, but you're very interesting, very bright. And the first thing I want to say is a citation from Arthur Clarke. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Excuse my English.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm familiar, yeah. I'm familiar with that quote.
Okay. And my second is a question. Have you ever watched the TV series Ancient Aliens?
Yes. I've seen it.
No, but I know what it is.
You've never seen one episode?
It's related to that. So you said I'm a Raelian. A Raelian is a new religion. It's classified as a UFO religion. And what we believe is that we have been created by extraterrestrials and they were mistaken for God. So the way I understand it is that these aliens stayed on the earth many years to create life. All life was created by them in laboratories with their knowledge of DNA manipulation and synthesizing. But at one point, they left the earth. They returned to their home planet, and that's when natural selection started to work. So that's why a lot of what you see is true, because natural selection exists. But it's like the big question, where does the first cell come from? And what we say, Raelians, is that it has been created in laboratory. And now these extraterrestrials have contacted a man in France in 1973, and they've asked him to build an embassy where they will come officially to make contact with humanity not later than 2035.
So, Pierre, can I ask you a question? So, I was just reading the Raelism. Raelism. I think I'm saying that right. Or Raelianism. Yeah. Raelism, Raelianism, or Rael. Okay. It looks like all three are okay according to the Wikipedia. This says that, and I don't know if you ascribe to this as well, but this argues that in addition to what you said about sort of these alien entities like sparking life on Earth, that they also sent 40 Elohim human hybrids who served as prophets preparing humanity for news about their origins. And that's the Buddha is one of them, Jesus is one of them, Muhammad is one of them. Would you sort of buy that as well?
Yeah, they are the one who created all the world religions, and they have sent prophets. And the last one is Rael, who is alive presently, and his mission
Pierre,
is to prepare humanity. Yeah.
Pierre, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just take a little back off your mic? I'm getting a lot of crackling in the phones. Just keep. I want to hear what you're saying. Just back off your mic a little bit.
Okay, I will try.
Do you have us on speakerphone or anything? Yes. Do you have us on speakerphone or are you using headphones?
Headphones. My microphone is close to me.
That might be the problem. Can you try taking us off of the headphones?
Because the microphone is attached to the headphone.
Yeah. Can you
I don't know.
because it's coming back. It's really hard to hear what you're saying. It's very crackly and difficult to hear, and I want to hear you.
Okay, I don't know where the problem comes from.
It seems better right now for me, if that helps. Whatever you're doing now seems to be working.
Yeah, whatever you changed is better. But like we can just keep going if we need to.
So
okay, because I didn't. Okay,
so Pierre,
I'm waiting for yours.
Is it true as well, according to according to the Wikipedia, would you say that we're also in the age of the apocalypse because of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima?
Yes, apocalypse, of course, doesn't mean the end of the world. It means simply revelation. We are in the age where our creators now say to us, contrary to what they said before, believe in God, believe. Now they ask us, stop to believe and start to understand.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get a handle on the belief system as a whole. So, okay. Here's what I really want to know. I think I have an idea about where you're coming from. It's defined as an atheistic religion. I think that makes sense because the deity in question isn't really a deity. It's just a higher intelligence. I get where that's coming from. I think I understand what's happening. What about realism is convincing to you? Why are you a part of this belief system?
I think that the religious writings have been written by people who saw something, but they were too primitive to understand. Like my first citation of Arthur Clarke, they could not understand technology. So everything that was coming from the sky was divine. But in fact, these scientists who created us, they are humans like us, flesh and bones and thinking, a brain. They are exactly like us. And like it says in Genesis 1:26, let us make man in our image. So they created us exactly like they are. And like you said before in your program, here it was just an experiment. On their own planet, there is a group who is against the creation of humans because, like Forrest said, it implies some suffering. If you create someone, he will suffer because suffering is part of life. And one group on their planet say we should not create humans. You can create flowers, trees, things like that. That's okay, but do not create humans. And this group is led by the one we named Satan. He's against the creation of life.
Okay.
And so, but they did it anyway. So we're here today. We're thinking, and I've read on the Forrest website that he wants to improve humanity to make it a better place to live. And that's exactly the goal of the Raelians also.
Sick. So I just want to.
Yeah, I have questions, but you go first, Forrest, because I already said something.
I probably have the same questions. I just want to ask, like, just for clarification, I'm pretty sure you already said this, but I just want to make sure I'm getting it right. Is that the Raelians, are you saying they made the first humans or the first life forms on this planet that then evolved eventually into humans down the line?
They created every life forms on the earth, including humans.
Every life form. Okay, so yeah, they when we talk about evolution, one of the things we know is that all life on Earth is related. So these Raelians would have had to have made the first life form and then guided evolution for everything that ever existed. Is that what you're saying?
That's almost the same thing, yes.
Okay, and so that would mean...
just read... Because they are the one who created, like the Neanderthal man, all those things were created by the Elohim. And at the end, they created one human that was exact replica of themselves, and that's the Homo sapiens.
Okay, and so my question is, so that would mean that they've been here, like they were here for the dinosaurs, they were here for the Permian, they were here for the Carboniferous. Like that would mean that those aliens were on this planet for at least 3.8 billion years, right?
We do not agree on the dating. We think that the dating is problematic. My explanation, it's not in what we say, but this is my explanation. In Ryle's book, first, it's not the Rylians, but the name is the Elohim. It's the name that we find in the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, the Elohim. That's the name we give to them. And for us, Elohim doesn't mean God, but it means those who came from the sky. And so for that dating problem, the way I explain it is because they created life 25,000 years ago. So that's not very far away. But like it says in the Bible, at one point, they find that their creation was too aggressive, too bad, and they decide to destroy it, because for them it was just an experiment. So we failed. They are not good creation, so destroy everything. And when they destroy life on Earth, it was with big explosions similar to nuclear bombs or something like that. And in Ryle's book, it says that they artificially suppress the radioactivity of the explosion. So my explanation is that this artificial suppression of radioactivity is causing problem when we date specimens. It makes us think that specimens are very, very old, but for us, they are not older than 25,000 years.
So it's like the Forerunners in Halo. So
can I dig into this?
First.
Yeah, can I dig into this?
Yeah.
So Pierre, I do have a problem with this, right? You had me a little bit on like you can't really support it or deny it, but if you want to make the claim that like there's a way for this idea to sort of be copacetic with virtually everything that science says, and it's got some woo on the edges that are personal beliefs or whatever. There was a way to make that work, but you lost me here. The second things start becoming very testable, right? Because the thing about dating methods is that radiometric dating, or like using radioactive decay to get dates for certain rocks, is also corroborated or confirmed by non-radiometric dating methods, right? So for instance, we can radiometrically date an ice core, right? Or the ash within an ice core, and then we can also count the layers of snow up and down an ice core to use them to corroborate each other. And they come to the same age, and that age is not 25,000 years ago. We can do the same with varves, or these seasonal deposits that lakes leave based off of how much detritus there is in the lake. So like, fallen leaves and things like that. And the banding patterns look really similar. It's this cute little stripe where in the summer it's very light colored, and in the winter it's very dark colored. And so you end up with these bands alternating on lake shores that then fossilize. If you radiometrically date, like dates associated with those varves, they corroborate one another. Same thing with, you can cut down a big tree and you can count the rings in the tree, and the tree ring date is going to corroborate the date that you get when you radiocarbon date that tree. And what's really cool is some scientists have actually done this in a 3 or even 4-way corroboration method, where they radiometrically date a tree, they count its rings, they look at the nearby varves, and then maybe they, in some cases, will corroborate it with an ice core that's dated to around the same time period, and they will all home in on the same date. And it will be older than 25,000 years. So that's a problem for this perspective for Rylism, because the aliens in question, the Elohim in question, wouldn't just need to suppress the radiation, which I don't know mechanistically how that would even work. The creationists end up with a heat problem with that, but I'm imagining that something different is going on with Elohim here. But at the same time, they would have to change the rate at which trees grow to look like it corroborates radiometric dating. They would have to change the rate at which like snow falls to corroborate radiometric dating and the tree thing. They'd have to do the same with varves. They'd have to do the same with coral clocks. They'd have to do the same with thermoluminescent dating. They would have to do the same with all sorts of different methods that we use to get the age of things that converge on the same date, but they're not all using radiation. You see what I'm saying? So to me, that's a big problem that I see right off the bat.
Like I said, this is my interpretation. This is not written in the messages. But what is written is that the Earth is not a young Earth. The Earth is old, and it's possible because what we say is when the Elohim arrived on the Earth, there was no life, only water and clouds. But what we say is it's possible 10,000 years before the Elohim came here, there was another creation. And perhaps those people who were alive then destroyed themselves with a nuclear war or something, I don't know. So it's possible there was other form of life before the arrival of the Elohim. So it's possible that some of the things we find are from that other time, other creation. But one of the things we say, and that is clear, is that evolution by chance is impossible. If you find something that is alive, like when scientists say one day we will find some microbes on another planet somewhere far away, this cannot appear by chance. It has to be created. That's what we say.
So I have several questions, and that's where we'll start. When we're talking about like abiogenesis, the beginning of life, what we know is that all life on this planet, all life that we know of, is made of 4 major macromolecules. Those are proteins, lipids, carbohydrates, and nucleic acids. We know that those macromolecules are made of individual monomers. So proteins, for example, are made of amino acids. Lipids are made of fatty acids. Carbohydrates are made of sugars. Nucleic acids are made of nitrogenous bases. And what we know also is that each of those individual monomers are found in nature and in outer space all the time. So on asteroids and comets, all the time we find hundreds of different kinds of amino acids. You only need 20 of them for life. We find sugars. We find fatty acids. We have found all 5 possible nitrogenous bases on meteorites. So we know that the things that make life self-assemble. They do it in laboratory settings, and they also do it out in nature all the time. And we do it in outer space all the time. We know that a lot of them, at least, we don't know about all of them, but we know that a lot of them self-polymerize. They form the long macromolecules by themselves. We have examples of simple peptide chains from amino acids self-forming on microdroplets of water. We have examples of oligoribonucleotides, simple strings of RNA, self-polymerizing in response to some minerals or something like that. I forgot exactly what the details are, but like we have these, we know that lipids behave the way that they do in our bodies and form what look a lot like cell membranes all by themselves. And when they are phospholipids, when they have something on the end of them, which also, these polar and nonpolar pairs also can exist in nature, we know that they behave exactly the same way as our cell membranes. They form bilayers exactly the same way. So like when you're talking about like life can't start by and we also know that RNA is it's a catalyst for biochemical reactions as well as genetic material, and we know it can self-replicate. So literally all the most important parts of getting life started are things that we have seen happen out in nature by themselves naturally. We have not seen life get started. We haven't seen all these pieces happen at the same time. But we know that damn near every single individual part of it can happen. And that's a big argument for abiogenesis being natural. So my question to you is, if that's the case, why are you taking this extra step to say, okay, it's actually not possible? And what makes you taking that extra step any different than a creationist, a theistic creationist saying God is necessary? You have to have Jesus doing this. Why is it a different argument than what they're making for you to make that same argument?
The difference is that we do not think the Elohim are gods. And
right, obviously. I'm asking, like, substantially.
What they say is when they arrive here, they took what is available on this planet, and with those basic materials, they synthesize DNA. And of course, they know how to program DNA, so they took what was available, synthesized it to create the first DNA, I would say. And then they created the different things, birds, trees, fish, and humans, finally. But it's possible that, because for us, everything is natural. It's nothing supernatural in our vision. We do not even say that the universe was created. We say that the universe is eternal and infinite. So there's no God who created the universe in the beginning. The universe is there. The earth was there when the Elohim came here. So there's a lot of things that are already there, but they have a knowledge to manipulate matter and create life.
So then next one is, like, if that's the case, these folks were here for thousands and thousands of years manipulating us and like creating a life on this planet. Did not one of them die and leave their remains anywhere? There were no accidents. There wasn't a single workplace incident. Nobody wandered off and got munched on by one of the tigers they just created. None of that ever happened. We don't have one single footprint, one single fingerprint, one single bone, one single anything from these folks. They were perfectly clean and left the lab perfectly set the way they found it. Is that what I'm hearing?
About the lab, I remember Rael once said that they were constructing labs that are biodegradable. So when they left, the lab just returned to dust, I would say. But I don't know what they did if someone died. Perhaps they took him and returned him to their original planet. I don't know. Or
I'm saying there has to have been, for thousands and thousands of years manipulating life on this planet, there wasn't a single accident where somebody fell down a chasm and is still trapped there and we could find their bones. There isn't a single person who left a footprint in the mud that we could go find. There isn't a single person who got a bit, got a wild hair up their ass and signed their name on something. Like, every single one of them behaved perfectly for thousands of years. Did these people live that long? Did they have a normal human lifespan like us, or was it longer than us? And if it was longer than us, how? Like, you're giving me this situation where there are these guys and they did this thing and not a single one of them ever fucked up. And if they did, there's a way that we can rationalize it away without ever having any proof that these guys ever existed. And those are just, that's not anything that substantiates any of your claims. That's just adding claims to claims.
It's an interesting question because I don't know, and the messages Rael has received doesn't mention what they did with those who died during that time. They don't talk about that. Perhaps they will give us more information when they will come. Like I said, we say that they will come before 2035.
What about them? If life can't get started on its own, and evolution has to be guided in this way, where did they come from? How did their life get started? What alien race gave rise to the Elohim, and what alien race gave rise to that alien race, and that one, and that one. The universe seems to have a time limit, so how far back could this possibly go?
So like I said, Rylians do not believe that the universe was created. We think the universe is eternal, and that's the way the Elohim explained it to us. They also have been created the same way by other humans, and that's why at one point they decided to let us progress by ourselves to our time. They said one day when they will have sufficient science, they will be able to understand. So we have been created by other humans. They have been created by other humans. And we say that this goes on to infinity. We are just part of a cycle of creation.
Right, but like logically, those two things can't make sense at the same time. Saying that life cannot get started on its own and was not created means that there's some point where you have nothing. If life can't get started on its own, it has to be made by somebody. And if you go back to the some people who made them, who made them, who made them, who made them, at a certain point, either somebody came about naturally or they didn't exist. And then the whole system falls apart. So you can have an infinite universe, sure, why not? But an infinite progression of life doesn't make any sense. Life just popping into existence with the rest of the universe an eternity ago defies one of the things that you said.
Like I said, our belief is that we are part of an infinite cycle that goes not to a starting point, but there's no starting point. I understand that impossible, perhaps, and that's okay. I'm just telling you what Rylians believe. And like we often say, we do not want to convince anybody. We just bring the information and you accept it or not. That's not a problem for us. And for the rest, because there are a lot of things you discuss tonight that are interesting, and like I'm part of the Quebec Humanist Association, and they had some problem because I'm a Rylian, but I said to them, you know, a Rylian and an atheist, it's the same thing. We are living, we are humans, we are problems to solve. We try to solve them to the best of our knowledge. So there's no difference between a humanist and a Rylian. The only difference is we believe we have been created by humans coming from another planet. That's the big difference. And that's okay. I'm okay, and I understand. I've read a lot about the controversies of creationism.
Let me ask you just one. I have a couple more questions, but I think this is the biggest one. Like, Erika and I have both given you several challenges to this. And it sounds like over and over, you either have something that your religion did account for, or if it didn't account for it, you just say, sorry, that's just what we believe. So, like, my question to you is, how can your religion be falsified? What could prove you wrong? If I could show you something to show you for sure that these people did not exist, this is not how this happened, what would that thing be?
I think the first way to falsify is like any other prophet who says something. Rael said they will come before 2035. So that's one of the way to falsify. If nobody comes in 2035, perhaps I will have to rethink my religion. And before that, that's a little bit difficult because I have the same idea about the arrival of the Elohim. If someone arrives in a flying saucer, let's call it a flying saucer, a lot of Christian people who believe in God and Jesus, they will say that this alien coming out of a UFO is the devil, or it is the Antichrist, or something like that.
That's absolutely that's absolutely true. And we've talked to people like that. But like I'm sorry, that's not a very satisfying answer for me. It's just that we need to wait 10 years, and then in 2035, when these people don't show up, the leader of your religion is going to give you an excuse and a new prediction, because that's what always happens with things like this. And then
I'm perfectly agree with you, absolutely. So for now, there's not much I can say, because the knowledge we have from science and what we do, like this other guy who was speaking about technology, of course, technology is fantastic. And what we say is that the Elohim are 25,000 years in advance of us in technological knowledge. But for the rest, what I say is our science is at a point where we still believe in the Big Bang. There are some people who are proposing alternative theory to the Big Bang. But I think it's good to at least, yes, like Carl Sagan said, science is the best tool we have for now.
When you said that we believe in the Big Bang, were you saying we as like collectively as everybody, or are you saying we as the people in your religion?
No, Rylians do not believe in the Big Bang, or at least what I would say is, if there is something that looks like a Big Bang, that was not a beginning. It was just part of a cycle, like Roger Penrose would say.
So I have one more question about the last thing you said there. Is I talk to people on this show all the time. I talk to creationists. I talk to anti-vaxxers. I talk to flat earthers. I talk to transphobes. I talk to all sorts of science deniers. And the one unifying thing is their language. Every science denier, transphobes, flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, the creationists, you name it, the one thing they all say is that all of modern science is missing this one big secret, that institutions like colleges and universities and academia are all corrupted because they're ignoring this one big secret, that you get kicked out of your job if you don't believe this thing, whatever like that. That textbooks and all these things can't be trusted, especially modern ones, because they're missing out on this secret knowledge that they have. And that if you just believe them and all the things that they use to rationalize away the peer-reviewed science in front of them, then you'll see that they're super duper right. It sounds like everything you're saying is exactly the same thing. Radiometric dating is wrong. The age of the Earth is wrong. The way that we can tell the age of the Earth is wrong. The way that we track evolution by natural selection is wrong. The way that we can talk about abiogenesis is wrong. The age of the universe as a whole is wrong. The Big Bang is wrong. All these things that the best scientists in the world are discovering are all wrong. Erika talked to you about several different dating methods, not just radiometric dating, but ice core dating, radiometric dating, thermoluminescent dating, fission track dating, like all these different types of methods. Some are relative, some are absolute, that all are pointing in the same direction. You're saying wrong, 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 wrong. At the end of the day, there's only one way that this could possibly be, and it's this thing that we have no evidence for, and the only way to falsify it is to wait 10 years and hope that the guy doesn't say anything new. What separates you from any other cultist, any other science denier, any other person who calls in telling me the Earth is flat, vaccines cause autism, and that trans people don't exist? What makes you different?
Like I said, I think the main difference is we do not believe in any supernatural entity or...
I'm talking difference in rhetoric here. I know your beliefs are different. I'm talking about your rhetoric and the way that you're presenting this information and the reason why you believe in this information. All sounds exactly the same as all those other folks. So what makes you different?
it's difficult to answer because I have to agree with you. It's very similar. And the only thing I would say, and it has absolutely no value, is that I've listened to Rael, I've met him in person, and I'm confident that he is telling the truth about what experience he has and what was told to him. And for the rest, I've read both books. I like Richard Dawkins' The Greatest Show on Earth, but I've recently read Stephen Meyer, The Return of the God Hypothesis. So I read both sides, and I agree with you that we look a lot like the Christian creationists. There's an article that was written in, I think it's 1980 or around that, by Theodore Drange. Is an atheist, and the title of his article, you can still find it on the internet, was "Can Creationism Be Scientific?" And the reasoning he had was very good, and he suggested the idea that maybe some extraterrestrial created us, and someday they will come to prove it to us. But at the end of his article, he says, but there's no real reason to teach creationism in school because there's a danger of slipping or slippering to the God side. And
I think, Pierre, if this article and nothing else that you provided thus far actually provides any like testable, verifiable evidence that makes testable predictions about the future, novel testable predictions about the world around us, nothing that we can verify, nothing that separates it in the way that we can interpret this data from the natural view, and the best you've got to separate you from any other cult member is, yeah, but I believe my cult leader, not theirs. I'm sorry. Like, I think that should rattle you. If you cannot give me a reason why you are any different than a flat earther, an anti-vaxxer, or anything else besides I believe this guy instead, that should shake you up. And if it doesn't, I don't think you're a skeptic.
The last thing I could say is what we say will be done in laboratory. One day we will create life in laboratory, and this
you know
will
what?
prove that humans can do it.
When you do, I will start to take that slightly more seriously. But I'm not going to believe something hoping I get evidence for it someday. That's not how science works. And what you're presenting me here is a really cool story. It's a very interesting science fiction novel that you are telling me is real, and I just have to believe it for at least 10 years until somebody gives me some evidence, and I just can't tolerate that. I can't do it. Erika, do you have anything at the end of this call?
Yeah. I was just listening to you guys go back and forth, and you know what you say, Pierre, and I think you recognize this, is that it is very reminiscent of what we tend to hear from like intelligent design proponents. And I think you're coming at this from a perspective of like, look, you know, I am not imposing any supernatural gods or deities or whatever. But I think it's kind of interesting to pair that with what you started us off with, which is the quote saying that high enough technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I kind of feel like what you're saying here is sort of backing that, but in the wrong direction. Like if you're positing that an alien civilization that is quite similar to humans is sort of responsible for humanity and is interacting with us in all of these interesting ways, but leaving no traces of themselves, even though you're not proposing that a god or a deity did it, that does just kind of sound like magic to me. And that's hard for Forrest and I, from our perspective, to entertain, because we're coming at it from a skeptical point of view, and you know, we sort of prize methodological naturalism. And I think that you're coming on here and saying, I'm not trying to convince you, I'm just telling you what I believe and why. And you're entitled to believe what you want to believe. But what I don't know that I'm comfortable with, and Forrest already voiced this, I don't know that I'm comfortable saying that what you're presenting to us is really all that distinct from some of the other perspectives that we've heard on here. Because like all of them, you're coming on and giving a perspective that's interesting, but it doesn't have any scientific backing. And the best we can hope for is to see whether or not Ryle is correct in 10 years or not. And I mean, boy, am I going to have egg on my face if the Raelians if Elohim shows up, in 10 years. I'm like an idiot. But typically, and I would expect this would be especially the case for an intelligent civilization, I think they would make themselves a little bit more, they would provide more opportunities to test this from a scientific perspective, especially if they're frequently experimenting and creating life on other planets. I would make that an expectation that there would be other ways to verify this other than prophets, I suppose, because then again, it starts sounding a lot like religion. Like if this is an atheistic sort of perspective based in the scientific interactions of an intelligent civilization with us, I would expect them not to use prophets. I would expect them to use methods that we would use to communicate with a civilization that we had seeded somewhere. Those would be my expectations. But it's hard for me to levy. I mean, I'm just speculating, but so are you in a way. So it's hard to really assess this from a scientific perspective outside of to just hear you out and say, I've not met Rael. I don't have I don't find the story that you presented to us compelling because it doesn't jive with so many aspects of science, like radiometric dating, like the interaction of humans with other hominins. And so I'm just kind of left with having to put my hands up and saying, you believe what you believe, but I'm not convinced. And that's not your goal, so it's fine. But 2 cents since this is SkepTalk.
That's where I'm
at. To finish, you're a biologist. So you probably know the works of Greg Venter. He's the one who is the closest to create life in laboratory.
Yes, I know of Venter in abiogenesis, like in Origin of Life research. The name rings a bell, and I know,
last time I heard about Craig Venter, he's probably done a lot more cool shit since then. The last thing I ever heard about him was when he built a DNA molecule, and then he extracted all the DNA from a bacteria or something and implanted the DNA that he had built from scratch. And that bacteria did in fact divide. And so that was the first synthetic organism. And it was the first organism to have its own website coded into its DNA. So yeah, that was the last thing I heard from him, but that was like a decade ago. And so I don't know what he's up to since then. I'm sure he's doing some cool shit.
I mean, I don't keep up with the Origin of Life research stuff as much as I probably should. And it's like, I don't doubt that we'll create life in a lab. But, in science, and gosh, this has been a reigning theme tonight, I feel. In science, we tend to like experiments that actually discriminate between hypotheses or discriminate between models. Because if we created life in a lab using conditions that we think are from prebiotic Earth, that doesn't tell us that you require an intelligence to create life in a lab. It means that intelligent agents can create life in a lab, or the conditions that we simulated in the lab can create life in nature, right? And so that becomes, I don't think that would validate realism. I think that would be consistent with your perspective of realism, but it would also be consistent with methodological naturalism and abiogenesis without a guiding force, or with a guiding force, whatever, however you want to look at it.
Okay, but to finish, just want to say, if already now, when we did the first test tube babies, the Christians were angry and crying, oh, you are playing God, you cannot do that, that's forbidden. So at least if we create a new life form in a laboratory, this will angry the Christians.
It'll definitely make them mad. Yeah, it's definitely going to make them mad. As somebody who was an in vitro baby myself, fertilized, my parents saw me, my mom saw me divide from like 16 cells. It's cool. We have a picture of it somewhere. Wow. I'm in the unique position to be not a real human, either a scary demon entity, or as my Catholic friend once told me, I get to go to like where the animals go, like a sort of purgatory, which is kind of fine by me. I'd rather be there than where all of the rest of the people are going. yeah, people are gonna freak out when we do life in a lab. We're gonna get mad, and the goalposts will move. Those things are on wheels, but at least we'll do like the what's the Predator meme where it's like the two hands like clasping, and it's like realism, methodological naturalism, creating life in a lab, like pissing off the goalposts, like.
And we've not speak about artificial intelligence. That's another big.
Yeah, that's another cool thing.
Anyway, I appreciate you, Peter. Thanks for calling in.
I will check some of your websites because they seem to be very, very interesting. And if anybody wants to know more about the book Intelligent Design, Message from the Designers by Rael, they can find it on Amazon or go to rael.org.
There we go.
Cool.
All right, take care of yourself, Ria. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Take care. Nice guy. I have no problem with him personally.
He's a super nice guy.
I wish like that. Maybe that's me putting my values in somebody. If I ever have to look at one of my beliefs and say, hey, this is indistinguishable from a cult, and the only reason why it's my belief is because it's this cult leader, not that cult leader. That would shake me to my core. That would fuck me up.
Yeah, for me, I was going to piggyback on that. I was going to say, if a lot of the belief system is hinging on the testimony of one person, that always it's always a little bit, they should be setting off some alarm bells. And I'm sure Ryle is a nice guy. I mean, well, actually, I'm not sure of that. I have no idea anything about Ryle. Maybe
that doesn't sound like he is at all.
Maybe he's not. I don't know. I don't know the first thing about this guy, but he tells a compelling tale. We'll see what ends up happening. What is it, 2035?
I got through most of my questions. I wrote falsifiable. Did not one of them die? Are there no remains? I wrote some notes about what he said. The one question I didn't ask is this one up top. I wrote, can we fuck them? And we didn't get to ask that question. But I really wanted to know, can we, if there's these aliens, can we fuck them?
I'm sure we can.
That was my
actually, when I was on the wiki, there is an emphasis in realism, real recognized real. They promote a liberal ethical system with a strong emphasis on sexual experimentation. So I would expect that the answer to that question would be yes. I drew dinosaurs. I was drawing dinos.
Nice. I like them. So I might just become Raelian. All right. So we opened the lines. Much to Arden's chagrin, and we're gonna take this call here, and we have a backup just in case because I'll be honest with you, I'm reading this call screen, it doesn't look like this is a serious caller, so just in case, we've agreed to have one on the backup. So to the person calling in from Bulgaria, you may not get on today, but we're gonna talk instead right now to Daniel, pronouns he him, calling in from Super Cats. The Bulgarian just hung up, so I apologize to you. I think I disappointed them. So this better be fucking good, Daniel, because you're the last person we have on here. Let's talk to you, who wants to know how the hosts argued against the monad? M-O-N-A-N? N-A-D? I don't know what that is.
I'm glad you didn't know, because I didn't know either, and I was
their argument that since all is one, mathematically everything must be mind because you are mind.
Hold on. Are you the person who, what you were saying, that everything is one because you had a whole fucking number system, that God is one and 1 minus 1 equals infinity and shit? Are you this person?
I might be that person, but there's a million ways to point to it, not just that.
Fuck's sake. After we did all this, you guys raised $500 and this is what we get? Fuck. Oh. All
right.
That sucks.
All right, let's go. I won't talk about numbers. Let's go a different route. To say how you can separate your mind from the universe itself.
What's 1 minus 1, Daniel?
1 minus 1 is 0, but
right,
obviously something.
So
okay. We're not talking about one. Let's go a different route.
Is God minus God infinity?
Infinity is obviously something. It's not zero.
Right. Do each of the numbers have a secret esoteric meaning, and that's why math points to God?
Not each of the number, no, just infinity, and I guess one you could say as a number. But I'm not here to talk about numbers. Let's talk about your consciousness and how you separate it from the universe.
Fuck me. Well, I don't want to.
I'm kind of on
so let's say,
infinity is divine and one is divine. But what about the ones
infinity
in between?
Is one. That infinity is one.
It is categorically not, Daniel. It certainly is not.
Daniel,
okay, you have one universe. Let's just take your imagination.
We're being a little cheeky with you because we've been going for 6 hours, but and Forrest is about to do a TOS violation over there. So let me ask you, what do you mean when you say, how do we separate our consciousness from the universe? What do you mean by that?
Well, let's start with a quote from the most respected name in physics, Max Planck. I regard consciousness as fundamental. I regard matter, as in your brain, as a derivative from consciousness. So let's just start there. Now, let's say you're looking at something. What are you seeing? Like what are you seeing?
You quoted Max Planck, and I just want to be very clear. I am not a physicist. I'm a biologist. Erika is not a physicist. She is a biologist. Daniel, are you a physicist? Do you have any formal training in physics?
I was an electrical engineer for the Army working on top secret stuff, so I know quite a bit about physics, yes.
Okay, cool. So you're the only person here who has any kind of significant physics training. So if we're going to quote Max
complicated.
Planck...
You've probably heard of the electromagnetic field. You probably know that much about physics, don't you?
I do know what an electromagnetic field is, yes.
Okay, so when you see, do you agree that you're seeing a pattern of energy in the electromagnetic field? Wow, I can't talk.
I don't know for sure if that's how I would phrase it. I would say that if I'm seeing something, I am seeing electromagnetic radiation that is being reflected off of that thing. I don't know if that's exactly what you're saying because I don't have a background in physics, so I don't know if that's appropriate terminology.
Well, okay, if you know your physics, what you're seeing is a pattern of vibration, basically. Vibration is too simple of a word, but you're basically seeing a vibration in what's called the electromagnetic field. Now, the thing you are looking at is also a pattern of energy in the electromagnetic field. That's what E equals mc squared says. It says that matter is energy, and energy is, you can look this up to confirm it, energy is a vibration in a medium, which is the electromagnetic field. Now,
hold the phone there, Daniel, because I'm with you on how I'm with you on the concept of what the electromagnetic field is. But your call wants to know how the hosts argued against the monad. And when I look up what the monad is, it says that it's used in cosmic philosophy or cosmogony to refer to a most basic or original substance, or sometimes it's argued as a supreme being, divinity, or totality of all things, by Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Who argued there are infinite monads.
This is basically all philosophy.
Yes, I'm with you on that. Daniel, I am a total pinhead when it comes to philosophy, right? Like, I'm a goober. I do not understand. So I need you to explain this in very simple terms as you would for like a moron or an idiot or something like that. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to point to the fact that there is only one thing. That's what I'm trying to point to. So just let me finish. You hopefully will understand me. So you're seeing a pattern of energy in the magnetic field. The thing you're seeing is a pattern of energy in the magnetic field. Now, what do you suppose your brain is? It is also a pattern of energy in this electromagnetic field. So what is your consciousness? What substance is it attached to? obviously the electromagnetic field, because there's nothing else. There's nothing else in the universe for it to be attached to besides the electromagnetic field.
I want to be very clear. I just want to be very clear. You keep using the words electromagnetic field and energy interchangeably, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, energy is a pattern. If you look at the definition of energy, it is a vibration in a medium. That's what it is.
Light has energy. Light is not energy. Can we agree on that?
Well,
the more energy you give to a photon, the higher frequency it is. No, it doesn't. Because no part of E equals mc squared includes the speed of light, but it does not include light. Right? There's no gamma signal, there's no photon, there's no bosons at all in E equals mc squared. It's saying that energy and mass
is in it. E equals
energy and mass are related. Yes, energy and mass are connected, and the speed of light is involved in that. And that's yes, totally. But you are using the word energy and the word electromagnetic field interchangeably. All energy is not light.
It is basically light. Now,
let's see if we can rectify this. Basically bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know that you can say that, Daniel.
Okay, let's go to Einstein then. Einstein says, I believe in Spinoza's God. What does that mean? It means that everything in the universe is one substance.
That's not what that means. And also, I would love for you to find, if we're going to quote Einstein and Planck, please find me one quote from Einstein and Planck saying, this is basically what I mean.
It's basically the same thing.
Okay, Spinoza's God is substance monism. That's the foundation of it. You can find Harvard University.
Spinoza's God is a poetic way of using the word God to refer to the laws of physics. That's what Spinoza's God
is.
When he says Spinoza's God, he means that there is. It's like when he says. It's like when he says God doesn't play dice. He isn't talking about a literal deity playing literal dice. He's saying that the universe has order and doesn't operate by random chance. What the fuck is monad?
The monad means one substance. That's what it means. Okay.
But
so Spinoza's God, according to Stanford, and Harvard.
How are we back on that?
According to Stanford and Harvard, Spinoza's God means substance monism. That's what it means. It's a.
Have you ever called Have you ever called when Dr. Blitz or Dr. Aaron Adair are on? Because they are both PhD physicists. Have you ever talked to either of them about this?
No, I mean I can never get through usually.
Okay. So you're calling two biologists to talk about this crazy physics thing that you, as an electrical engineer, think that you have figured out some sort of way to unify all physics under this.
I mean, this is Planck. This is Tesla. You know, there's tons of people that believed in this.
Did Planck?
The smartest guy in the world right now believes this.
Did Planck and Tesla and Einstein and the smartest guy in the world believe that 1 and infinity were the same thing?
In a way, probably. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't know how you could get around it.
I really think that we know how they got around it because 1 is not equal to infinity, Daniel. Like, I don't...
How do you... Okay, say there's nothing, and then you have 1 of anything. In relation to nothing, isn't that something infinite? In relation to nothing, isn't something infinite?
No, it isn't. How many markers?
Okay,
I have here in my hand. I'm going to show you. I have here in my hand a marker, and here in this other hand, I don't have a marker. There are 0 markers in this hand. There is 1 marker in this hand. There are not infinite markers here. In relation to this hand,
that's because there's a lot of relativity going on. Get rid of everything in the universe, and have one vibration. One vibration. That's the most fundamental thing you can have in the universe. How do you distinguish
Daniel,
the size of that vibration from another vibration?
Daniel, if there's nothing in the universe, what would be vibrating?
You know, the monad, the field, the thing, the electromagnetic field, basically, is what they call it today.
Is the monad a thing?
Yes, it's the field.
Okay, so if there's nothing in the universe, then what would be vibrating? Because that's a thing, which means the thing can't be there.
Okay, there's just the field is infinite though. Let's say there's no light in an area of space or no thing there. The field is still there, but you see nothing. You can't measure anything. But the field that would perturbate if something came through it, a signal or some object, the field that would form that object or that energy is still there, even if there's nothing to measure. So by nothing, I mean there is nothing observable.
If a tree falls in a forest, is it infinite? I get it. I just the thing is, you keep talking about nothing, and then you keep immediately in the same breath saying, but there's always something, and it's this thing. And then immediately after that, you say, and this thing is infinite because it's doing something in the nothing, which doesn't exist because this thing is here. And then if there's no energy, and then
Daniel, I might be stupid, but I feel like in this conversation that either I'm dumb or there's a gas leak in my house or you're not making sense. I feel like it's one of those three things that I don't know which one it is.
Because you'll never let me finish. You never let me finish.
I don't. Daniel, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it because we've let you finish a few times and it hasn't been clearer. Yeah, I was yelling just then.
You have this magnetic field. There's nothing in it that's observable, but the field is there. Now, you have one vibration in the universe. How do you distinguish the size of that from a size? This is basic relativity. If there's a frequency and it's the only frequency, it's an infinitely big frequency compared to nothing.
That's not how anything works. I'm sorry. Comparing something to nothing does not automatically mean that something is infinite. You're using the word infinitely, which is a very kind of poetic way to say unbelievably different, as if it is a very literal, serious phrase. And it's just not. It's not. The way you're using it is not appropriate.
Could you zoom up on, say, a fractal forever?
Yeah, no, a fractal, that goes on for infinity. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so could you zoom up on this sine wave that's by itself forever?
Where did we get on sine waves? Is that the kind of that's what we're talking about? Is a sine wave?
Yeah. Okay, you have this sine wave, which is a frequency in the field by itself, nothing else in the universe. Could you zoom up on that forever?
I don't think so. No.
Why not?
Because eventually you hit the Planck length, and I don't know what zooming means past that.
Planck length is basically how small of a thing we can achieve with the amount of energy we have access to because of the limitations of our atoms.
I don't know if that's true because I'm not a physicist. But what I do know is that measuring below the Planck length, as far as I understand it, isn't a thing. And so, there's a limit to how far we can zoom in.
There's no reason for us to, but obviously compared to nothing, that Planck length is infinitely big.
No, it's not. You just said the same thing as evidence for the thing that I said makes no sense. I said that it doesn't make any sense to say that something compared to nothing is infinite. And you said, no, but what you have to understand is that the Planck length is infinitely large compared to nothing. You're just saying the same claim over and over and over.
This is basic relativity. You have to have, size. To have a size, you need two things.
I understand basic relativity because I'm not a physicist, I'm a biologist, but I did study basic relativity, and I can tell you in basic relativity that I studied, there's nothing about this. If there's something in crazy advanced relativity that covers this, I don't know it because I'm not a physicist, and you have yet to call a physicist on the show.
I mean, I maxed out at physics too.
Well, how do you have a size if there's not two things? How does size exist if there's not two things?
How does what
exist? Is one thing bigger than the other thing?
I'm saying if there's only this one vibration in the universe, how do you compare it to something else to determine its size?
Is this where we are? That if there's no definition, then the only definition is infinity? Is this what we're doing?
Well, that's obvious.
It's not. That's your assertion.
Oh God.
Is that the monad?
Just out of curiosity.
No. We're way off on the tangent right now.
If this is exactly 1 foot, if this is 1 foot in length, right? It's not. I'm just holding my hands up. Who knows how long this is, right? If this is 1 foot here, and now we go to an empty universe with absolutely nothing but this thing that exists, and there's a vibration, and the vibration is exactly this big. It's infinitely larger than nothing, you say. But at the end of the day, it actually does have a measurement. It's not a measurement that exists in that universe, but it is a metric because measurements are just labels that we put on things, right? It's not infinity. It is something. It just isn't something with a name because nothing's around to name it. So just saying this thing doesn't have a name isn't good enough for me to then say it's infinity. And also, none of this means one. I just want to be clear about that.
How many decimals are there between 1 and 0? I mean, you could do this a million ways.
You got to call
between 0 and 1. But between 0 and 1, there are an infinity. Yeah, but between any two whole numbers, there's an infinity there.
Okay, we're way off on a tangent. Back to the monad. The point of the monad is you cannot separate your The monad is everything is one thing. One substance makes up everything.
But it isn't, though, is the problem, Daniel.
Okay, what is not made of the electromagnetic? What violates E equals MC squared then? Name one thing that violates E equals MC squared.
I can't stress this enough. I cannot stress. No, it's not. I can't stress this enough, Daniel. Light isn't synonymous with energy. Those are different things. So when you say what isn't made of electromagnetic radiation, and then immediately say what violates E equals MC squared, those are two completely different questions. The answer to the first question is a lot of shit. The answer to this second question is nothing. So I don't know, or it's not nothing. It's nothing as far as I know. Which just, and again, this, as far as I know, when you get down to a quantum level, things change then too. So you're giving me this new theory of everything that unites quantum physics and relativity.
This is Einstein. You
are the only person who is yelling. You are the only person who is yelling. And so, but you have this massive thing that is connecting these two vastly different ideas, which is something that real physicists have been working on for a long time. Not just electrical engineers who know of crazy fucking word. I'm talking about real physicists like Dr. Aaron Adair and Dr. Blitz, who you should talk to, by the way. And they in this, we don't have anything to fill in this gap. And you're saying, no, we can fill in this gap because one is the same thing as infinity and nothing is the same thing as something and everything is light. And I don't believe you. I just don't believe you.
Okay. So if light is not energy, how does it power my solar panel?
Light has energy. It isn't energy. It has energy. It's a boson.
So what is it then? So what is it then if it's not energy?
I'm not a physicist. I'm a biologist. I have a master's in anthropology and a master's in biomed, and I'm studying biochem for a PhD. I don't know what the fuck light is. I'm not a goddamn physicist. Ask Aaron Adair.
Well, if you knew your physics, if you knew
my physics, I know what the monad is, and I know that one is the same thing as infinity because measurements don't exist in an empty universe.
The monad made
Forrest
start yelling, Daniel. The monad.
This is why I would rather write, because then you can't do this. This is why you never argue with me online, because you can't do this.
I'm not reading it. I'm never gonna read your writing, bro. I don't care. I don't want to read it. We do these shows so that you can try to articulate something that makes sense and we can talk about it. But right now you're saying nothing a lot, and you'd be real loud about it. Erika, what are you saying?
So I haven't even been able to finish my main point.
I promise
I haven't even been able to talk about the monad. You keep on taking me off on tangents.
Okay.
I don't know what the monad is.
Daniel.
That's because you won't let me talk about it.
Okay.
You're the only person who's yelling, Daniel.
Genuinely, and I mean this with every sincere fiber of my being, I want to know what the monad is. So
okay, can I talk then? Please speak then.
I'm putting a timer on my phone, Daniel. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to tell us what the monad is in a succinct way, because if you can't say what the monad is in 30 seconds, I don't think we can know the monad. So I'm going to hold my phone up. I'm going to give you a warning.
I'm going to mute my mic.
And we are going to shut up, please. What is the monad?
Okay.
The floor is yours.
So since everything according to physics is made of one substance, one field, and you are a mind, therefore mathematically there is nothing for that field to be except for mind, because you are mind. Because your mind cannot be separated from that field.
20 seconds down.
That's all it is. That's why Planck says matter is made of consciousness, because
so am I the monad?
An atom is the same thing as an imagination.
Daniel, I'm going to repeat what you just said, and I'm going to repeat it in my own words. And I promise, I give you my word, I am not strawmanning you. This is what I just heard, and I'm just reiterating it in my words, so I'm not just repeating you. I swear to fuck, this is what you just said to me. The monad. Sorry, hold on.
Keep it together, Forrest. Keep it together. Because I need you to dumb this down for me.
I swear to God, this is what I heard. Is that the monad is the one unifying thing that everything in the universe is made of, and that we are synonymous with our minds, and then that because we are our minds, we are therefore the monad. That means that we are the universe. That's what I heard. And my eye is swelling up. I swear to God, I'm losing my mind.
So how do you separate your mind from the field? How do you separate your mind from the field? What is your mind?
That's what I just said.
That you cannot be. I was kind of joking. Am I the monad? Is that really the summation? Is that we're the monad? The universe is the monad. We're the universe.
The monad. Everything.
Dude, God damn it!
Did you say evolution is the monad? Did you say evolution's the monad? Did you just say that?
Everything. I said everything is the monad.
Our process is the monad, Daniel.
How do you separate your mind from the universe? How do you do it?
You answer that question, you son of a bitch. Our process is the monad.
You can't. That's
he won't answer it. Our process is the monad.
What is your process?
I swear to Bob Ross's afro, you just said that evolution is the monad. Did you not say that? That's what I heard.
I never said that. No.
Is it?
I wish we were talking about evolution right now so badly.
Oh my God! I wish he said it. It's
Remember,
so funny.
this is 200 IQ people talking about this. Not who didn't come up with this. This is all the smartest people in the world ever to exist talked about this.
I have never, and I mean this. I've never in my life heard anyone say the monad before you said the monad. I've read like Stephen Hawking. I've read some shit from like I've read Darwin. I've read all sorts of people. I've read all sorts.
we opened this call and asked each other, not in jest, out of fear that we were missing something serious, what the monad was. And then it took us 30 plus minutes to get to the universe is the monad, and also we are the monad. And so also everything is the monad, but everything is also nothing. So nothing is the monad. So I don't know
But
where
also-
we go from here, Daniel. It's
But
possible
also
I'm
one is
stupid,
infinity.
but also one is infinity. It's possible I'm stupid. I'm willing to accept that. I'm willing to accept that this is too heady of a concept for me. I'm not very physics brained, and on top of that, I lose points for being, like a woman, which is bad for math stuff, as we all know. I can't say that, Siri. I can't say that. This is true base. The truth is,
I think females are better at math. I think females are technically better at math, actually.
well, that's actually the cool. Actually, I kind of Daniel, you might be winning me over here. Actually, maybe I do want to know more about the monad. Damn, actually.
Well, yeah, hey.
Well,
actually,
it's very simple. The whole universe is made of one substance, so that substance must be infinite.
I got nothing. I got nothing else for you, Daniel. Honestly, I was playing around there at the end. I don't think I'm going to figure this out tonight. I think I've had too little to drink to get into this.
The last thing you just said also makes no sense. You said
I'm sorry, guys.
You said if the universe is all one thing, then that one thing must be infinite. But that also doesn't make any sense. If the universe is all one thing, then the universe can still be finite, and therefore that you don't need an infinite thing to be the whole universe. That also makes no sense. You just keep saying things that make no sense, and I swear.
Can you imagine right now a purple turtle with? Can you imagine a purple turtle with a green sweater with Christmas trees on it?
I've been doing it all night.
Okay, well, the point of that is, obviously, this one thing, which is the universe, has to be infinite if you can imagine infinite things.
I can't imagine infinite things.
Okay, what can't you imagine?
I don't know. I can't imagine it.
You could imagine infinite things.
Dude, I'm about to monad myself. We got to end this call. We got to get to the
I'm
super
losing
chat.
I'm going to be very real with you. Like I think if I say the monad is everything, is that correct in your worldview?
In a way, yes, but it's the more important part of it is there's one substance
that's the best
that makes
and that's the
things.
best I've got. That's the best I've got. 28 minutes and 49 miserable seconds, and I apparently don't even know what the goddamn monad is. Daniel, it's been weird. I'm gonna go drink and forget this happened. Have a good day.
Bye, Daniel. It all comes out in the monad, Forrest. It's all right. I felt like that was the you know the SpongeBob quote where it's like the real estate agent comes over, SpongeBob and Patrick trying to help Squidward sell his house, and she's like, I'm monad, you're monad, he's monad, me monad.
It was monology, the study of monad.
Put that shit into
everybody's asking what's monad. Nobody's asking how is monad. And I think that's really important as well. I think we need to remember that monad has feelings too. Maybe. I don't fucking know. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know what it is. It's a vibration and nothingness that equals infinity, but also one, but also zero, and also fuck you.
And also us. It's also us. It's one, it's infinity.
It's also us. But only our minds. It is what it is. The call could have been so much faster. It is what it is. What's the monad? It is what it is. Fucking go drink a monad-ito. A monad-ito. Oh,
I'm gonna monad
man.
myself under the table, dude.
We have about 100 super chats, 110 to give you guys an idea of where we're at. So
hell yeah.
Buckle the fuck
We've only
up.
been on for 6.5 hours. All right, how are we doing this? Yo, are you going first or am I going first?
6 hours in monad time is nothing, Forrest. $5 from Ash Split. All hail the zebra, the bag, and the tooth bunny. Amen. This is an inside joke for you.
I think that's a rock, but I love Zerba is me. The Rock is from Justin Deconstruction Zone, and the Tooth Bunny is me and Eric. How many goddamn inside jokes have I made on this fucking channel?
That is two-thirds
me, I suppose. Yeah. $5 from Sarah's Talks podcast. Erika and Forrest are the best bandicoots. Thank you for noticing. Erika explained the bandicoot thing to Forrest. So there's more to this, I see. Now it's your time for inside jokes.
Yeah, you need to be aware that some of our hosts who probably I won't bust them here. As far as like the relative hotness or I suppose bangability of various 3D PlayStation characters, Crash Bandicoot is ranking fairly high. According to some of our hosts.
With hosts. Oh, not with you.
Not me. I have different tastes.
So specifically, I don't.
Crash Bandicoot is very he's kind of a bad boy, right? Like he's kind of like up to no good. You can ask around.
PlayStation 2 specifically?
No, Crash Bandicoot is in other games, not just the PS2 games. I'm pretty sure he has a remaster too.
You were ranking specifically those characters, weren't you?
We weren't ranking them. We were just discussing their relative, like in sort of qualitative terms. Yeah, in qualitative terms. Or dateability. I don't know. I wasn't really clear on like what we were actually discussing. I think the rating would be different though. Like I think Crash's dateability is significantly lower than his bangability, if you will. You know?
I wanna be clear about the fact that you are my friend and I respect you, but like you weren't talking about dateability. Come on.
Listen, if you think that that's not also on the table, my friend, you've not been on the internet long enough. This is a real consideration for people. You have to keep that in mind.
I believe that for sure. I'm just saying when I'm talking about this channel, I'm talking about you.
Crash Bandicoot leaves you with the bill, and you know it. Look at that fucker's design. Look at it.
He makes you feel cheap. He's there for a good time, not a long time.
That's exactly what the problem is. And I'm like, listen, again, for that reason and many others, not my type. But I can see he's sort of a bad boy. I can see what the appeal would be.
Sure.
Hypothetically.
Sure. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, and he's going to leave you with some scratch marks, a little bit of a limp, and some noticeable shame. But like at the end of the day, it's worth it. You know, I get that. We've all been there.
It's one of those things where like I think when you see Crash, you want to try to fix him. You know, like you think you can fix him. You can.
You can settle him. You can settle him down. But like at the end of the day, he's got that wild spirit. It's him and the road. He's got to get out there. He's going to do what he's going to do. And what he's going to do is he's going to pick a hole and not be particularly gentle. And that's I get you.
Nice, dude. Yeah. Wow. Now I know where you stand, my friend. I'm glad I know. I think I've got an estimation as to how you would rank Crash. I get it's fine. It's fine. $10 from Regatta.
It is what it is.
This cat. I love seeing Regatta's cat PFP every time. I read today that humans eat more bananas than monkeys, which was a surprise because I don't know anyone who has ever eaten a monkey. Drive Erika bananas.
That's a really good joke. That's a really good joke.
No, it's definitely not, dude. And you know it's not.
It really is. That's very good.
There's no context for you to measure the funniness of this joke, so you can't actually understand. It's basically an infinite joke in its poorness.
First of all, I'll have you know there were no jokes before, and now we have one joke, which means this joke is infinitely funnier than no jokes. We just learned this. Second of all, I
was just making that joke 2 seconds ago. 2 seconds ago, I was making that exact joke.
And then I, as a man, said it.
You. So it's funny. Now it's funny. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
$5 theoretical dollars from you. Untitled Final V2 this version. Hail the Dark Lord. Hell yes. With your frozen Canadian monies.
$10 from Sentient Tree. Is the best argument for God just the simple fact that we seem to be in hell? Also, Erika, irregardless of that, are there worse things than puns? Yes. That use of there, Sentient Tree, is worse than the puns.
Also, the word irregardless.
I'm going to take you out, Sentient Tree, with an axe plated with gold. Because I'm going to be wealthy after those $500 that were, or speaking of making you feel cheap, the $500 we earned tonight after that modadding call made me feel cheap.
We are whores. We are whores.
Yeah.
We took a lot of money to be driven insane by a strange man who knew a word.
You know, they say selling your body, you know, people look down on that, but we sold our minds tonight, which is certainly not better.
It's more than a little of our bodies too. I mean, we're here forever now. We exist in this moment in perpetuity. And while our subjective experience will carry on, this part of ourselves will always be trapped in this moment, cycling endlessly, listening to goddamn monad call. And I feel sorry for that part of me. $10 from Ricardo.
Hey, Forrest, I have no monad, but I must scream.
Nice. It's true though. $10 from serious. Ray got a serious question from my son. How are Neanderthals and Homo sapiens able to have fertile offspring? Erika, talk about it. He already called in.
This is the one we got from you. Here's your cool additional aside. It's not just humans and Neanderthals. Denisovans is also in the ring now. So Denisovans could produce viable offspring with humans and with Neanderthals. We don't have any Denisovan mitochondrial DNA, I don't think. Although I don't know if their mitochondrial genome has actually been sequenced completely. But the really interesting thing is going to be if Neanderthals have Denisovans DNA or mitochondrial DNA, or if Denisovans has mitochondrial DNA from Neanderthals, because that'll tell us how quickly this reproductive isolation is happening, if it is at all. Thanks, Regato. $5 from.
Didn't we just find like a bunch more Denisovan fossils as well?
Yeah. So what happened is we finally got mitochondrial DNA from the Harbin cranium, and we also got proteomics from the Harbin cranium. You know, the Dragon Man skull, and it matches the Denisovan profile, meaning that all of the stuff that was previously lumped with Harbin, including Harbin, that's all now Dragon Man, which is Denisovans. So basically, we finally put a face to the DNA.
Okay.
Lots of stuff.
Nice.
There are people who don't like that. We'll see how it ends up hashing out. $5 from Perfectly Flawed. I think so. Well, now the Forrest FBI guy has a full 12 hours to call in. Betty won't coward. And yes, Erika, we need some squash talk. And we never get it. The closest we've ever gotten is probably the Raelian stuff from tonight. And yeah, the guy who, whatever happened to that guy? Does he still like harass you?
He does, and he fucked off after the last time. He showed up after like 6 months, and I made fun of him for showing up after 6 months, and he never came back after that. It's that dude. The closest we ever got was Steve from Nebraska, who was called. That was the guy who was calling in all the goddamn time with the same bullshit and would just cycle it through different hosts, and it was always like, I read this thing on the internet, so it's true. And the last thing that I ever heard from him was that he found my old last name in a newspaper when I ran for office or whatever like that, called in mispronouncing it, and then was like, well, you must just be dishonoring your mother and father, which goes against the Bible, and I won't participate in that anymore. And now he still shows up when I'm hosting like on the Atheist Experience. He still calls in, and the call screener doesn't want to hear from me either. That was the last time I heard from him. I was on AXP, and I didn't even see him in the call queue, but I see him in the chat, and he's like, I respect Forrest's decision not to take my call. It's like, nobody even heard of you. The call screener wouldn't even let you through. Nobody fucking cares. Like that's the closest we ever got to the FBI guy, was that fucking weirdo trying to dig up secrets about me from my past. It's weird.
It's nice to be an op in so many people's minds and to not even know it.
It's funny. So changing my name was it's my favorite thing that I've ever done. It's fantastic. It's so freeing and so happy, and I'm very proud of it. And I'm happy I get to give Amber this new name. Like, one of my favorite things I've ever done. It has been the cause of more conspiracy theories. I get comments all the time. Anybody who doesn't like me is like, oh, I see a name change in there. Maybe he's hiding something. And I get that all the fucking time. All the time. Literally on the Sex and Sensibility video, some guy said, I see a name change in there. I think that's all is this bullshit. That's why I don't believe this science. And it's like, what the fuck is this? I don't get it. But it's so common.
That's why I don't believe the science. So every woman, I guess, that's ever changed their name through marriage, or guy that's ever changed or person in general who's ever changed their name through marriage is suddenly untrustable. That's wild.
What I'm getting. I keep getting this thing. Oh, there's a name change. That means it's untrustworthy. Like, can you come up with 5 reasons besides running from some dark secret past to change a name? Because I fucking can. And the fact that nobody else can, it's wild. $7 ass dollars and 99 farts from Stephen O. Oz. I call it ass dollars, and I didn't have a strategy. That was all off the Forrest and Erika. Thank you so much for being out there when I was ready to listen. Thank you for listening. Whenever you were
always
ready.
our pleasure.
Happy to be a part of it. Yeah,
but yeah, Forrest, you're on
like
so much like. There's just a lot of like farts and shitting and like orifices and flaps and stretching that you've been referencing tonight, and I just. Morgan, interesting. So glad to see you, Morgan. Glad to see you here. I hope you're ready for what's coming, dude. Because after all of the puns that I've seen you super chat in the side chat, and I know I'm going to get all of them because Arden is also mad at me for being a co-conspirator and getting this to go long tonight. This is going to be you next time, though, Morgan. For Erika, why did this scarecrow get the Nobel Prize? He was outstanding in his field. Still torturing you, and I'm not producing. Yeah, Morgan, I know. I saw you pop up, and then when I saw you pop up again, I was like, "Oh, is that the same as the first one?" It wasn't. It was a new one, and I think there's several more. That's gonna come around to get you though. You just wait. Was it Forrest? I can't tell.
I liked it. We've got a shocked Pikachu face and $5 Canadian from Untitled Vital V2 this version.
Also, you said the shocked Pikachu face, and when people comment and they're like, "Oh my god, you're still going after 4 hours." Look, literally TNC in chat right now, 6-hour stream crying emoji. There have been so many of those. I've called like a couple of them out, but
thank you, Arden. I'm glad you're doing that
people can't. Like, how is this shocking to you? Have you ever watched these two?
It also it's every time. There hasn't been a time when it hasn't gone approximately this long, and people are like, "What? How could this happen? This is unprecedented." We have 5 pounds from Mystic Minds Analysis Tavern. Everybody should believe in the Holy Trinity of heavy metal, Ozzy, Dio, Lemmy. Metal is objectively the best religion. And then a little cheering fellow. Yeah, that's true.
It's not a cheering fellow, that's this.
Oh, wait, go back. Wait, Arden, will you go back? Arden, will you go back? Oh, okay, I see it. I see it now. Okay, I thought it was just a little guy like going like, "Yay!"
I like that. Little cheering fellow. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. This one's you though.
$5 from Swamp 10. Hello, friends. Can you explain the relationship between carbon and tree ring dating, and how it relates to carbon-14 levels in changing in the atmosphere? So tree ring dating is dendrochronology, literally just counting those tree rings. What you can do from that is you can do a little bit of like paleoecology and paleoclimate. You can see like how thick, for example, tree rings are. If there's like a lot of growth between two rings, it must have been a really bumper year, lots of rainfall. If there's very limited growth, then this tree wasn't getting a lot of nourishment and it didn't grow very far in that year. So you can do a little bit of that. As far as the relationship between that and carbon-14, there's going to be, as far as I know, the same levels of carbon-14 in that tree at all times because it's absorbing the same atmosphere, unless atmospheric levels of carbon-14 are changing because there's like an increase of some carbon dioxide, I guess. So there's like a more carbon dioxide rich atmosphere, maybe, but I don't know about that. I'm not big on atmospheric chemistry. Do you know anything that I don't?
It might be a nitrogen thing too. I just double checked it because I was like, it's carbon. The very first time that I talked about this online, I said it was instead of carbon-14 to carbon-12. I think I said it was carbon-14 to nitrogen or nitrogen-4. I said I mixed something up there and I got slammed for it. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, all I was going to say is that my understanding is that it's like the way carbon-14 dating works, or carbon dating in general works, is that critters like animals or like plants are consistently replenishing the carbon that they have in their bodies, stays pretty consistent. When they die, that carbon starts to decay. So you can look at the ratio of carbon-14 to carbon-12 in a dead piece of organic material. And with the half-life of carbon, you can take that back in time. The way that works with tree ring dating is that trees are dead organic life. So you can count the rings to get the age of that tree and then cross-corroborate that with the age that you get from the carbon-14 dating, right? And then if those two things corroborate one another, then you've got a solid like method of dating things in the form of carbon-14 dating because tree rings are pretty objective. In fact, usually, if anything, you'll underestimate the age of something because trees more commonly don't add a ring than they add double rings. But what's really cool is that you can actually take those rings and take the dates of certain trees and like stack them. So you can have a tree that's, a 600 years old and a tree that's 1200 years old. And then there's maybe a gap and then a tree that's 3000 years old. And then trees that are used in buildings 2000 years ago, which were cut down when they were a certain age at that time. So they extend even further into the past. It gets really, really cool how they can kind of fit these onto one another.
Basically, the only hang up that I had is that so always going to have 80% nitrogen in the atmosphere, right? And then that's always going to be getting bombarded by solar wind. Every now and then you get an electron bumping into a proton, turning into a neutron. So now you have carbon-14 being produced at this level. That now means that same amount of carbon-14 is becoming heavy isotopal logs of carbon dioxide. So if you're in a carbon dioxide-rich environment or a carbon dioxide-rich Earth at that time, whatever atmospheric chemistry thing happens at different times, then you now have a way higher amount of carbon dioxide, which means you have more heavy isotopal logs to take in, which could throw that up. But I think that would be at such a distant time that it wouldn't really matter. I don't think that's anything.
I believe that the way calibration works is that, I think, first of all, I think you're right. I think that the times in which that's going to actually impact are going to reach way further and back into the past than carbon dating can do. Or dendrochronology. I mean, definitely dendrochronology. But carbon-14 dating, I think, goes about as far back as
50,000.
If you're really lucky, you can push it to 60 or 70 is what I saw. But I don't know. But then carbon can also be reintroduced by all sorts of different erroneous methods, as you mentioned, cosmogenic rays. You can get it by water percolating, through the substrate, whatever it is. So you have to be careful. But calibration, as you said, I don't think calibration is going to throw you off. It's still necessary, but it's not going to throw you off in a major way. It's only really important for artifacts that have a distinct age, I think, that you're trying to get.
Right. Yeah. So I was thinking okay, so here's this tree that's in a basin with heavy, high density of carbon dioxide. Here's this tree that's on a fucking mountain with low density of carbon dioxide, more heavy isotopal logs in this area. I don't know. I'm trying to make things more complicated than they are because I'm not confident in it. And I just want to make sure
Well, I'm not the person to ask either, because any type of carbon dating that I'm involved in has an error range, or that I've ever dipped a toe in, has an error range of a couple thousand years. I'm not interested in the carbon dating that's so recently in the past that you have to take calibration in depth into account. But that's my understanding, is that we have together homed in on the general concept. We have $5 from Jack Neeson. I'm so sorry, Arden. This takes so long, but we love it. And Forrest, you're so cool. And Erika, you're cool, but a better cool, No poo jokes for you, Erika. And a compliment. Let's just say I found my new favorite chatter. Thanks, Jack Neeson.
Kiss ass. $5 from Honker Jones. Forrest and Erika, would it be reasonable to assume that we can find only 2 TRX fossils per geolocked region that reach Sioux or stand size west, nuts, and center?
I am not sure what the details of this are. I don't see a reason to think that you can only find 2. I think that's T-Rex, because you're talking about Sioux and stand down below.
Yeah.
I don't think I mean, fossilization and taphonomy are weird. So some areas are weirdly going to have way more fossils than they should because of the conditions of that local biome. And then also you get these weird size biases where a lot of the time you get biases towards large things, but then in some rare situations, coincidentally where I work in Kenya, it's all little teeny tiny stuff that's super annoying. Something like Sioux or stand are obviously massive. So that's going to be something that's going to be, if it can get covered quickly, really likely to persist if it can permineralize in time. But I don't know what the detail, I'm sure someone out there has done some kind of analysis, taphonomically speaking, for large-bodied theropods and how likely they are to fossilize to today. But I don't know it. I'm sure it's out there.
Yeah. The only way I would be able, I'm not versed enough in paleontology to really say, but the only thing I could say would be an ecological constraint here, that these are the largest predators in this area, and therefore there's this concern. But I don't know what the actual ecology looks like in this way to say whether or not that's actually reasonable, or whether there is that constraint, or whether you could have 5 or 10 or 15 or whatever.
I'm so suspicious of that too, because it's like when we did that with hominins, when we did that with hominid species, it was like, oh, you can only have one large-bodied hominin in an area at a time, and then it's like, oops, actually everything's contemporaneous. These things nip partition. So it's like, I don't know how that would look. Maybe if they're the same species a la T-Rexes, but I mean, my understanding of that too is that they do some kind of niche partitioning as they age. I don't know if that's still in vogue, but at some point somebody was proposing smaller Rexes are more likely to target smaller prey, maybe even hunting as packs, whereas larger Rexes are more likely to target larger prey or scavenger, whatever, if memory serves.
Right.
Not a dinosaur person. They'll probably stream me up for that, but that's fine.
I could call, if it wasn't fucking 1 a.m, I could call one of my dinosaur friends, but here we are,
Yeah, no, for
we
sure.
got 5. Oh, no, you read this one. Sorry.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Thanks, Forrest. That's so generous of you, knowing that that's from a Morgan.
It is your turn. It is your turn.
Erika, what do you call an old helicopter that flies like shit? A helicopter light. You can't escape. A Morgan. I'm going to find a large ammonite fossil and throw it directly at your head. Or a coprolite.
$20. You get a pre-fossilized coprolite. $20 from Robin Gould.
I want it to hurt.
The evolutionary argument against naturalism. If minds are just random atoms bumping into each other, then evolution only selects for survival. How do we determine truth? Wrong ideas can also benefit survival. Thoughts? I can't tell if you're joking or if you're making fun of that dude who called in saying that he invented Google. I don't know what's happening.
They sent a second
I don't
one
know
here,
what's happening.
so I think they're being for real.
Oh, shit.
Me again, if both naturalism and evolution are true, wouldn't that be self-defeating? The probability of having reliable cognitive faculties is low. It would destroy any reason to believe in evolution.
It's this.
I don't...
Yeah, we've talked about this. This is... I'm just standing up. Yeah, this is the guy...
Oh, I thought you were like...
No, I rearranged my office so I can actually move around in here now. It's nice. No, so this is, I think this might be the same dude, I could be wrong, who said that if evolution is true, then our minds would not be perfectly evolved for like sussing out like what's true and what's not. We would have biases, false positives, keep us safe because the rustling in the bush could be a tiger. You know what I mean? That kind of whole thing.
Of course.
And so because our minds are evolved to make false assumptions and make issues, then we have no way of actually like verifying evidence and saying that evolution is true. Therefore, evolution is a self-defeating hypothesis. And that's like this word self-defeating in here as well. This guy's called in several times and asked the same thing, or at least, if not this person, somebody has called in several times, said the same thing. Evolution is self-defeating because if evolution is true, then our minds are evolved in a faulty way that makes it impossible for us to know whether or not evolution is true.
I mean, I also don't know. I mean, there are problems that you've sort of already brushed on there, which is that it's like, I don't think false positives apply to like loftier ideas. I can't think of any situation where it's like having a especially social false preconception about another, like a conspecific of a group mate is going to benefit you. In fact, like you typically want to be able to read other members of your group extremely well. And most of the ideas that humans have that progress knowledge, like evolutionary theory, are in essence social, because we're conveying this information to one another. Now, you could combine it with like general observations, which it's like, okay, false positives about a tiger in the bushes is extremely different from the necessary, always correct ability to like see what shade of green a particularly ripe fruit is, right? So I don't think that you can take the idea that false positives can benefit survival in a very hyper-specific context and use that to cast aspersion on the entire concept of sussing out truth. Because the behavioral repertoire of an animal it's not like a blanket, right? Like you're operating at different levels in different ways to select for specific behaviors that enhance survival under specific circumstances, which are not all the same, is what I would say to that.
I'm lost on the person who just had to get muted in chat, who I'm pretty sure was Daniel. You cannot argue against the monad. prove that a second substance exists. It's quite literally an impossible task. Given 1 trillion years of science, you could never do it. Prove that the goddamn monad exists. Prove that anything exists.
When you said someone showed up in chat or got muted in chat, of all the callers we had tonight, the monad was the last one that I thought would show up. I thought that call ended so poorly that Daniel would be like, I can't hawk the monad here. Like, the monad has run aground here. I need to try it somewhere else. That's shocking.
If there's one thing that I know about the monad, $5 from Jax to Cappy. I love it when it's Forrest and Erika. I watch for an hour, then play D&D for 4 hours, and then get to come back and they're still going #Science Rocks. Hell yeah. We're here for you.
Jax, I love
to anybody who watches these. What was that?
No, I said I love that take. No one ever comes in and remarks about how long we do these shows. I wish more people would point that out. I'm just kidding, Jax. It was a nice super chat. Thank you. $5 from Morgan.
I was just thinking of anybody who watches these things just to sleep and is just turning on the VOD and relaxing in the night. So, which every now and then we should just start screaming for no reason and move on.
I can't even imagine listening to one of these to fall asleep, because sometimes I do these and it raises my blood pressure so high that I'm like, I need to take some deep breaths. Like, because sometimes it makes me mad. Like, even when I listen to other people do them, like some of the other hosts, like I'll listen to some of you guys when you're hosting other calls or other shows, and I'll be like, wow, I'm really glad I'm not a host tonight, because that would irritate me to the point that I would be like, okay, it's time to call it. It's time to cut this one loose. $5 from Morgan. Erika, did you hear the devil went bald? There's going to be hell to pay. Erika, make Erika read all the puns. Arden's already doing that because Arden is mad that I took Forrest's side and wanted to go later tonight. Maybe I'll have a couple more monologues stashed away just for Arden to since my only retribution here is forcing the producers to stay here longer and suffer with me.
$10 from Jack Road. Hearken to the hyoidal howled heraldries of death metal arboreal beasts. Stentorious simians surge in sonorous solidarity. A thunderous panache of platyrrhine pageantry permeates peaked canopies.
What a gorgeous, gorgeous summary of one of my favorite genera of primates, Alawata. Which I know this is about Alawata. It has to be about Alawata. There's no one else who's doing that. $10 from Calassia, $7.89 for putting up with nonsense. You have no idea how much we needed this. We put up with a lot of
mod on this channel and my channel.
Oh yeah.
You should have. She's fantastic, and I think she uses she/her pronouns. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like,
yeah,
no, for real. On whenever I do a premiere, she's there in the chat and just doing the same thing she does here, just popping out. Hey, here's my website. Go to Borneo with them or sign up for a vacation. Like, you should have her. She's great. Don't pay her.
Let's go.
$4.99 from Life is Literary. Forrest, when you go hiking with others, do you feel invisible? # missing the forest for the truth. That's funny. That is funny. And no, I'm quite loud and very large.
Funny. That's such an interesting way to describe that, chat. And this one from Morgan again. Erika, how many ears does Captain Kirk have? 3, the right one, the left one, and the final front ear. # muahahaha. Morgan specifically has his profile pic with this sword because he knows that I'm going to come finish him off in a duel. That is an actual picture that he has taken tonight because he knows that I'm about to emerge on his front stoop, just begging to be let in so that I could sort of crater him into the ground with my fists, I'll be wearing giant metal gauntlets, and I'll be doing my down B move, which is the Donkey Kong ground pounder.
Your down B move.
Slam. Yeah. $10 from Jack.
Who is your main in Smash?
You know, it changed over the years, but
no, that was not a fucking super chat. Why? What is this sidetrack? What?
She just said her down B move, and it got me wondering. I want to know what her main is. I know what mine is.
Okay.
Who's your main?
Same thing that it is in Mario Party. Luigi, my boy.
Oh, I was gonna guess that it was Link. No, you know, I mean, come on, is mine not like super obvious? There's only one character it can be. Yeah, I thought you. No, dude, DK. I play DK. He's the big gorilla. Are you serious?
I don't know you.
Sorry, who do I play in Smash? I played the big gorilla. Now, when I was a kid, I was a Kirby main for a little while. I was a Yoshi main for a little while. Very briefly, yeah, I mean, I have the phrenology of a person who plays Yoshi, of course. So the down B, that's like my go-to. And the down B slightly to the side, so I just move across the map. When Brawl came out, I did Pokemon Trainer for a little bit because I thought it was cool that you could switch characters midway through. I was never optimizing, as I hope is obvious. Very briefly, I tried Fox. I'm not good enough at Smash to main Fox. So Smash in general to main Fox. So I switched back to greener pastures. And these days I mostly play as DK because I think he's funny. And I love DK. DK is also who I play in Mario Kart as well.
The first time I ever played, I played Samus, and I stick with that for a little while. She was awesome. And then Fran Luigi, never looked back. Fucking $10 from Jack Neeson, not a poop joke. Hey, Erika, why don't spies have many fans? Because it would blow their cover. That's really good.
What I like is that you set up, you knew you were going to be taking a hit with this later. So you started with the compliment earlier, Jack, and I said, oh, wow, that's my favorite super chatter. And then I didn't know that it was all going to come crashing down so shortly afterwards. That was smart planning on your path.
Still your super chat? Still your favorite? Still your favorite one?
No, not anymore, obviously.
Y'all both super cool. Thanks, Arden, for putting up with us. I think it was the rest of that.
Hey, Arden, who do you main in Smash?
Oh, God, I don't even remember. I like to play Sonic mostly because I love Sonic, but I don't really think about it or care. I don't know. I'm just there. I'm not there to win. I'm just there to be present with friends in Smash.
I thought Sonic was fun. Sonic had a move in Brawl where he would like drop a spring, and I think you could still use the spring after. Like I think it was his up B, and so that you could use the spring like to maneuver around the stage or also to throw at other players. I think.
Last time I played, I just did that homing attack over and over again just because it was really annoying, and I was like, "This is just hilarious to me." I'm being the most annoying person, but. It's working out.
Too.
I'm such a dweeb. I have only ever played Melee, and that's the only one I still have to this day. I don't know, man.
Look, dude, I enjoyed the shit out of Brawl. People like to clown on Brawl. I thought Brawl was fun. I liked the big roster. I liked the big maps. I thought that it was fun. And you know what I loved more than anything? Here, chat's gonna love this. I loved Subspace Emissary. They're gonna freak out for that. Subspace Emissary rocked. It was it was how you played the game. Like, it was how you actually, it was like the, what am I trying to say? The campaign. That's it. $20 from Michael Lindsay, 34.
Hold on. Wait, is that, we skipped one?
We didn't read it? I thought Erika,
go back.
She start?
It was one from Morgan, right?
Do it?
She never did. She asked you what your main was. Yeah, we never read this one.
That's so cool, Forrest. That's so fucking cool of you. $5 from Morgan.
I don't want to rip off our people.
But it was too macabre. It's a Morgan. He knows what he's doing. He is Adam and Eve in the Orthodox view prior to eating from the garden, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. He knows
chosen death.
Forrest was just the student in class who asked, "What about the homework?"
Yeah,
I didn't want to cheat a Morgan, and I thought that maybe Erika would like to connect with her friend.
Forrest is the kind of guy that when you're grading each other's papers, he raises his hand and he's like, my person put this, is that wrong? Knowing damn well that it's wrong just to embarrass the person whose paper he's grading. We all remember this. That was you. And
I can't help it that I'm good and right and lawful, kind, generous.
Lawful. What a joke.
$20 from Michael Lindsay 34 in honor of this long show. I thought I could explain that what we know about how and why giraffes got such long necks. I love the show. You guys are my favorite duo.
This is a classic.
What do you know about it?
About why giraffes got long necks?
Yeah.
Like what ecological pressures led them to get long necks? I'm fairly certain it's the same. Like every time we see long-necked artiodactyls or perissodactyls in the fossil record period, or mammals in general, or hell, vertebrates in general, you get long necks so you can niche partition across the landscape that you're on. The longer the neck you have, you can reach free real estate at the tops of the canopies where literally nothing else is browsing or grazing. And so it's free real estate. Okaki, same thing. And oh gosh, what's the little guys? I'll remember it later.
Tortoises. They have the saddle-shelled tortoises reaching up the cactus pads.
Well, that's really cute. But I was talking about it's a little ungulate that's on the savannah. They've got these exceptionally long legs. Hold on, long leg gazelle. I should know this. I've seen these things on the savannah before many times. A Gironic.
$5 from Perfectly Flawed. Are the diamondoids propane accessories? They should be.
Bull.
Yeah. Bull.
$5 from Ray Gatto. I accidentally took my cat's meds last night. Don't ask meow. Erika loves cats, but not puns. I do love cats. Ray Gatto, your cat is so cute, and I love to see it. But I have this Pavlovian response where sometimes when I see kitties that look like the cat that's in your PFP, outside of the context of SkepTalk, I start to feel enraged because I start thinking about the puns that always accompany it. And that's not fair to your cat when you think about it.
I love that. I love that for you and for the cat. And also I love the bit because it reminds me of that Always Sunny episode. Fucking Charlie, are they taking cat tranquilizers? Yeah. Are you on cat tranquilizers now? Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Frank and I have to do this thing where when the cats start crying, we pop open the cat food. You have to eat it really fast before it starts to make your stomach hurt. You want to eat it fast and go to bed. Just eat it quickly and go to bed.
And huff glue. There's some kind of chemical reaction between huffing the glue and eating the cat food. It just makes you really tired. $10 Canadian. Yes. Oh my gosh, it's so good. $10 Canadian from the card deck. Hey, Forrest and Erika. Hi. Love both of your channels and appreciate the work you do. Always enjoy seeing either of you on the line. Hope tonight goes well. Well, now you've seen it. You've seen how it went. I'm real hiccupy right now, and I don't know why. You've seen it. You see what happens. We met the man who invented Google and put blood on satellites. We learned about the monad. That's what it was. The monad.
Not only did we learn about it, we learned about it. $10 from Space Barbarian. Fun fact about Thomas Gold. One of his last contrarian views was that solar sails won't work because they violate thermodynamics. He was wrong. Now, why the monad would he posit something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Why the monad would he say something like that?
$10 from Bobby Kenston. I pitched an idea for a hip new mascot for teens to use protection. Barry the Bonobo, who says, before you bonobone, wrap your dirty cone. I think it'll catch on. Still making bonobone a thing.
Why is Barry assuming that the teens are already, like, that they're unclean, like that they're not cleaning their genitals, that it's a dirty cone?
That is it. Why is it a cone? I've never, of all the things I've ever called or thought about my penis, I've never once put cone on there.
Can I tell you? I'll tell you why. It's because of how it is for them. Barry is talking about the general shape of the bonobo genitals.
Okay.
And imposing that on, yes. I have a wonderful book.
That's just going to confuse.
It's on ape anatomy. You can learn all sorts of great things from a book.
That's going to confuse young anatomical males. They're going to be very, very thrown off.
It will. $9.99 from Taylor Hodgkins. Hi, Forrest. Hi, Erika. Love you both. Your knowledge of evolution is so needed in schools right now. I work in a school, and lots of teachers purposely lie about evolution. I've used your videos. Hannah, first of all, that's so great to hear. And second of all, that makes me so angry that is still happening because, but okay, here's the hope pill for everybody. The most recent poll that's come out of Pew Research is that 8 in 10 American adults accept evolution. And not just evolution, human evolution, which is a particular bugaboo for evangelicals. That number is on the rise, thank God. But we need it to be 100%.
You said 80% of American adults accept human evolution?
80%, according to the most recent 2023-2024 Pew Research poll, 80% accept humans evolved from prior animals.
That's fantastic. That is actually legitimately shocking.
It is the best poll that we have had so far. It's the best one. Now, it's sort of evenly spread. The creationists have split evenly between irreligious and just sort of theistic evolution. But for me, it's a one step at a time thing. I will take science literacy over anything else right off the bat.
Right? Yeah, I'm looking that shit up.
I'll send you the link.
Oh yeah.
But this one's you.
I'm typing. Human evolution. Fucking shit.
Here, I'm sending it to you.
Acceptance. I'm already in the middle of it. I'm already in the middle of it.
It's sent.
USA. $10. Where'd you even send it to? What do you do? Did you put it in Discord?
I put it on Discord, yeah.
Oh
$10 from the Atheist Mechanic. I know this isn't relevant to the topic on oil, but okay, I paused so you could have it. Take it.
How dare you? $10 from the Atheist Mechanic. I know this isn't relevant to the topic on oil, but seeing the comments of support for the alligator Alcatraz has me feeling down. Yeah, it fucking sucks. I asked Amber, contextual question, thoughts on calling my dick a dirty cone, and she said, sounds like you dropped it on the sidewalk.
That is vile. That is disgusting. Dirty cone.
Dirty cone. Well, that's what it said on the thing.
$5 from a Morgan. Erika, I was listening to a Bolero. 8 minutes later, everything started to unravel. Hope you like this one. None of them are Morgan. You know I like none of them. You're trying to appeal to the better nature of this chat and acting like you're oh so sweet coming in here with these puns that are supposed to be innocent, and you know that I hate them. We talked about it.
Send more. No, $5 from One-Eyed Heathen. Erika, your video about Gibbons and language. I need to give that video enough time and focus to watch it in one go. Thank you for that video.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, One-Eyed Heathen. I actually have a few videos about great ape language and ape language in general, but Gibbons, I hope you catch the one about how Gibbons are dancing now too. It's very cute. They do this little shimmy. It's adorable. They're the best. Wait, this is me. $5 from Chris Clark. Thank you, Forrest and Erika. Your science vids motivated me to take a college level course in ornithology. So far, it's been a hoot. Chris.
She was so excited. She was so excited.
You're banned from my channel. And I hope a large bird comes down, and I hope an Andean condor sweeps you off your feet enough for you to careen down a cliffside, hurting yourself in an inconvenient but not lethal way.
$10 from Dolphin with Igloo, pardon me. Organisms have been using the energy that they consume in order to run basic bodily functions, but this one species discovered fire and then consumed energy well outside bodily functions. You're talking about Homo erectus was the first one to control fire? Is that what we're talking about?
I think the joke is that it's like humans, we figured out normally we eat to survive, and now we survive to eat. Like we eat outside of our necessary energy limits. I think that's what they're trying to say.
Sure.
$5 from Morgan. Erika, the main reason monkeys learn to climb trees instead of building structures, you can't trust stairs. They're always up to something. Morgan, we have had this pun before. I know that I've seen this before. I might have even heard it from you previously. If I see a Morgan at Baja Con, if I see him at Baja Con, he's going to be seriously injured.
Don't follow Doug with no message. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Wow, awesome. They're still coming. I love this for me. $5 from a Morgan. Eric, I know a baker who hates his job. He still does it because he needs the dough. Maybe the last one tonight. I feel like it's not. Morgan, I feel like it's not. I am going to, let's see, what am I going to do about this? I'm going to make a dough that is so heavy and dense, and then I will launch it directly into your chest when you are standing on unlevel ground, and you'll twist your ankle. Fortnite, oh wait, this is you.
$4.99 from Hannah Hodgkins. I'm quite happy to be. I'm quite happy me being in my mid-20s. I can now teach my evolution-denying grandparents a thing or two. Hell yeah.
Let's go.
That is always fun.
Let's go. That is fun. We got $5 from Dunzo. Okay, GG. I'll take the maiden now. Dunzo. Oh, Dunzo. I remember you. Dunzo was talking about how sleepy they were getting when we were talking about the wonderfully riveting world of abiogenic petroleum formation. And I said that I'd put them in the Iron Maiden to perk them up.
Nice.
Again, it's so tough to clean up. Yeah, this is you. But it's for me.
From Scott Bishop. Erika, what kind of primates are Donkey and Diddy Kong? I'm guessing that's supposed to be R.
Yeah, this is easiest thing in my life. Gorilla for Donkey Kong, obviously. He is a Western lowland gorilla. Actually, yeah, we'll go with Western lowland gorilla. Diddy, I'm going to go ahead and say that he is a crested mangabey. I think that is one of our mangabeys, I think. Let's go with Cercocebus addis, maybe? Hold on. Cercocebus addis, sooty mangabey. Brother, sometimes I impress myself. Sometimes I impress myself with my mangabey know-how. Sometimes I'm like, oh, should I say Cercocebus addis or Cercocebus addis or Cercocebus torticus? And then I'm like, oh, addis is probably good. And that was the one that I was looking for. I challenge anybody to beat me in knowing my my Cercopithacoids, something no one would ever take me up on because nobody cares besides me. $20 from Opus the Penguin. Are diamondoids XX or XY? Diamondoids.
Now we're asking the real questions. Yeah, $4.99 from Hannah Hodgkins.
The GOP is on it.
Right. We're gonna check those fucking diamondoids giblets. Life becomes so much more interesting when we learn science's mysteries instead of just depositing a god to explain everything. It's like, just imagine being so fucking boring to just say I know everything and it's some guy. That sucks. Couldn't be me.
I also hate it can't be known. Yes, it can. What? Yes, it can. $5 from the biologist bum. Horseshoe crabs also have the cutest parasitic worm you can see. Little Adura, Canada. Looking it up. Adura,
I like him.
Canada.
He looks like a planarian a little bit with those eyes.
Wow, the little dots. Oh my god. Oh, he kind of looks like a Pokemon. Or like a you know what he looks like? He looks like that one green Pokemon. It was one of the last games that I actually played all the way through. I think it was X and Y. He looks like the little Zygarde guy. Hold on. Okay. The little Zygarde guy. Zygarde, what is the parasite guy? Zygarde parasite?
This thing exists and it wants you to do your homework.
It's so cute. Wow, I like it. Okay, we have $9.99 from Gimpy G Gaming. If a tree falls on Forrest in the woods and no one is there to hear or help him, does he finally have a bad day? Nah, he'd probably start counting the different little arthropods crawling by his face as he bleeds out and be like, you know what? This isn't bad.
It's true.
This is actually
very true.
I haven't seen a coleoptera that looks like this in this neck of the woods before. How nice.
I would count from one to monad.
From one to monad.
10 pounds from Herbie Shine. It's 1:30 a.m. in the UK. It's almost 1:30 a.m. here in the US now. I'm going to try to sleep. My depression is really bad at the moment, so I might not be able to. The chat between you and the callers has helped me cheer up a little. Thank you. I hope things get better for you, Herbie.
That's our pleasure to provide some respite. Depression sucks ass. $5 from Space Barbarian. Get research funding by saying it's powered by coal or whale oil. Yeah, I'm hoping since we're bringing coal back, let's bring whale oil back too. You know, think of all the stuff we could fund or fuel, I guess I should say, with whale oil. Really the only efficient route.
$4.99 from Sarah Wilson. If Vulcans in Star Trek use copper instead of iron in their blood, why is it green and not blue? Yeah, it's fiction, but what's your science answer? Hashtag Zerba. There are other things that have actual green blood. Some lizards that have like a high like concentration of like, I think like bilirubin or some shit that's broken down in their blood, and it gives it a green tint. So like it may just be, they may have like hemocyanin to give it a blue tint, and then something like bilirubin or something that broke that's a high concentration in their blood that gives it a yellow tint, and the two together create a green. So it could be something like that. Isn't bilirubin the stuff that you have to put a baby in a fucking UV box because their skin's yellow? Isn't that right?
Because they're jaundiced? I don't know. I know that because they're jaundiced, I don't know if it's
sure.
bilirubin. I don't know. That makes sense. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So yeah, they could have like hemocyanin in blood, and then also a high concentration of some other protein or something else that like they have some different kind of kidney situation going on that isn't being filtered out properly, a different liver situation that isn't being filtered out properly.
$100 MX from Rodlow Alrez. Hi, dear Erika and Forrest. I have love and respect for both of you. Thank you. What is your opinion of Michael Levin's work, the American developmental and synthetic biologist at Tufts University? Thank you. Let me see what Michael Levin has done.
Fuck that guy. Never heard of him.
Michael Levin, Tufts. Looks like he seems like a nice fellow. I'm going to look him up, and he's probably doing something horrendous. Oh, he's doing like a cancer thing. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's definitely him. What is he doing right now? Oh, he's doing xenobots too. Okay, wait. Here's his books, or his publications. Have I seen any of these I probably not. I'm afraid I don't have an opinion on this.
Yeah, he seems like a cool guy. I do like xenobots.
My only concern is that I feel like he probably has had his work co-opted by IT proponents. But he seems nice.
Tell him we said hi. Don't show him that part where I said fuck that guy. $10 from Super Dude. A lab at my school studies magnetic bacteria as they can assist in fighting cancer, and lost a grant, probably because Elon thought magnetic bacteria sounds stupid. Also, teenage mutant background guys. I don't know what we mentioned.
I feel like that was around when we were talking about bands, but I don't think that's anything. This is going to be Tally Hall related. I'm going to be humiliated a second time tonight. Yeah, I know so many people.
Transgender mice, big genitals.
I'm checking right now to see if somebody's going to say in chat what it is. Someone says, wait, is that really the acronym?
Transformers Moments in Disguise.
That's so funny.
That's great.
I feel like it's actually our contractual duty to do some kind of monad related merch, because I would probably wear it or drink from it. £5 from Jessica. Oh, Jessica, I love seeing your cat doo-doo McButtface up, but you always come in here with the actual fecal jokes. Why was Pooh a great motivational speaker and knew how to push through? Why is Pooh wise? It has seen some deep shenanigans. Erika loves Pooh puns. Hashtag Zerba. I feel like you, in particular, Jessica, have done the push through before, but I feel like it's been related to constipation previously. I hate it, but I love seeing your cat.
Someone was talking about
Saying my pieces in my hands. That's what it was.
Yeah, I don't think that's real. They monad be giants. So they were talking about like Musk cutting funding for this thing that was really important, and it reminded me. I wanted to look this up really quick and get it. Apparently, Doge in its brief existence, trying to find waste, fraud, and abuse, and all that, they also wasted $21.7 billion. There's this
I hope that everybody out there knows that satire will not recover from this administration for 1,000 years. Like, you will never be able to make fun of any kind of political, like incompetent political administration, because I promise this administration did it worse. Well, whatever you're talking about, the real life is worse than whatever you can dream of.
Yeah, this is from the executive summary from the report that I just put into the chat. PSI estimated the permanent subcommittee investigations estimated that in just 6 months, Doge itself has generated at least $21.7 billion in waste across the federal government, despite its ostensible goal of eliminating government waste. The majority of some could be used to improve employee training, invest in upgraded technology or other infrastructure, or develop genuine forms of efficiency for an already lean civil federal service engage in critical missions of their agencies. Ironically, the waste generated by Doge in 6 months could have fully covered the president's misguided recessions package twice over, with $2.9 billion to spare, despite the package being promoted as codifying Doge's purported savings over the next several years. It just, oh my God.
This is what I'm saying. Like, you can't, it sounds fake. Like, it sounds like
Doge generated waste. Doge-generated waste could have easily funded monthly food assistance for the 5.3 million families currently losing an average of $146 in monthly food security assistance.
It's like,
fuck.
I can't, I know I'm saying it like as a joke, but I need you to know that I mean it in Minecraft. It makes me want to say TOS violations. Like, there's stuff that makes me want to say that, I can't even go further than that. Like, it's so absolutely infuriating. On the bright side, Forrest, somebody did say Department of Monad Efficiency.
Nice.
Which is true, because so infinity angry. And nothing are the same thing, and there was no efficiency added to the government.
Precisely. It makes me so angry that I have to eat this guacamole about it. But help.
You're crunching. Yeah, he just muted. He got embarrassed and muted. $9.99 from Daniel Bryce. Just thanking y'all for truth seeking and truth spreading. Forrest and I both being from the South, this hits especially hard. Thank you.
$5 from June Bramley. I relabeled all the spices in my spice rack. There haven't been any problems yet, but the time is coming. If you mispronounce cumin, it works, and I like that.
It actually makes me madder with the cumin mispronunciation in there. $5 from a Morgan yelling, Erika, a simile walks into a bar as parched as a desert. I'm still an asshole, but the ass part is $signs. That's true, Amargan, and I do like that at least I'm being paid to hear your puns this time, whereas normally I'm being inundated with them in Discord or in the post show because you feel like it. So at least there's a benefit tangibly here.
$5 from Cade Moore. You should teach them the sword to fight people, but you could help them cut even deeper if you teach them about Occam's razor and how to defeat ideas. Hell yeah. Teach them the way of the razor.
I like that. I like this little cat too. $5 from Joshua Everett. I couldn't think of any fun wordplay for Erika, but I'm open to suggestions. Congratulations, Joshua. That is the worst one of the night. That was fantastic. That might even be the worst one in the past 3 months. Open to suggestions? You're lucky that cat is cute.
You should be proud of that.
You feel a deep shame. There are two wolves inside you. It's Forrest telling you to be proud of your dog shit joke and me telling you to be realistic.
$5 from Zurich Moonpaw. Hey, Forrest. Hey, Erika. I hope y'all are having a great night. I consumed dinosaur flesh today. Is awesome. Hell yeah.
Man, you know some of those dinosaurs, some of those non-avian dinosaurs probably tasted so good. That's yeah, like that. Just think about all the delicious critters that used to roam the earth that we could have sampled.
I haven't said this online because I didn't want anybody to steal it. No, I guess I'll just have to wait. I'm immediately after the show. Remind me. I want to call you and tell you a stupid idea that I had that I don't want anybody to steal. I think it would be really good.
Okay. Okay, I thought you were going to say it was like a joke that you were going to use at BajaCon, and I was going to steal it since I'm presenting first.
Hold on. Just we're gonna do bad show right now. Give me a second. Hold on.
Wait, are you putting it in Discord?
No.
Hold on. I'm getting a call from some moron.
Yeah.
Hello.
I've muted them both so that they can have their secret discussion. But I don't want there to be dead air because I am a producer. Tears stream down my face. I can't believe this is what we've come to. I'm so sorry.
Amazing idea. I'm gonna unmute now. There. Tell me that's not a fantastic idea. I've ended the call. I'm sorry. I ended the call. I thought you were done.
Forrest, I'm putting a tip that I think you need to add to that in our Discord.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were. I just wanted you to hear the idea, and I didn't want the audience to hear the idea. But like, I wanted I wanted them to hear your feedback on the idea.
Hold on. Yeah, it's really
You're
good.
Absolutely
actually.
right. Thank you. That you see why I didn't want to say that out loud.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, check Discord. Tell me what you think about that.
No, that you are absolutely right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, it'd be a phenomenal show.
Pocket that. Let's do that sometime. That would be a fun. We live close enough that we could do something similar. Get your dinosaur friend to. We'll do that'll be good. $5 from the Raven 200. Sorry, Erika, I have to postpone our epic kaiju battle. That is true. The Raven 200 and I were planning on leveling Ontario together. Due to a logistics error, my 11-story tall mech suit got the wrong materials. I'm quite upset. Yeah, and you really need the correct materials because I don't know if you know this, but as a 11-story tall kaiju myself, one of my power-up moves as a Hylobatid is I have like a sonic screech. So you really need to make sure that you have the right stuff for the job.
Power-up moves. $10 from the Atheist Mechanic. We like our ice crushed. Fuck Donald Trump. Hell yeah. Love that.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Attend your local protests. I know you think it does nothing, but it's actually really good for morale, which matters in times like these. $5 from Jack Neeson. Erika, I stayed up all night looking for the sun, and then it dawned on me. Not a poop joke. Thanks. You know, and actually, I'm ashamed to say that I was thinking about this in the context. It actually doesn't matter. Bad joke. Punishment. Straight to the stockyard.
$5 from Prisoner Fan 48. Forrest and Erika, favorite movie of all time? I may be working by the time you read this, so someone in chat, let me know next time. That's a good question. I don't know.
Favorite? Forrest doesn't watch movies. Did you not know that? He doesn't really watch movies. I on the other hand, I see everything that comes out. I'm a big old movie fan, but my picks are not going to delight. They're not going to delight you. They're a little bit basic. I think for like my overall, like if I'm in a group of people and I just want to give like a answer that I think is going to not upset anybody, I'm going to say The Shawshank Redemption. I really like that movie. The first time I saw it, I was on a plane and a little bit drunk, and then when I watched it again sober, it hit even better the second time. I think it's a great story. As far as like this isn't a less common pick. This isn't something I'm going to be saying around my aunts and uncles because they won't get it. Probably Spirited Away. I love Spirited Away. It scratches an interesting itch in the back of my brain that I saw it when I was a kid during my formative years. And it sort of fills me with this ethereal, like longing for something that I know that I can never encounter or have. Science fiction. I'm going to piss two groups of people off here. I love 2001: A Space Odyssey, obviously, but I also really like Interstellar. I think Interstellar is a fun movie, and I know some people don't like it, but I don't care for those people because I think it's a fun film all the same. I really enjoyed, like last year, the film Everything Everywhere All at Once. I saw it when it was still very small and had not gotten a lot of buzz yet, and I was like, wow, that's a really special movie. And then it won a ton of awards, and so my opinions were, of course, validated. Recently, I really enjoyed The Substance, which I watched recently with Demi Moore. It's a great body horror film, but now I'm just telling you about films that I like, not necessarily films that I think are the best film. What else have I seen recently? Oh, here's a movie that I saw recently that I enjoyed. Again, if you like body horror stuff, Together. It was a weird one, but I thought it was quite good. And I'm looking forward to seeing Weapons this weekend. Well, not this weekend, but here in a couple days.
Amber and I had Regal whatever passes where we pay a certain amount a month and we get like free movies. And there was a new Warren Theater that opened up in the next town over, and we would drive down there all the time and go see every fucking new thing that came out, no matter how stupid. We did that for a while, and it was awesome, but like we just don't have the time to keep up with that shit anymore. And we kind of, especially we were traveling so much, and we were like, hey, we've paid for this for like 6 months and we have not seen a single fucking movie, so we canceled it. But like there was a while there where I was watching everything and it was awesome. I will say sorry, go ahead.
I know there's a beauty in that, because I feel like most couples that I know have had that stage. And there's such a beauty in seeing everything that comes out, even for like a brief period, because you also see the dog shit movies. And when you see those movies, those are wonderful memories in and of themselves, because they suck. And you get to be like, wow, that was absolute ass. Husband Luke and I were doing, the last movie that I saw that was just absolutely horrible was Strays. Did you see Strays? Will Ferrell plays a talking dog, but it's like rated R. It's like supposed to be like a raunchy comedy. That shit sucked so hard. I don't even know where to begin with it. It was so bad. It was a waste of my time, but I still look back fondly on it. I got really drunk. It was great.
I want to go back and do it again, because like there were some that like I never would have seen that I really enjoyed. Women Talking was a fucking phenomenal movie that I wouldn't have watched, because I wouldn't have ever heard about it if I hadn't been going and seeing fucking everything, and because it didn't get any publicity, because why would it if it was a movie about women? And so like it was a phenomenal fucking movie. We went and saw, there was a ton of dumbass horror movies about demons and ancient evil teddy bears and all sorts of other shit that were just terrible, that I still loved, because I love horror movies, and even bad ones are a lot of fun. I think if I had to pick a favorite movie of mine, what's that?
You love horror movies, but you need to see, I have a big list of recommendations for you.
Hell yeah. If I had to pick a favorite movie, though, Young Frankenstein.
Frankenstein is really good to be fair.
Favorite movie of all time. It's right up there. I don't know if I sat down and really thought about it, maybe I could find another one, but like in terms of just like a fucking classic, perfect movie, that's an amazing one.
Young Frankenstein is just a classic too. Someone in the chat said Sinners. Sinners was a good one that came out recently. I thought Sinners was phenomenal. I really, really enjoyed it.
I'll look that up.
It's the Michael B. Jordan film. It's really good. You should watch it.
I'm going to text Amber right now and tell her I want to go see movies again.
Yeah, you should. $9.99 from Daniel Bryce. Thank you.
$10 from ZM. I've learned so much from the two of you. There were many pieces that came together for me to deconvert, but the two of you played a big part. Thanks so much in helping me see what's real and what's not. Thank you for including us in your journey. Congratulations to you on your freedom.
It's our absolute pleasure. Truly, I mean that. Any opportunity for somebody to learn more that I get to be a part of is, it makes me feel ecstatic. I feel ecstasy when that happens. It is that fun for me. $20 from Dan Mazer. Please talk about human-dog co-evolution. We learned endurance hunt from them. Also, how long did it take our lineage and theirs to observe and learn from each other before wolves moved in with us? So if memory serves, because I did a video on this a year or two ago, the current best hypothesis for how this happened is the flight distance hypothesis. So the idea is basically that it's like wolves, the way that they work is they live in cute little families, and then youngsters get kicked out of their families to go found families of their own. And it's these youngsters who are the most curious and simultaneously the most like willing to take risks. So the idea is that when humans were sort of moving across the Eurasian steppes, and when we were first sort of encroaching in on Neanderthal territory, we were killing pretty big prey. And we had these debris piles, and these debris piles, we find them today, like big mammoth graveyards where we're like processing meat. The idea is that wolves that were willing would approach these meat piles, and we would allow them to stick around in some cases because they essentially provided an alarm for predators, right? So these guys would stick around to eat our debris, and they would also make noises when bigger, scarier predators that were a lot more dangerous than a lone wolf came around. And so we sort of began to form this tolerant relationship that then evolved into a relationship of like mutual benefit, because these guys would accompany us on hunts. They would help us track game. They would get a piece of that game when we were done. And that eventually turned into us selectively breeding them for friendliness once they were like fully moved in with us. That process is thought to have started around 40,000 years ago, which blows my mind every time I hear it. That is so long compared to the next domesticated animal, which is, I think it would have been like goats and sheep around 10 to 12,000 years ago. So we're talking more than double dogs have been with us. And when I say that we've been co-evolving, we've actually like hijacked each other's like oxytocin systems, right? Like when you look in the eyes of your dog, you release oxytocin and they release oxytocin in the same way, although not in the same numbers, as a mother and a baby release when they're breastfeeding. It's a really incredible mutual relationship between the two of us. And you'll notice that they've picked up all sorts of weird things, like wolves have some eyebrow muscles, but dogs are super expressive, and sometimes they actually just have full-on eyebrows, which is so cute and awesome. And when domesticated animals get domesticated canids, I should say, they get the floppy ears, and because the neural crest spots, is like a package deal. And spots, they wag their tails. Yeah, it's super cute and really awesome. As far as if we learn endurance hunting from one another, no. I actually think, well, this is one of the hypotheses, but I think it's the most compelling one, that's what predisposed us to work well together, though, instead of like a hyena or, a cave lion or something like that, for many social reasons, but also because we hunt in packs in a way that's similar to how wolves do it. So it made us good partners.
Aren't floppy ears, spots, and waggy tails associated with domestication in like all animal gate? Like we see it in cows, see it in pigs, see it in all sorts of different things as well?
I don't know. I only said canids because I've only ever heard of it in canids, like in coyotes, like coy dogs and things like that. And then also, of course, in the classic silver fox domestication experiment. But it wouldn't surprise me because the basis of mammal bonding and mammal sociality is so old. It wouldn't surprise me if that was a package deal in more animals, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah. While you were talking about all that, I just checked. Shout out to Daniel, who just left a bunch of comments on my Instagram about all the quotes from the scientists about how it's Einstein said, "I believe in Spinoza's God." Furthermore, he wrote this equation: I equals mc squared. Mass is energy. Life is a vibration. Electromagnetic. Just continuing to. You had your time. You called in, and none of these things tell me what fucking monad is. So, like, here we are. I don't know what anything is. I'm just a biologist, a big dumb biologist. $5 from Zereth Moonpaw, totally unrelated to anything I said earlier. Have y'all looked into things like the blood eagle and other forms of torture? Worth a look. Yes, I have. And I think the blood eagle is one of the most interesting, just mechanically and like physics based. Is pretty interesting. You wouldn't be able to keep somebody alive very long with that, but like that's kind of the point. But it's neat. It's horrific.
I like scaphism. $10 from the atheist mechanic. I'm with y'all. That anyone on the Epstein list needs to meet a wood chipper. That's funny enough that I don't think it violates TOS in any serious way. So I agree. My thoughts are in line with that. Certainly, probably less kind. Remember, I just said I really like scaphism.
I didn't know that was what that was called. I'm very familiar with the boats. I wasn't familiar with the word scaphism.
Yeah, I think it's scaphism instead of scaphism. I've never heard it said, but that's how I always said it in my head.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
That's as a joke in Minecraft. We should do that to the people on the Epstein list.
You know what? I'd be okay with it. $5 from Dan Mazer. And since you're both here, please say in unison, "Wow, banjos rock." Now, I don't know how we could say things in unison and also no.
Wow, banjos rock.
But banjos are pretty cool. I do like banjos. I'm not going to try to coordinate a whole thing about it.
Yeah, I can't play a banjo. In fact, I've heard it's one of the hardest string instruments to play of the easy ones.
It is very nice, though. It is very nice.
Of which the ukulele is the easiest and is the only one that I can play, even a little bit.
Hell yeah. I have a guitar. I just don't know how to use it.
Holy, $60 from Duffel Bag. 3 hours. You got that and more.
Thank
you,
much.
Duffel Bag.
Duffel Bag 420. $5 from Aaliyah Shauna Silver Bow. My neighbor protects light refracting objects. They're a prism guard. Hashtag Erika loves puns.
Again, it's the hyper specific scenarios that do it for me. $5 from Skeptics and Scoundrels. Life is more expected when presupposing life already exists rather than not. Give this guy a Nobel Prize, folks. We meet a lot of folks who are definitely deserving of that kind of prize here on the line and on SkepTalk.
Shout out to Brent J. Energy equals monad times speed of light squared.
I've seen so much good monad content in the chat.
That's how I'm gonna reply to that dude right now.
You're gonna egg him on, actually. You know what this is doing. Whatever, it's your deal. $5 from Eliashana Silverbow. I had a very stern chemistry teacher in high school. You might even call him a flask master, like a taskmaster. That's crazy. I bet you didn't have a stern chemistry teacher in high school. Meaning this is a made-up scenario to work with that dog shit pun. Okay, this one's you, Forrest, and it's on nipple clamps, so you have to read it.
Hey, $50 from WK Misty Nipples. You bring up nipple clamps. I must chime in with my Misty equals Ness. To earlier caller Lindsay, I've held Rosie at the BP. Great show, you two. Hashtag love you soon. You don't know that, but I appreciate the thought.
$5 from Morgan. Yay. Good. Just when I let my guard down. Again, Erika yelling. Trigonometry is confusing to me. Guess I just don't get sign language. Hashtag still not done. I'm about to co-sign your death certificate. How about that?
I just responded. Energy equals monad times speed of light squared. $5 from Eliashana Silverbow. I heard of a new theory explaining the origin of vampires. It's called the Big Fang theory. That's great.
There's no way that was an authentic laugh. I don't believe that. $5 from Morgan. Erika, an oxymoron walks into a bar, and the silence was deafening. At least it's an interesting pun. This is one of your better ones tonight, Morgan. I will say that. I've seen worse ones from you tonight. Oh, good. Joshua Everett is back from O Pun. I can't wait for this. I actually think this is an actual real.
My wife made me brownies, and she cut off a giant-ass brownie and brought me milk.
That is a huge brownie.
It's massive. It's the size of my palm, and it's hot.
That thing is gigantic. This one's yours, though, dude.
$10 from Joshua Everett. I'm bored to brain damage of all the philosopher, god of the word game style navel gazing that so many of these creationists cling to. You can't what if a god into existence. Good gravy, y'all. If only we could convince them of this truth.
We got $5 from Queen Jane Revisited. 1 + 1 - 1 is not 2.
No, but it is infinity.
It's infinity and nothing and us and monad.
And monad. $5 from Jack. Run, Forrest, run. Don't tell me what to do.
I bet that one never gets old for you. $5 from Morgan.
No.
This never gets old for me. Did you hear about the pacifist insect farmer? He got fired because he wouldn't herd a fly. He wouldn't herd a fly. I get it. I thought he was really going for pastoralist insect farmer for a minute, which incidentally also works. But I hate that my brain is getting sick and able to spot that. But I like this PFP.
$10 from Hypa. I don't know why the caller brought up Bayesian at all. I don't see any bays around here. Well, you know what they say, yesterday's posterior is today's prior.
I like that that's just a Bayesian description. And I like that. It's a pretty cute cat. I like that, Hypa. $5 from Eliashana Silverbow. Already know I'm going to hate this because it's Eliashana and they always do puns. I met some aliens who told me all about their society, including their leader. Oh, were you talking to Pierre? Who rules over an active galactic nuclei. He's called a quasar. A quasar, Forrest. He's called a quasar. And then I pull out my ray gun and use it to magically feel better. $4.99 for... Wait, this is you.
$4.99 from Hannah Hodgkins. God is a puppet master with an appetite for control and submission. Jesus is his spokesperson for his sick plan, the Bible. Welcome to the way we see shit. It's god awful.
I like spokesperson on that one, Hannah. I liked how that was broken up. $10 from the atheist mechanic. God is not a moral being, and to suggest otherwise is entirely wrong. Certainly if you're going with that triomny, for sure. Cute snake! Oh my god, I didn't even notice that little snake.
999 from I Am the Cheese. Satan knows the prophecies in Revelation. He could subvert them, avoid 666, skip the whole core of Babylon, disprove God's word, but he doesn't. Either he lacks free will, God controls him, or he's playing the villain for God.
Yeah, isn't it? I always thought that was a weird one, right? It's kind of like they're playing action figures, like the good guy, bad guy thing. Holy, $49.99 from Kevlar 8. Thank you very much. You say that they were misled and they made a mistake. You might have refuted yourself. Yeah.
I mean,
I was trying to work through that in my head.
I don't know. I'm from my angle, I could say they're not mutually exclusive, but from that guy's angle, they definitely are, and that's a problem.
That's kind of what I was mulling over too just then, because it took me a minute. I read that and then I was like, wait, what am I actually reading? $20 from the Atheist Mechanic. I'm tired of living through a historical event on a daily basis, boss. Yeah, you and me both. It's gotten to the point where like I'll see something and I'm so outrage exhausted that I'll be like, yeah, that sounds right. It'll be the Republicans the Republicans push the orphan effigy, set their homes on fire, and pull food from their mouths, and also inflict them with syphilis bill. And it'll be like every Republican votes in favor of it, every Democrat votes nay, it passes.
Yep. That's America.
Why is every Republican, why are we getting those bills and there's no monad bill? That's what I'm asking. I'm asking the real question.
Where's the funding for monad?
Who's advocating for monad in this day and age when we need it most?
Daniel's out there, and we can all take solace in that. 50 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate. One open line for one more theist call is less than $50, right? If not, how about seed money for Zerba's hot beef taco truck coming in 2026, perhaps? Gotta drop them.
That was gross. That's such a gross way of referring to a shit. And that's the first time I've heard a hot beef. Like, that's so gross. It's so nasty.
Have you ever heard me? My favorite way to refer to peeing is busting a hot waz. Because it's just the looks it gets every time. I gotta go bust a hot waz. I'll be right back.
It's not even the waz. It's the bustin', and then it's the temperature. Like, it sounds uncomfortable.
I said that to Seth yesterday on the After Dark show. I was like, I'll be right back. I gotta go bust the hottest of wazzes. And I just took on. I could hear him just like, God damn, stop it.
Seth would
I
not.
love making that man uncomfortable.
It's not hard, actually. 20 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate. Forrest asking people about their nuclear envelopes on live air is way too personal. Go back to something academic, like the nipple clamps. Yerba's hot beef taco truck 2026. Yeah, it's the nipple clamps. It's the busting a hot waz. It's the hot beefs. There's a lot. Force has been hitting us with a lot tonight.
$20 from Gildery, maybe glittery. If you take DNA out of a person, it changes it. I never knew that before, and still don't. That was a hell of a call. It was wild.
It's so crazy that preceded Raelians and Monad, right? Like that preceded two successive. Like, it was a triple. We got the triple crown at the end of this show tonight.
That was why I invented Google and used blood to make a satellite, and that's why I know that vaccines change your DNA and won't allow you to evolve. That started Ancient Aliens is real, and whatever the fuck monad is, and now we're here. It's almost 2 hours afterwards reading super chats.
How do you know that? Jurassic Park.
Yes.
I saw Jurassic Park.
I forgot about how do you know that? Well, Jurassic Park. I forgot all about that.
it was truly an incredible moment to be alive. If by incredible, I mean agonizing. $20 from President Starscream.
Oh, fuck.
Bevan. Remember when he got so indignant at the end and was like, it's Devin. And it's like, you gave them your name.
You put Bevan in the thing, and you've been listening to us say Bevan this whole time.
It's like very easy to tell the difference too. He could have corrected us at any point. And then it was like,
any point
it's actually Devin. Bevan's blood got put on a satellite where DNA would be mutated by cosmic radiation and be sent back to Earth to be cloned, and these clones would spread their mutated genes, thus evolving humanity, probably. Except he doesn't believe in evolution either. He doesn't accept evolution as something that happens. I don't know how.
Except it could if we didn't believe in Bill Gates.
If we didn't believe in Bill Gates, and if we didn't use Google.
Yes, which he invented.
it.
20 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate for Queen Mother Arden and her 2 unruly but delightful children. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Let's keep the lines open. Hashtag Zerba's Hot Beef Taco Truck 2026.
You're going to get negative. Is it possible? Hello, Google, how do I delete someone else's idea? Like, a hot beef taco truck is just so... Like, there's nothing, even in the winter, I'm thinking to myself, anything else. I'd rather have anything else than hot beef on my taco.
Hey, I'll buy you asada, but better.
But it's like no one refers to that as hot beef. You know what I mean? It's like,
but that
like,
is
okay, I love a drumstick, right? But I wouldn't call that wet poultry, but it is if it's moist and properly cooked. But if I called it wet poultry, that makes me want to puke. $20 from Erculi Z. 1-1 was a racehorse. 2-2 was 1-2. 1-1-1-1 race. 2-2-1-1-2. I love that tongue twister. What are we donating for? I don't even know. I just love listening to you guys. Hope you make your goal. We were just donating we were donating for Monad. That's really what it was all about.
We're raising money to save Monad because somebody fucking has to. If you are looking for something to donate to Doctors Without Borders. They're an incredible organization. There's a genocide going on in Gaza, and there's people starving to death in Sudan as well, which I want to make sure before I call that a genocide that I know everything about it. I'm pretty sure that it is. But save Gaza, save Sudan, save Congo, save Palestine, save Ukraine, save Chad, save Yemen. There's lots of places that need help, and Doctors Without Borders helps them all. So donate there if you want to donate to anybody. $19.99 from Day Mauser. I hope Pierre makes a note to call in on 1/1/2036 to administer he was wrong. I think they mean admit.
It's weird because I'm pretty sure Pierre made it sound like he was like friends with Rail. That was what was so interesting. But they know each other. So I'm sure Rail will be hearing from Pierre in 10 years. 20 Canadian dollars from Isla Ursus. Arden Rocks, the best producer. I agree, but I've been noticing a very thick density of pun super chats coming my way. So best, but then again, Morgan is the one who's sending them. So yes, best producer. True.
I mean, I'm just delivering. I think Morgan was doing that also to torture me, to keep me here longer. So I was like, well, I'm at least going to double down on the pain, you know?
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, not really, but I can respect the hustle at least.
Smear that pain around. 20 Canadian dollars from Crownick. As a Canadian, I would like to apologize for French Canada. We understand. We have Texas.
We have an entire quadrant in the southeast of the country that owes everybody else an apology, to be honest. $19.99 from Kayla Albertson. Great show, guys. I'm an hour behind, but I have to go to bed. I'm excited to finish watching tomorrow. Thanks for keeping me motivated to study biochemistry. I'm so glad people like you are studying biochemistry, Kayla, and not people like me, because I'm done with that. Mm-hmm. So thank you.
I'm extremely done with biochemistry, so I'm about to do a PhD in it.
That's always a good decision, I think.
Mm-hmm. 20 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate. Totally worth the $500 to see Captain Chaos and Gutsick Gibbon for a little while longer. I like that nickname. But if anyone is wondering, I might have to start an OnlyFans if I keep watching this show. Hashtag Zerba's Hot Beef. Hashtag Zerba's Hot Beef Taco Truck 2026. Hell yeah.
I think you could go with you could be like, this is the hot beef taco truck for your OnlyFans, and you're going to get a lot of people who are curious. There might even be a market for, I don't know, making tacos slowly. There's probably something for that. There's probably a market for that.
I did check during this show, and the domain forestvalkaisfeet.com is still available. So I was having some things. But $20 from Papaver4. You two are awesome. Forrest and Dr. Blitz talked about. And for those interested, scientists finally solved the mystery of what triggers lightning. Super Chat won't let me cite the page, but look for that story at Science Daily. Love you all. Neat. Y'all look that up because I remember we talked about it. It was fascinating. Yeah, we were talking about dark matter and lightning. It was crazy.
That tracks. It tracks to me that dark matter is actually responsible in part or plays some role in lightning. To me, that makes sense. Both of those feel alchemical, and that's what dark matter and dark energy make me think of. 1999 from DeMauser. Sorry, not sorry for paying for this pain. At least you also had to go through it. The nice thing about the Monad saga is that everybody had to go through it.
20 fake dollars from Ayla Ursus. My apologies for making the Daniels call happen. I will put it under be careful what you wish for. That is absolutely what just happened. That is absolutely what just happened.
What we need is like a tarot card design, and it's like man's folly on the top, and then it's like monad on the bottom. And it's like a skeleton like wither, like $20 from Ro. I'm so glad this is one of the first live episodes I've caught. Please put "We're on a Tangent" back to the monad on a t-shirt. That's right. That's right. When he said it just like that too. He goes, "We're on a tangent," screaming back to the monad.
Back to the monad.
It took us so long to figure out that what the monad is. But luckily it's everything, so we were right all along.
This is the person in chat. Forrest Valkai presents the thinking monad. Man. Hey, if we're getting monad chats, that means we must be coming close to the end of the super chats, right?
Yeah, we actually are on the last page, so we have like 20 left.
And we're only on 8 hours of show. So, get your super chats in if you want us to stick around.
Shut your whore mouth.
What I want to know is how much money do we have to raise in super chats to do another call? That's what I want to know.
None.
$20.
Out of money. Actually,
you heard her. You heard her. None. Nothing. We'll do another call right now. No. She said none.
No. There is a price. If you buy me, listen. I need a really nice new production PC. I want an RTX 5090 in there. Give me 100 gigs of RAM, several terabytes of storage, and then we'll talk. Okay? If someone's got that shit online, ready to go.
You can come over anytime and use the dumbass PC that Jimmy and I built.
If we can raise $10,000 in the next 10 minutes, we'll bring Daniel back on and get to the bottom of the monad situation.
Get to the bottom of the monad. $20 from Leah Shauna Silverbow. If you vibrate the monad, you will get an infinite electromagnetic field the size of the Planck length that is one sine wave of energy. But seriously, energy is the capacity to do work, not vibration, and MC squared is just rest energy. You don't know anything about any of that. All I'm seeing here is if you vibrate the monad, but then I see that you've got an M in electromagnetic, you've got an O in of, N in Planck length, A in that, and where's the D? Where's the D? Where's the D? To do work right there. You got a monad in the thing as well. That's what I'm seeing.
Clip where's the D? Clip it. Go chat.
Where's the D?
Where is the D?
Where's the hot beef?
Erika equals monad. Not just me, Noose, but you and Forrest and Arden and all of the chat And all of us mortals here on the plane of existence, which we are tethered to, we are all monad. All of us.
It's monad all the way down.
It's monad
49.
all the way down.
$49.99 from D Mauser. For the love of God, ask Daniel how he rated his mind from the monad. How you said how he separated it, because how he separated them us. It's like, I don't know. Oh God. It just kept going. It just kept going.
The monad. $20 from Noose. Shai Hulud equals monad? Yes, Noose, as we just established, everything is the monad. So Shai Hulud is also the monad.
And also no, and also yes, and also everything.
And infinity and nothing.
to monad and beyond. $20 from Luis Morales. Misunderstanding over nomenclature and decency. There, I figured it out. That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
We're finally getting to the root cause, the monad of it all, if you will. $100 from News. Holy Erika Forrest, please help Erika get over her furry denialism. Jesus Christ, there are plenty of primate furries out there, and she would be more than welcome by the community. How dare you put that a woo at the end?
Say it. Oh, you gotta give it. Come on. I want sincerity.
I've
turning up my headphones.
I have been wooed by Noose, and it's such a kind donation. I'm not sure how to feel about this, because here's the thing. The primate furries that I have seen, they don't tread into the ape zone. And you know they don't tread into the ape zone because that's too close. We've talked about this before. They're there, but they're rare. They're rare, and they seem to be on the outskirts of the community. So no, I don't think that my mascot would be welcomed into the community. But just so you know, Forrest Furry is Fursona is a silky anteater. He said this before. I've heard him.
Have I said that before? What I find more interesting is the fact that like you leaned in and said mascot when you very clearly meant fursona. And I think that you should like lean into this further and just do whatever makes you happy and don't worry about judgment. You're my friend and I support you. And I still haven't heard you say ooh woo. So like I'm just waiting for the comment.
I said ooh woo. I've said it like 3 or 4 times. You haven't been listening.
I just wanted you to read it in the context of the comment because that's a very generous donation. I think you should look a gift furry in the ooh-woo.
You don't look them in the ooh-woo, Forrest. That's a sound that they make. You should know this. He's a fake fan. Oh, wait, this is you.
$20 from God Center. I hope to catch y'all while I'm not at work. I would love to call in. I have a thought on that last caller, but more want to talk about labels and stuff. Good show. Helped work go faster. I'm glad we were able to help.
Yeah,
if Erika says, ooh, woo, we get another call.
Arden, I will do the most furriest ooh woo you have ever heard in your life if we get another call. Ever. That anyone has ever heard. The oohest of woos.
Just one? Just one call. Just one call.
Here's the thing. I really want to hear it, so I was really tempted to lie and say
I really want to hear it.
But I can't in good conscience lie and tell you because I'm not going to bring a caller back on.
Funny as shit. And it would just...
It's so... Wow, that's lawful good, Arden.
This is why Erika made this offer, because she knows that I was not going to take that. It's like a fucking politician. Like, oh, I don't have to deliver on that. I'm not going to get elected.
This is bullshit. We're trying to break records here. We're only at 8 hours and 2 minutes. Our last show that was long together was 8.5. We have to be able to beat that at least for this. We're trying to set a trend here.
This is like such a demonstration of what a good person you are, though, Arden, because you told me that it was a lie, because I would have fallen for it. I would have done it. Had I thought that it was a real possibility, man, you guys wouldn't have believed how kawaii it would have been.
I know it's in you. I know you have the ability to woo.
You hear the cadence of my voice. You know that I can make this sound, right?
Oh,
like
absolutely.
Everybody knows that I would nail this.
8 hours, 38 minutes, and 58 seconds, which is our longest stream, and it was 8 months ago, Arden. You're going to deprive people of that? We could just take one call. We'd be there. And then we could finish the super chats. We'd already beaten it. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. And we get to hear a very funny uwu. That would have been great.
More importantly, we raised buku bucks because of the monad collar, the funding for the monad collar. So honestly, I think you're getting a better mileage per hour out of this one than any of your previous shows.
I'm not even worried about the money. This is for the love of the game, Marty.
The monad call itself it's really incredible. It's metamorphosed into something that was actually worth it to me now. The mileage that we've gotten from monad itself is so funny to me now, and it's circled back around to being funny in the Family Guy time loop a couple of times.
Yes.
Like 13 times. And I keep looking at the chat and someone will monad in a unique way, and it still makes me giggle. It makes me laugh.
It's so good.
Every time.
It's
News
so
said
good.
MSI that was greater than MCR. That's a bad take, News, but thank you for the $20. I remembered. Don't worry, it was in the vault.
$20 from the Atheist Mechanic. Loving this show as a third shifter. Don't talk about your shifts. I've laughed so much this shift. Thank you for the laughs. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the $20.
The hot beefs.
Taking a third hot beef out there.
$20 from Moira Bannister. I've made a rigorous study of dad jokes. You could say I'm a scientist. Oh, I get it.
Nice.
That was really bad.
Really good.
I didn't like that.
That,
that wasn't very monad.
You should be proud of that.
Moira. No.
That was incredibly monad.
Feel worse. Feel bad. Feel shame.
Everybody check out my new fucking office, y'all. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how crazy this shit is. We should do a tour. We should do like a hangout. Thank you. That's just the top shelf up there. And this fucking thing is in the way. Sorry, this is the thing that I used to illuminate the desk. But yeah, we should do like a whole thing about this. And I have so much space for activities. You know what I'm saying? We should do like a donate a certain amount of money and I'll pull a trinket out of somewhere and we'll talk about it. That'll be a thing we can do. $20 from News Milo Rossi bribe. Talk to him. I don't think we're even mutuals. I don't think we know each other. We don't know each other. But he's killing it. He's tearing it up by pulling the Professor Dave sass plus archaeology energy is really great. He makes good content. So it'd be good to talk to him.
That was a good guy.
You know?
I will connect. I will do the connection on this one. We're in an archaeology group chat. I don't know why I'm involved because I don't know archaeology, but I think they pull me in because I get the nth sort of adjacency to it.
Yeah.
Jam Nick.
I did Zoark, so maybe I can help.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, that's true. Remind me about that. $20 from Jim Nick 06. I lost my testicles, gonads, in an industrial farming accident. Nonads. Now I'm hoping to have them replaced. Monads. Okay, I hate this, but what I do like about it is that it feels like slam poetry. Like I feel like you could have the I lost my testicles, gonads, ba-do-do, in an industrial farming accident. Nonads, ba-do-do. Now I'm hoping to have them replace. Monads, boo-doo-boo. You're welcome. I've elevated it. You see. Now it's
like a slam poetry. $20 from Noose. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to monad.
All roads lead to monad, baby.
Absolutely. All roads lead to monad. There is only one monad.
Holy Noose. $20 from Noose. Do you think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created here on Monad? Noose, you can't just whip out Spy Kids 2 quotes casually in the super chats like that.
Don't let her tell you what to do. You can do whatever you want.
Also, I see your profile pic. I know what you are now, Noose. I know what
Noose
you are.
Over here slanging that wallet around. $20 from Noose. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's a monad. Hell yeah.
Well, that was pretty good. Again, you're on the vibrato tonight. $20 from Lady Darkness. Yeah. My friend said I should be a comedian, but I'm physically disabled, So stand up would be a little difficult. I can't.
That's great.
I can't laugh at that, even if I did think it was funny. But luckily, I don't think it's funny. I don't know. I'm scared from having an opinion because it's not funny.
I had a buddy who used a wheelchair his whole life, and he would always tell me the best part about being in a wheelchair is that every time I laugh, I'm rolling on the floor laughing. I miss that dude. He was great.
That guy sounds like a cool dude, actually.
He was awesome. 1999 from Kate Space. Monad, mo problems. It's true.
That's true. That's true. We got 20 Australian dollars from Hill Hugger. Apart from Iron Chariots, what's the other way to defeat God? Kick him in the monads. That's actually quite clever because the monads are infinity. So it's like, it makes sense that they would be sort of the cosmic genitals.
Yes. Cosmic genitals. 20 more goddamn dollars from this rich motherfucker Noose. Don't be a monad to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. I don't even get that one. What does that mean?
I might not be cool anymore. And I was cool at a time. No one say, when was that? Because there was a time when it was true. Don't be a monad to South Central. This is definitely cool rap, and I don't know it. I am $50 from Skeptics and Scoundrels. What's the half-life of a monad? A less nad. Also, Forrest, I'm going to need you to protect me from Erika BajaCon. Thanks, buddy. I owe you one. Forrest can't protect you. You need to understand this. Like, those of you who are marked, you can't, nothing can protect you.
I'm only like 6'2", and I'm kind of, I'm 6'2", and I'm lanky, but like I'm slow because of it. And she's squirrely. She's real fucking, like, it's crazy. She's got that spider monkey energy. It's wild. I'm
persistent is the problem. I will follow you to the ends of the earth.
Yeah. Just scramble up over my shoulders and pounce upon you like a bear cat.
Yeah, or I'll be in the rafters already and I'll drop upon you like a drop bear.
Like a koala. $20 from Lady Darkness. I sent my first super chat for $5 by accident. So here's the $20 version. Ooh. I tried to change my light bulb tonight, but I couldn't figure it out. I'm not very bright. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you, and I love the joke.
Bad joke, no refunds. One, geez, Louise,
fucking
Noose.
Jesus of Christland.
$100 from Noose. Erika, you know what you must do with this super chat. That's a big donation. That's a big donation. Okay.
That's their second big donation.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. I gotta like kind of gear up for it. Let's do like a sort of like that. It's pretty good, right?
If I had an applause sound that I could play, like it needs a whole audience. Right? Phenomenal.
Okay. Bowing.
Somebody soundboard that. Just put it on a button that we can play all the time.
I will straight up deny that shit. Like, I will straight up be like, I faked it now. Like, you cannot trace that to me. It's on camera. Doesn't matter. We live in a post-truth era. I didn't do shit.
I've got a clip of fucking Durante saying I love tiny nipples, and I was
just gonna say I now need a super cut of that with Durante saying I love tiny nipples.
I love tiny nipples. The voice, the candor, the everything.
We just need an incriminating supercut of the worst moments of all the hosts from the line. That'll be a Christmas gift from us to you.
I don't even know. I think I put that in here. Let me go back to this. Go to Galapagos video. Here, I think it's in here. Yeah.
First, I'm about to read your super chat for you.
Yeah, hold the fuck on. Can I put this? Can I share a file in this? Yes, I can. There. I put the MP3 of him saying I love tiny nipples in the Discord. So now you have that if you want to play it during the show at any point for any reason.
Wow.
$20 from the Atheist Mechanic. Last super chat I'll send in, but monad for all. Everyone gets a monad. You get a monad. You get a monad. Look under your chair right now. There's a monad. And if you're already subscribed to the channel, there's 2 monads. Subscribers get double.
What's nice about this is that you can actually have larger and smaller infinities. So technically you can increase the amount of monad. I learned
You
that
too.
from Dr.
True.
Adair.
I love
He didn't
tiny
mean in the
nipples.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
I love tiny nipples. I love tiny nipples.
I can't.
Get that on the soundboard.
It's so good.
Soundboard for every show
my God.
forever. That and
That's
the ooh woo. Do you want me to clip that ooh
unreal.
woo right now?
You really
I
shouldn't.
don't know if I
'cause
can.
I don't. First of all, I don't think you can, but also I don't need to hear it. I'm good. $20 from the atheist mechanic. Last super chat I'll send in. But Monad, wait, you already read this. Is that our last super chat?
Yeah.
No, one more.
Surely
No,
not.
I didn't think so.
Oh, only one more? God damn it! That means we didn't beat our record. We're off by 15 minutes.
That's okay. That's all the reason to try
1999,
harder next time that Arden
right?
produces for us.
True.
I was gonna say all we had to do was extend one of these fucking calls or get one more call in. 1999 from Roy King. I love the intros to both y'all channels. Keep it up, y'all. Shout out to the producer. Hell yes.
Doctor, I can't
That's
tell if I'm not me, Roy. I can't tell.
Let me move
What do we see?
this thing. That's it.
First, you have to do. Oh, yeah. Oh, here. This is a host looking out for another host. Don't forget to tell everybody what's coming up next.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, to the people who made it all the way to the end, you should know that we have other shows on this channel, and you should probably fucking watch them. And I don't think they're actually posted in the thing. So hold on. Let me go to the other thing.
Tomorrow night, it's myself and Taylor on Chewed Gum. On Wednesday, it's Matt Dillahunty and Justin from Deconstruction Zone.
And then you got the Transatlantic Call-In Show with Arden, Hart, and Ben after that. And
Tell
then
Forrest.
next week you got Duran Taylor Marr and Matt Dillahunty on the Sunday show. And then you got Owen Morgan and Aaron Adair on the Sunday show after dark. And then you got SkepTalk. I don't know who the fuck's on it. And then you got Alyssa and Taylor on Chewed Gum next. And you got Matt Dillahunty and Mandisa Thomas on the next Hang Up.
I'm muting Forrest.
It's going to be real monad, folks. Be there or be squared.
Hey, thanks everybody for watching. Thank you to Arden for producing. Thank you to Erika for being my co-host tonight. Thank you to our mods in chat. Thank you for Stephanie Helms for call screening as long as she did. Thank you to all of our people in chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you to all of our callers, even the ones that suck. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day and never stop learning. Stay monad. Bye.
I love tiny nipples.